I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Generally, you said feminism is neutral.
Here's what actually happened.
The foundation of all knowledge.
I'm really mad that
what difference does it make, right? What
Stop. Stop.
the deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
And to lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong.
Yeah,
you're promoting, right?
Ideology is the main tenet of politics, right? This is my ideology.
Yeah, but...
So, 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage? The first GOP debate.
Cool. Robert. Oh, that? With a crowbar, you say?
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, bringing to you live another Moderator Monday. This evening, I have with me Fabian Liberty, Admiral Gibbs, Big Papa Buckaroo, and the Soy Pill. Our statement of the evening is socialism, progressivism, and communism are all inherently politically violent. Fabian, why don't you kick us off with your opening statement, please?
Yeah, Fabian Liberty, you can find me pretty much on Twitter and YouTube predominantly. If you just Google Fabian Liberty, you'll find me. Thank you for having me. And I apologize if my voice isn't quite there. I'm still coming off of a flu. But anyways, let's get started. Tonight I have the unenviable task of explaining to liberals that water is wet, or that socialism, progressivism, and communism are inherently politically violent. So let's first establish what is political violence. Political violence is any initiation of physical force, coercion, or fraud by individuals, groups, or institutions, especially the state, against persons or their justly acquired property, aimed at achieving political ends, such as control, domination, or redistribution of resources in violation of the non-aggression principle. All forms of socialism, communism, and progressivism at their core advocate the violation of private property rights and individual liberty in the name of political violence. To avoid political violence would be to denounce these contradictory philosophies completely. One cannot claim to be against political violence simply because they denounce an assassination or an overt military coup when they are also representing a philosophy that inherently violates the liberty of the individual. For simplicity's sake, all three of the ideologies presented I will refer to as leftism. While yes, there are differences between Marcusean liberals and more classical communist philosophies that focus on revolution, they share the same ethical contradictory claim that might makes right. All forms of leftism believe that their preferences, be it their utopian belief in the communist end state or the amorphous religious worship of the sacredity of democracy, justify using the power of the state to forcibly remove rights and properties from individuals. Now, the left will surely attempt to dismiss this critique by stating that my definition is overly broad, encompassing many republicans, monarchies, tribal governments, etc. Let me first say, so what? I don't fucking care. I am none of these, and your weak whataboutisms is not an argument nor justification for your support of political aggression. I have no need to entertain your cope, but I will. When the right embraces political violence in the modern context, it is often mirroring the left, But unlike leftism, it is not inherent to right-wing philosophy. So what even is right-wing? I posit that right-wing philosophies or ideologies are ones that represent the following beliefs or values: the axiom of human teleology and collective teleology, the axiom of virtue, the entropic law of human nature and of institutions, to include the iron law of oligarchy, order-based politics, and low time preference investments. Said in other words, right-wing ideologies are not concerned with violating property rights, but rather with maintaining stability, ferreting out cultural and political decay, and investing in life-affirming long-term solutions. None of these political values require political violence, but many conservatives throughout history have adopted it in order to impose these values. We've seen time and time again that when societies degrade from socialism, the right cuts free the sword of Damocles and uses socialism itself as a weapon against the enemies of the good. They become the very thing they hate because the prisoner's dilemma only works when both prisoners decide to keep their fucking mouths shut. We've seen it in Nazi Germany, with classical fascism, and we're seeing it today with Charlie Kirk's death and the right's embrace of a mere fraction of the cancel culture of the left. The inherently violent left has rejected the open hand of conservatives over and over again, and they are begging for the closed fist. In short, political violence is the collective usage of force against individual rights for control and preferences. This tactic is center to leftist ideologies and seen as both correct and morally good. It is true that the right often embraces this quick solution out of fear of decaying society, but it is neither inherent nor necessary for the right, but it is often a response to the inherently violent left.
Perfect. Thank you, Fabian. Admiral, to you.
All right. Thank you so much. You can find me everywhere as Admiral Gibbs, YouTube, Twitch, everywhere. All right, let's get started. Although the modern leftist would have you believe that the political ideologies of socialism, progressivism, and communism are these lofty, morally good utilitarian ideas, the fact of the matter is that this is a perfidious deception built upon an insidious foundation of arrogance, manipulation, and overt violence. All one must do to see that this is the truth is to look at the leading historical figures of these movements. People like Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, Dr. Joseph Goebbels, and others. These men have claimed to be angels of the light, leading men out of the darkness of capitalism, but in reality, they were little more than charlatans and false prophets, leading men and nations to their violent ends. Despite these blatant historical facts, our opponents may try to deceive you, the audience, with the lie that they are somehow more advanced and civilized. Yet modern proponents of these advocate for the adoption of these evil, inherently violent ideologies from the same malicious trifecta of arrogance, manipulation, and violence that duplicitous forefathers proposed. The only difference being slightly different branding and having more modern media training. Let's examine this further, starting with arrogance. The proponents of these theories think that they know best and won't engage in honest discussion about their ideals because they know once they're examined that the jig is up. Let's start with Marx and Engels. At one point in the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels sputter this baby back bullshit. But does wage labor create any property for the laborer? Not a bit. You heard it, folks, in the discussion. Not a bit. The two pseudo-intellectuals proclaim nobody anywhere knows of anybody working for wages who has purchased and owns a single thing after they get their paycheck. Nobody has ever heard or seen of a worker who saves and invests, starts a business, or improves his economic condition by accumulating property. But wait! I thought I'm sure the intellectual giants that are Marx and Engels would have footnoted this exception. I'll look at the bottom of the page to discover the source of this absurdity. But oops, no footnotes, none. The authors of the spleen-bending screed labeled the manifesto expect you to take their word for it. And you better not disagree, because they later assert in shameless arrogance that the charges against communists made from a religious, a philosophical, and generally from an ideological standpoint are not deserving of serious examination. This right here is the founders of these philosophies, to secure in their arrogance, basically stated there's no point arguing with their philosophy because they are smarter than you and they know better than you, so you should just take their word for it. Manipulation. Moving on to manipulation, I feel it is wise to look at the father of propaganda, an avid socialist, Dr. Joseph Goebbels. Goebbels was a master wordsmith and was able to take the most evil of ideologies and frame it into an almost laudable light. He once said, to be a socialist means to let the ego serve the neighbor, to sacrifice the self for the whole. In its deepest sense, socialism equals service. He said, in those damn Nazis, why are we socialists? We're socialists because we see the social question as a matter of necessary injustice for the very existence of a state for our people, not a question of cheap pity or insulting sentimentality. The worker has a claim to a living standard that corresponds to what he produces. This was followed up by him helping to craft the socialist policies of the Nazi Party, like peace through joy and many other socialist policies laid out in the 25-point plan. These silken words and policies of uplifting the people, hiding the fact that this socialist redistribution of wealth was accomplished by the Holocaust and brutal persecution of their political opponents. The proponents of these ideas always use lofty goals and feel-good honeypots in order to lure in the general public while using the overt violence to provide. Don't believe me? Let's once again look to the founders of these ideologies. It's obvious from the manifesto that Marx and his pal Engels saw violence to achieve the communist objective as a given. Marx criticizes socialists who do not understand the necessity of revolutionary violence. They naively wish to attain their ends by peaceful means that he says are necessarily doomed to failure. Quoting Dr. Goebbels now, we are not a charitable institution, but a party of revolutionary socialists. He goes on to say, in 1918, there was only one task for the German socialists: to keep their weapons and defend German socialism. Joseph Stalin, another famous communist, once said, one death is a tragedy, a million deaths is a statistic. Finally, before I conclude, I think it is prudent to include two quotes from a modern champion of progressivism. Hassan Piker, referring to the capitalist states, you need to be shanking these motherfuckers and letting the motherfucking intestines ride on stage. He says, slice them up, and fucking dice them. And another viral video talking about landlords, Piker states, kill them, kill those motherfuckers, murder those motherfuckers in the street, let the street soak in their fucking red capitalist blood, dude. Do these statements make you think of the non-violent Mahatma Gandhi or the maniacs with violent proclivities? In conclusion, communists, socialists, and progressives everywhere support revolutionary movement against the existing social and political order of things. They openly declare from a place of arrogance that their ends can be attained only by the forcible overthrow of all existing social conditions using inherently violent means such as manipulation and overt violence. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Admiral. Big Papa to you.
I asked the audience to imagine themselves discussing political violence with their family or friends and whether they would all see violence the same. When discussing political violence online, brought to mind are images we've seen on the news over the past year, including the killing of Charlie Kirk and CEO Brian Thompson. But is that actually what we're discussing? If you were to ask a libertarian, the violence to which we refer could be as abstract as taxes, regulating marijuana consumption, even upholding freedom of speech itself, as they are all enacted through the state's monopoly on violence. If you were to ask the staunch Republican, perhaps violence is more adequately related to things like abortion, gun crime, or whatever it is they were doing on January 6th. We could go down the list of different political and philosophical ideologies and list out the various perspectives they have on violence, and we still would not have a singular definition of violence itself, but an amorphous glob of vibes. That's right, vibes. And that is what is being placed on socialism, communism, and progressivism, ideologies which themselves actively advocate for better healthcare, education, and community support for every citizen. That is not to say that power in the wrong hands will never do harm, but when we look at the ideologies themselves, we do not see this inherent violence my opponents suggest. In fact, we see something much more interesting. If we were to look at the statistics of people who do and do not support political violence, you will find that in 2023, 1/3 of Republicans believed that true American patriots may have to resort to violence to save the country. MAGA Republicans were 3 times as likely to advocate for violence. Following more recent surveys, independents and Democrats both still measure less likely to advocate for violence than Republicans. When you get down to it, not only are we unable to come up with a singular, concrete definition of what is or isn't violence within this debate, but if you look at the numbers, the people most likely to advocate for violence aren't Democrats or independent voters, but Republicans themselves. The call is coming from within the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Big Papa. Perfect. And to you, Soy Pill.
I'm going to start off by saying I'm here under duress. I think all governments need some sort of threat of violence to remain a state to enforce laws, but for something to be inherently violent, I expect a higher bar, explicit calls to violence, suppressing dissent, excising undesirables, so fascism, Nazism, etc. If violence is just maintaining any form of law and order, this debate is silly and pointless. Calling any of these ideologies inherently violent is silly and pointless. You might have a strong case against communism, suppressing its peoples, but that's historically society under any of these labels could of course exist in ways that are not violent, just like capitalism could be peaceful, monarchy can be peaceful, as long as they're not like doing some major human rights abuses. So we're not going to do that, though. We're going to debating a libertarian. He's going to constantly remind us that anything that violates the NAP is violence. So funding the military, violence. Civil Rights Act, violence. Taking a percentage of your income so that babies don't starve, violence. So I'm looking forward to the next few hours of headache where we discuss the basic structure of how society works, and then the imaginary libertarian fairyland that doesn't exist. And then Gibbs and Fabian won't be on the same fucking page and yell at each other. So let's do it.
Perfect. Thank you, Soy. And to the audience, as a kind reminder, we will get through the debate, then we will move into closing statements, read and respond to your kind super chats, and then, of course, your favorite part, we will go into open panel dumpster fire. Soy Pilla here is looking forward to the horse video. All right, lady and gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you.
Mind if I start, since both intros called me out?
Sure.
Yeah. Well, you both seem to take issue with what you assumed my definition of violence would be. That's fair. But also, since you guys prepared for that, neither of you gave a definition of what would be political violence. Instead, you both vibed out the things that you thought were extreme or the things that you thought were bad, which I kind of called out in my intro when I was talking about you don't get to say that you're against political violence just because you're against the extremes of it that feel emotionally visceral, right? I take issue with this because if you think that I'm being obtuse, do you have a definition of political violence that is coherent, that allows you to be able to then say that your ideologies are, or the ideologies that you're defending are not inherently violent in some meaningful way that other ideologies are inherently meaningfully violent, as opposed to communism, socialism, progressivism?
So
Because
the
it is
reason
also
why
your
we
critique
pointed out the
that-
extreme things
Go
is
ahead.
because if we use your definition, which you correctly pointed out in the beginning, it will be incredibly broad, and I agree. I think it is broad. If you're saying that every single ideology except for the fictional libertarian one that currently doesn't exist, never has existed, is violent because it enacts some sort of state law enforcement, taxes, or something. Yeah, sure, if you use that definition, but it's just so pointless. Like, why even bother calling political violence such a? I don't even think Gibbs agrees with you there. So it's like, why even fight against your own partner and say everything's politically violent in a debate specifically about these three ideologies?
I'd like to know.
Respond very quickly. Well, I'll just
mentioned-
respond very quickly. You said you immediately began with a straw man, didn't answer my question like the coward you always are in these debates, and then called libertarianism fictional libertarianism. But I'm the only one actually giving definitions so far.
Okay.
So do you want to try
Well,
again?
you don't like my definition. I could say physical harm
give
upon
one.
another individual, for furthering political goals, probably involving some sort of human rights abuse or something of the sort. But I would not include the state enforcing the laws as political violence. But I think you would.
I wanted to
okay.
let Big Papa chime in because she was trying
So
to get
Hitler
something
never
in.
engaged in
Yeah, I'd
political
like to
violence?
clarify. I didn't call Fabian out. I just mentioned libertarianism because lo and behold, there are more libertarians than just Fabian. Actually, much more educated, much more well-rounded libertarians, I would argue. But hey, we can get to that later. I mentioned marijuana consumption. I did not think that was going to be seen as the most violent idea of libertarianism. I mentioned marijuana consumption, taxes, and upholding the freedom of speech, which, if you are considering the non-aggression principle, I would say if you're talking about political violence that can be enacted by a state, then upholding laws of the state would then be considered political violence, no?
Yeah, obviously.
Oh, okay. So the
So-
things that I
so
listed
do you have a
absolutely
definition?
did fall into your definition of political violence. So I don't know why you complained for so long
this
about
is-
what I said.
So she's granting you your
So
definition.
this is two, right? So both people are granting my definition.
it
can't
can
come
be
up with
both.
their
Well,
own
no, to be
definition.
clear,
Hold on.
I've
They're just
already
accepting.
listed.
I'll take the dub for
Did
the
you
night.
hear-
Who
did
needs
you
long
hear
hours
my
debate?
opening?
Hold
Listen
on,
to that. It's
hold on. I'm
Did nobody hear
thankful
my opening?
everybody agrees on a definition. This is probably the first for this show.
Well, it's worse than that, Sarah.
Well,
Let me
it's
tell
funny
you. Let me
because
tell you.
My whole argument was literally that nobody here agrees on a definition. I'm not sure if he
Well,
wasn't listening for my
You
opening.
just agreed to it.
But,
So I asked for your
the
competing
majority
one.
of my opening was quite literally saying that the two people who are affirmative on this don't agree on what political violence
That's not
is.
true.
So
Hold
the
on.
idea that so you really
Well, hold on.
because everything
Well,
that you listed didn't seem to be with regards to the non-aggression.
Well, hold on. Well, let's hold on.
I didn't
First
even
of
hear
all-
you mention it. I didn't hear you
Well,
mention
that's cool.
state-backed
That's be cool
violence
because
or a monopoly on violence.
Well,
I didn't hear you
I would-
talk about the different kinds of violence that are listed by Rothbard himself in the initial paper where he introduces the non-aggression principle. So I would absolutely love for you to explain in depth how your concept of violence is exactly the same as Fabian Liberty's.
Well, one,
Just for the record, she still hasn't given a definition.
yeah, she's agreed already. First, she granted yours.
Again,
Well, hold
nobody
on. It's-
listened to me.
Hold on. We listened. It's my turn now. Okay. He just went and put a definition for it. You agreed to it. And then what is worse than that is Soy actually in his opening actually gave away the game even further when he listed all these forms of government. And one of them specifically was the Nazis. This is from the book, 1940 book, German Economy, 1870 through 1940 by Gustav Stopler, an Austrian-German economist in German. He explained National Socialism was anti-capitalist from the beginning. It was also in direct competition with Marxism following World War I. All right, and so this is his direct quote. The first angle was with moral principle. The second, the financial system. The third, the issue of ownership. The moral principle was the commonwealth before self-interest. The financial promise was breaking the bondage of interest slavery. The industrial program was nationalization of all big incorporated business, trust, by accepting the principle, the commonwealth before self-interest. National Socialism simply emphasizes antagonism to the spirit of a competitive society as represented supposedly by democratic capitalism. But to the Nazis, this principle means also the complete subordination of the individual to the exigencies of the state. And in this sense, National Socialism is unquestionably a socialist system. They're the only socialist system that's worked on a large scale to the degree that we can say was somewhat successful, and they're inherently violent, and they only exist because they pursue political violence, which I think we can even restrict further as, like, I don't know, inflicting law, like through military force, which is basically what Fabian has put forth. So yeah, I would say I'm in agreement with what he's saying. If you're having an government hold a gun,
has restrict his definition, so you're not in agreement with him. Second of all, I could have said I wish I would have interrupted earlier, because if you're going to spend this whole time saying Nazis are inherently politically violent, I'd probably agree with you based on their ideology.
Sure.
But that is not all social. That is not all socialism, and you would have to apply this definition to all socialism. We can focus as much as you want on specifically Nazis, ignoring the fact that the Nazis specifically put socialism in their name to deceive people into thinking they were the same as the SPD, and then killed all of them on the night of the long knives. But whatever.
And can we also note in April 1919, socialists literally held a strike specifically demanding the full and rapid demobilization of the army? Can we talk about the fact that actually in the fascist movement, they pushed to remove all of the socialists from their movement?
Is Dr. Goebbels the third strongest person in the Nazi party?
Because they were
you just are not speaking historical fact at all.
Because they were explicitly anti-socialist. I'm reading this from War, Socialism, and the Rise of Fascism, an empirical exploration from MIT. If you would like to argue with it, go ahead. Now, to quote, Mussolini
I would love to
refashioned the party as a robust anti-socialist force. You think Mussolini didn't have an influence on Hitler, considering Hitler looked up to Mussolini for a considerable portion
of he's a socialist as well.
Of his experience? Yes, and I just read to you about how Mussolini got rid
fascism is a left or right
socialists from within the party. Mussolini specifically fashioned his party to be anti-socialist. That's why it was
North Korea. Real quick, Stop. Quick question. Is North Korea?
I just finished my sentence.
But I just want Buckaroo to answer. North Korea is a fascist or a socialist country.
That's why it became broadly supported by conservatives, because they got rid of the socialists from within the fascist party in the early 20s.
Okay, Fabian,
is North Korea fascist or socialist or what is that?
So hold on, real quick. This is to you, Big Papa Buckaroo, or to you, Soy Pill, or to the audience. Is there anyone that is able to name a single communist country that hasn't gotten rid of competing socialist parties? Just one.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I can't think of a single ideology or government in all of history that didn't invoke some sort of political violence, actually.
So you would concede the point.
So then you would concede that it is inherently
you would concede the point that it's not evidence that Nazi Germany isn't socialist because they got rid of competing socialist parties when this occurred in the USSR.
They got rid of all of the socialists from within their own party.
Hold on, let him finish.
Although
yeah, what do you think? What do you think the doctor's plot was? What do you think getting rid of the Trotskyites was? What do you like? Every single communist country has gotten rid of competing and internal political socialists within their own party. That's not evidence.
Held strikes specifically requesting the demobilization of the army.
Oh, you're just going to repeat yourself?
They were specifically antagonistic to the army, to the military.
Do you know who Strauser or Goebbels are? Big Papa Buckaroo?
Yes.
Okay, so then they didn't get rid of all the socialists in the party because Goebbels was one of the most powerful people. Strauser was as well. So, yeah, wrong. You're just wrong. I could keep going through other people that are sitting here that were socialists. Hitler believed he was a socialist. Hess, the modern neo-Nazis based on Hess, he was an avid socialist. And furthermore, you argue about Mussolini. Fascism at the time was even following left-leaning ideology in regards to economics at the time as well. So once again, that's violent. And Soy Pillar just gave away the game.
For 4 years, they did put in one guy that was right-wing, and then they immediately kicked him out after he
Soy Pillar just gave away the game anyway. If he wants to say all governments are politically violent, well, then you just admitted Fabian's correct, and libertarianism is the only way to go. So you,
governments have participated in political violence. The argument is if it's inherently politically violent. So even if
all governments participated in.
Well, here, let's be clear. If I had 100 men and each of them had committed a murder and I can't point to a single one who didn't, and then you say, are men inherently murderers? The answer is no still. So I just wanted to clarify that. Second of all, I mean, you're naming all these people. I mean, I'm literally reading Mein Kampf right now, and Hitler lays out the plan of how he's going to deceive people into joining his fucking movement by calling it socialism. But you're naming Strasser, who's like the fucking guy that they killed for being like socialist because they wanted to excise all these people. Like, I don't really want to get to the argument of like whether or not fascism and Nazism is right or left wing, because it's so fucking obvious that having the debate is kind of frustrating when it's like, okay, you just have to ignore literally everything the Nazis said. But we're talking about whether these things are inherently politically violent. And you have like the only, but to be clear, Fabian has an actual argument for this because he uses a definition of violence of if you enforce any amount of laws or taxation, you're violent, which I think is fucking stupid enough.
That's not true.
But no, okay, excuse me. What is your how are these things inherently violent, and also how are Republican ideologies or right-wing ones that you said not inherently, even though they tread into them? Just because you kind of give this kind of vague
I gave it in the
right wings are about
statement, but you were really busy talking during my opening statement to your audience.
I was listening to you, but the problem is like it's very
you were listening and talking. Got it.
Yeah, it's called multitasking.
Or their justly acquired property to achieve any political means. So in that regards, I would argue that all laws are initiating or threatening physical force against people and their justly acquired property. And then you inherently violate the liberty of the individual. They all argue might makes right. And then you went on to start complaining about leftists. So my question is, if breaking the law is what justifies violating your rights, then can't I just make any fucking law? And then suddenly if you're breaking it, I can violate your rights?
Yeah, so let's get into this, right? So let's get into this. So first and foremost, it is not a violation of the non-aggression principle. It's not aggressive to, engage in any form of imprisonment, kidnapping, or violence.
Okay, so if I held a gun to you and I said, get in my fucking car, would that not be violent?
Hold on.
Let him finish.
Hold on. I mean, I find the term violence already to be somewhat coded towards statist beliefs anyways. It really should be aggression, right? Because like self-defense is a form of violence. But nevertheless, I'll use the internal critique of the concept of political violence as being, negative connotation. But it is not a violation of the non-aggression principle to kill a murderer. It is not a violation of the non-aggression principle to put someone in jail for committing a crime that is aggressive against other people.
Is taxes
it is not taxes, involuntary taxes, presumably would absolutely be political
What
violence.
would happen if you didn't? What would happen if you didn't pay? Would you be
if you didn't
imprisoned?
pay, you would
perhaps
you potentially could be imprisoned. Yes.
So that's not violent.
Taxes would be political.
Oh, so now it is political violence. You just said kidnapping.
Do you think you got me in a gotcha
kidnapping
just by
wasn't violence?
you being retarded?
Didn't you just say kidnapping wasn't violence?
I'm just going to talk to Soy Pill because you don't seem to
So
be.
kidnapping somebody, putting them in
the same thing.
jail
You said it
isn't
wouldn't be
violence,
violent to
but
lock someone up for violating a law, not inherently, but taxation is. That doesn't make any sense.
It makes sense if you have just like a basic understanding of philosophy, right? Like if you lock up a murderer,
true, I've never read a
right?
book.
They don't have like they are the aggressor, right? So they have already aggressed upon someone. They've already murdered someone.
What about the
To be more
taxes that are being
specific-
aggressed
to be
upon me
more
and my
specific-
property?
To be more specific, they are stopped from arguing that they have the right towards their body because their actions have proved louder than their words that they are engaged in aggression towards
Right,
other
and
people.
someone who doesn't pay their taxes is thieving from the state by not contributing to the things that they're benefiting from. So I would say it's not really aggressive to lock them up for stealing.
How are they stealing from the state?
Because they've made an agreement
does
as part of the
stealing mean?
social agreement of living in this
I
country
thought-
that you got to pay your taxes, buddy.
Wait,
When
can
did they
we
make that
ask? So
agreement?
I'm
I didn't
sorry.
make that
Why do you
agreement.
think?
I
Why
mean, you
do
can
you
leave
think
if you want to.
taxes is any form of violence, or that it could ever be considered a form of violence if locking somebody up against their right, like against their will, isn't violence, and that is how the state
This
reinforces
is like when did
their
you
taxes.
stop beating your
Yeah,
wife?
so I pulled
No,
up
Like,
the
that's not-
non-aggression. Hold
No,
on, let
that
me
was
let me
not-
clarify
I'm asking
this.
him a question about what he
I
just
hear-
defined.
I hear what you're saying. I pulled up the non-aggressive or non-aggression principle, and it does say self-defense is permitted. So by locking away somebody who has murdered or done harm, that's part of the self-defense
is-
principle. So
this is
therefore,
why
it
we-
is justifiable.
This is why we asked about taxes specifically and not just self-defense, which is why I find it a little shady that Fabian kept going back to the to this like murder argument, because he did
How's it
agree
shady?
that taxes, because he did agree that taxes
I gave you a definition.
be
You've yet
wrong,
to give one.
and
I'm not
yet-
the shady one here.
you are making the affirmative case. I do not have to make definitions for you to make your affirmative case about your claims. Okay, if you can't make an affirmative
I give
case,
a definition,
that's your
and then
problem.
you
If
either
you
accept
don't
the
like-
definition
if
or you don't. You don't
like
accept
that
the
I'm-
definition,
if you don't
and then
like-
you
All right,
refuse
if
to
you
give
don't
one to
like-
contradict.
Let's reset. Go, Gibbs. Did you have something you wanted to add in there?
I do want to add in there. Debate 101 is if you don't bring your own definition, then you have to accept the only definition that's been given, right? And Fabian's won't put forth the only definition. Thus, that
I
stands.
actually gave a definition a while ago. Maybe.
Okay,
you
well,
missed
what
it.
was yours?
explained
Well,
that
listen, we
we
can
were
go into yours
lacking
in
a
one second.
definition in my opening. In fact,
hold
my
on.
whole
We could go
opening
into
was
yours
about
in a
that.
second, Soy Pill. But in addition to that, like you're sitting here arguing about the self-defense, and then you're arguing about how, like Soy Pill wanted to argue, whether they're left, right, or whatever, But the argument here, and Fabian's going to frame this in a way, I'm sure at some point, he's going to argue that all these forms of government, Nazis, fascist, authoritarian, right-leaning, like MAGA, I would even argue that some MAGA actually might fall in this in some cases since he's a populist and not a true Republican. They actually are authoritarian in some manners, and they occupy political violence even. So when I'm sitting here hearing the arguments that you're making on your side, you're sitting here saying, I don't have to prove anything as the neg. No, what you have to do, and since this is the prompt and the topic, are these inherently violent? And then when you have Soy Pill saying, every government in history has used violence, which is not actually entirely true, to enforce their,
So you
power.
don't agree. So you don't agree with
No.
Fabian's concept of
I
violence.
agree with
after
Fabian.
all.
I disagree with everything you said because you haven't outlawed line the definition. Your partners
Do you
agreed with me
remember my
multiple times
opening?
now. And
about how
I
nobody
do
here
remember
can
your opening. There
actually
was a
agree
lot
upon
of
the same
nonsensical
definition, and
gibberish.
that is actually a part of the
we
problem
already
of
agreed
the
on it.
statement
We
in the
already
first
agreed on the
place.
definition. I mean, the problem is you can say we didn't agree on it.
Wait,
but we've already
Gibbs,
put-
do you
hold on, we
agree
put
with
forth
Fabian?
one? Yeah, I mean,
They
he put
just
forth the
keep-
definition.
you
Okay, so you
just
think every
explained
ideology other
Hold
than
up.
libertarian where you don't violate the NAP is inherently violent?
I mean, it would
That's
depend.
not my argument.
Yeah, well,
What's
that's
your-
not.
oh my God.
I gave a whole situation where I said that you guys were going to
I
have
don't agree
this
with your
code,
framing.
that it was an overly broad definition, and then I explained how that this is not necessarily inherent to right-wing philosophy. Then I
Can you name
gave what a
one
definition
right-wing-
of right-wing is,
I
and then I
didn't-
gave,
I
and then
couldn't
I,
follow.
and then
It
I,
was so good and complicated. I was too stupid.
You
Can
were
give
talking,
me
yeah.
one right-wing ideology that doesn't tax people.
anarcho-capitalism is a right-wing ideology. Objectivism is a right-wing ideology.
Corporatism.
Anarcho-pacifism is a right-wing
Sorry, that
ideology.
exists in reality.
Well, Prospera exists in reality as
Sorry,
did
that has a
Republic of
state
Prospire.
that can
Yep.
enact taxes should they so choose.
There's a corporate.
It's a voluntary
there's
society.
several islands in Micronesia.
Prospera is a
So no.
voluntarist society.
So no.
You pay $3,000 to enter,
So no.
and then
You
you
can just say
agree
no. This is so
voluntarily.
many
Okay, wait.
words.
No,
You
okay,
just
you're just
say
going
no.
to keep interrupting me.
Whoa.
You're going to keep interrupting
Whoa.
me to say no when I'm cooking
Yeah.
your ass.
Yeah,
Like,
go ahead.
stop.
Interrupted so many
Prospera
times at this
exists.
point.
Hold on,
By both of you.
Fabian, finish. Everybody, give him the floor,
Yeah,
please. So we can
and
finish
let me
this.
talk, Papa.
Yeah. Prospera exists, right? Unfortunately, there has been violence by the Honduras Supreme Court that has reneged on contracts that they've had. So whether or not Prospera will continue into the long term is kind of up for debate. We have to wait for the Supreme Court to see if they'll overturn their latest case against Prospera. But as it exists right now, you can pay $3,000. You can voluntarily live in Prospera. And it is a fully commiserate with anarcho-capitalist society. Yes. Do they have a 5.3% tax? Absolutely. But that tax is voluntary. And again, when you asked me about taxes earlier, I said specifically, assuming we're talking about involuntary taxation. So no, this isn't a fantasy. It exists. You can go move there right now.
What defines
so
voluntary?
how is it? No, I don't want to get into that. My second point is, would you then admit that at any point, if any of these, independent communes where everyone voluntarily goes there and lives under a communism and doesn't have any sort of violence because everyone can choose to be in it and choose to leave, therefore communism would not be inherently violent?
Well, that would be against the communist philosophy itself. You could have the same.
Wait, so all of these people that call themselves communists and these communist communes are against communism?
That's not what I said.
You just said what I just described would be against communism.
No, what you described is not the same thing as people living on a commune, right? Like people could live under a commune and accept anarcho-capitalist or libertarian philosophy and allow other people to live. They could choose. No, they couldn't.
Why not?
Communism is inherently revolutionary, number one. Communism describes the entire history of the world as a movement of peoples through dialectics in which it describes.
Would you disagree that communism?
You can keep. Hold on.
No, because you're going off on a tangent right now. Would you agree?
I'm not going off on a tangent. What I'm doing is I'm giving evidence to source why you're so fucking stupid. But you're interrupting.
Hold on. Soy, let him finish at least.
He's going to give like 11 books, but okay, let's go.
Well, no, I won't give 11 books. How about just read one book? Socialism, Scientific and Utopic by Engels. There you go. And that will absolutely showcase why it is absurd to claim that libertarians that agree with the non-aggression principle but choose to live under a commune where they share resources is not the same thing as being a communist.
So would you say communism, in the way that most people define it as state-owned means of production and distribution on the grounds of necessity, is not communism because it doesn't involve every single revolutionary who wants to make it happen in the current existence we're talking about now? Because we can say, oh well, look at this little group of 20 to 100 people where they all enact the ideology but don't try to overthrow a government to get there, or don't point guns at people to enforce laws. Like, this is somehow not inherently violent. But if they do it and they're all doing the state-owned means of production and they're following everything that a communist would otherwise do or be defined as, but they're not doing the Marx Engels revolutionary thing, they're not communists. Like, no true Scotsman here. Like, I don't understand how this.
Wait, hold on. Well, Marx would say it's
I'll answer the question very quick.
Oh, Marx would say it's
first
communist?
and foremost. First and foremost, the definition you gave of communism is not the definition of communism. It's the definition that Stalin gave of socialism. Secondly, what I would say.
Hold on.
Right off the bat,
so would
you're
socialism
wrong.
not be inherently
Secondly, what you would be describing as anarcho-communists, and while there are very, very few anarcho-communists that I've ever jumped into that are actual anarchists, if they are actual anarchists, then they would not be communists. Correct. They would be anarcho-communists that are also voluntarists.
Okay, so to be clear, all three of those things are part of the thing: progressivism, communism, and socialism. So if that is what socialism is, if that's what they're doing on this commune, then this is not inherently violent, no?
Can you not follow your own argument? Like, no.
Because what? Because
What are
it's
you
not
talking about?
socialism anymore. So basically, you're getting me to accept that the definition of communism is inherently violent because the definition implies that you must be a revolutionary and otherwise you can't be a communist. Just to be clear,
Marx
that's
Marx never gave an explicit definition of communism, but when he got close to it and didn't say weird amorphous shit like the movement of people through time and things like that, he simplified it by saying that it is the abolition of private property. So yes, that is inherently violent.
Okay, so it's because they would abolish private property that's inherently violent. And that is baked into communism. You can't have communism without wanting to abolish private property. If you go form a commune, which you would call anarcho-capitalism, that's not communism because it's not doing it to the already existing government. You just went and did that voluntarily. Just to be clear.
If you are a believer in private property, yes, you are not a fucking communist. That's not a crazy thing to say.
It's not private if the whole commune owns it. Unless you want to say, well, because
I feel like you think you made a point, but
if you're taking, hold on, government you know what saying, hey, give us this private land, and now we're private, and even though the entire commune owns it, it's not publicly owned because it's technically we had to buy this land from the government, so it's a private land that we all share, and we enact communism at the smaller scale. Like, do you see how we're jumping around? And hold on.
So I see how you're jumping through.
No, hold on. I gotta get in here. Hold on.
So I mean, I already tried to explain how they didn't have a solid definition.
No. What's interesting?
Go ahead.
What's interesting here is this is the same argument that Soy just made, that people on the left, when they try to differentiate, we'll blame the concussion, between modern democratic socialism and national socialism. They say exactly what Soy Pill will say. And they'll say national socialists weren't actual socialists because the state didn't own it. But then when you actually look at what the Nazis did, is say Volkswagen, for example, where they nationalized the car industry. Well, when you go, look, you can't actually own part of Volkswagen or be part of Volkswagen if you're not a member of the Nazi party, which is basically, we're owning it through a co-op or a community. So basically, okay, if we want to use your definition, it's a violent socialist government, which is the Nazi definition, or it's B, it's the communist, like Fabian's described. So which is Sword Hill? Which violent government do you want to have?
They say you can't have ownership of it if you're not on our commune.
Well, yeah, if you're not part of the Nazi party, guess what? We kill you and throw you in the Holocaust camp.
That's, I'm sorry, I forgot. If I call them all Nazis instead of people on a commune, it is make them Nazis. So I guess
are you disagreeing that Volkswagen was owned by all private citizens that were all in the same Nazi party?
No, I didn't even invoke this at all. I was talking about if we're bringing up the idea that you can have this libertarian commune where everyone can enact libertarianism. This does exist in real life. I would say that if you can do this and do this in a non-violent way, that you could do the exact same thing with a commune, so much as that all of the people publicly own the same thing. They all share. There's no taxes. There's no, maybe they don't even have rules. They're all just living peacefully together. You can live in this inherently peacefully, unless you bake into the definition of communism that you must abolish private property. Like we're going to get rid of the people who don't want to join this, even though everyone voluntarily. Well, then I guess if you say communism is inherently violent because of the definition of communism, it's inherently violent. It's like, okay,
interesting. If you had listened to my opening, listen, in my opening, I quoted Engels and Marx, the founders of communism, the writers of the Communist Manifesto, said, and I quote, you can't get rid of, you can't have communism without taking over violently private property from citizens. You have to abolish private property. And then he said, furthermore, so that people like you can't reorganize the definition, he goes, guess what? This is exactly what we're doing. Our goal is to abolish public property. So no, you can't be communist without having the abolishment of public property. Or not public property, private property. Excuse me.
I remember hearing earlier that violence is, it includes actions of the state, right? Things like taxes can be considered violence. I would like to also quote Marx and Engels because they also see that the development of the proletariat in nearly all civilized countries has been violently suppressed, and that in this way the opponents of communism have been working toward a revolution with all their strength. If the opposed proletariat is finally driven to revolution, then we communists will defend the interests of proletarians with deeds as we now defend them with words. Because really what they were talking about is defense against the violent suppression of the proletariat. In fact, self-defense against the violence of the state. And therefore, I'm not sure if you could even be considering this unjustified violence now if you actually looked at what Rothbard wrote. Rothbard being, why are you asking me questions while I'm speaking? Rothbard being the person who introduced, I didn't hear it, I was talking. Rothbard being the person who introduced the non-aggression policy to the modern zeitgeist. Now, I didn't say he created it. I didn't say he coined it. I said he introduced it in War, Peace, and the State. He specifically describes vertical violence, but specifically violence in defense of the individual. And he talks about its justification with regards to the non-aggression principle. And yes, when we're talking about people being violently suppressed by the state, I would say that that is an attack on the principle on the proletariat.
So you think communism is an individualist or collectivist philosophy? Number one.
I didn't say that. I said that they were being violently suppressed, and that I thought
right, but
I thought it was defense of the individual,
right?
The proletariat.
The problem is that you hearken to Rothbard, right? You hearken to the concept of in defense of the individual, in defense of the individual's rights, and obviously Rothbard is talking about private property rights here. So you're kind of
including the
right.
personal, including the individual themselves and their physical body.
So
yes,
you're trying to use Rothbard's definition of the defense of individual rights and private property.
The one that you follow?
Take out the private property kind of stuff. Let's not mention that, and then just kind of sneak in that it's in defense.
Well,
of the
my body
individual.
is my private property. My body is my private property. So I didn't actually think it was necessary to describe. I thought somebody who subscribed to the non-aggression principle would agree that your body is your private property, and therefore you can defend yourself.
You've
as
only
an individual.
just figured out in the last 10 seconds that it's the non-aggression principle and not the non-aggression policy.
No, I still call it the non-aggression policy. That's a lie. I still call it the policy because I don't know why, actually. I just keep calling it a policy. I'm working really hard, like consciously, to say principle.
Communism is not self-defense.
No
is not self-defense of the individual, especially the individual's private property.
Well, the proletarians,
as
described, the proletarians as described in the manifesto are all individuals. Last I checked, a community is actually made of singular people who are in a group.
Yes, it is true that a collective.
So you can actually defend yourself as
that's
a collective,
not an argument against what I'm saying.
And that could actually be an attack on the individual because it is an attack on the collective.
You're hearkening a definition. You're hearkening an argument.
A definition that you ascribe to that I am challenging. And you are upset about it.
You're hearkening to an argument from a libertarian Rothbard about the rights of the individual. And yes, the individual can collectivize those rights.
I understand.
But no, you don't. The rights
I do. I just don't care about your argument here.
I know you don't care because you're going to talk over me because you're being lying and you're being slimy by trying to use a libertarian's argument about the defense of private property rights and the rights of the individual from being coerced by the state, and then make that one-to-one with communist revolution against the concept of private property. These two things are obviously contradictory, and to try and use them in the same argument is batshit.
I don't think it's batshit if you're subscribing to the non-aggression principle and you are talking about how violence can be enacted by the state on individuals. And I'm assuming you would agree that communities are actually made of individuals, and therefore an attack on a community would be an attack on each individual of said community. So the community can communally defend themselves against the bourgeoisie, which at times is also the state.
No, listen, yes, an individual can have some form of aggression done to them, and then a group of individuals can have some form of aggression done to them. They can choose to collectivize. Stop, Big Papa, please. You're not understanding. But that is not the same thing as a collective demographic having rights. It is not the same thing as a collective demographic being an entity in and of itself. That is the difference between an individual collectivizing versus a collective. It's the difference between saying, yes, this black person was unfairly treated by the police versus policing is a system of white supremacy against blacks, and all blacks are victims by nature of the system of white supremacy. Like there is a difference between the individual.
Are there not people who believe both?
Well,
I think there are,
believe
right?
in contradictory things, and when you believe in contradictory things, then your argument falls apart.
Well, see, this is why I challenged what you said with something that directly.
Well, let's talk about what you challenged.
With no definitions.
I gotta get. Hold on. Let's get into what she challenged you with, right? So, she first of all, she talked about self-defense. First of all, I would argue that if you're living in the status quo, and the status quo is one thing, it's hard to classify anything. Oh, just oh, status quo, that's oppressing me. That's violence. If you're just living in the status quo, that doesn't mean it's inherently violent. What is inherently violent is something to quote from Engels and Marx once again, because, she's quoting this and she's kind of quoting it out of order. This is interesting. He says, the proletariat will use its political supremacy to wrest by degrees all capital from the bourgeoisie, to centralize all instruments of production in the hands of the state, i.e. of the proletariat, organize the ruling class, and to increase the total of productive forces as rapidly as possible. Can centralizing all instruments of production in the hands of the state be achieved peacefully? Some may think so, guys, but Marx did not. We're going to read on further. Of course, in the beginning, this cannot be effected except by means of despotic inroads on the rights of property and on the conditions of bourgeois production by the means of measures, therefore, which appear economically insufficient and untenable, but which in the course of the moment outstrip themselves, necessitate further inroads upon the old social order, and are unavoidable as a means of entirely revolutionizing the mode of production. That word salad basically means we'll kick the shit out of a ton of people in order to get the job done. That's what it says. That's the creator of communism. He's saying this. So he's saying that you're full of shit, Buckaroo. And then that's why when I examined what Soy Pill said earlier, he's like, oh, we're going to try to paint what Fabian has as some socialist version. No, that's not the same. What Soy Pill actually described was national socialism, where you all have to be a member of a party, and then you have create a co-op or you create a business, and that's what he described. That's not what Fabian is describing. That's not against non-aggression.
Just to be clear, again,
I have a direct response before this.
There's only one party, the Socialist Party. There's only one party, the Communist Party. That's why you're wrong, because it's inherently violent. And if you are a non-communist in a communist country, you have no rights. They kill you. That's how it works.
In his 1872 speech in Amsterdam, Marx explicitly states, we know that one has to take into consideration the institutions, customs, and traditions of different countries. And we do not deny that there are countries like America, England, where the workers may attain their goal by peaceful means. This was actually in one of his speeches. So while I understand you're quoting one thing, I mean, Marx himself said otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, he was also pro-nationalism for Poland and pro-nationalism.
And could I actually get a cite?
But then,
sorry,
he's explicitly anti-nationalist. Like,
I get a citation
agree.
for...
I do agree that if
it's
you grab
the Communist Manifesto,
an actual citation, like where and when. Thank you.
Yeah,
sure.
like
I don't know if the ChatGPT has that. It depends on the book.
Well, I don't. First of all, here's the cool thing about ChatGPT. You would have to use it for it to work for you. Sure. I've never used ChatGPT. I'm too old school. I'm too dumb. The only thing I've ever used ChatGPT for was to make a graphic. But good try there, Soy Pill.
Sorry, it just sounded like
you might want to try. No, I was reading direct quotes from the Communist Manifesto. I'll find the page number for you in a brief moment. I got to pull up my note page. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting though. You might want to start using ChatGPT because, like I said, you described Nazism and basically emphasize that, try to pass it off as libertarian.
Oh yeah, so like 100 people going and forming a commune where they all own the the farm equipment and all that is Nazism by your definition. That's a very interesting one. I've never heard that before. But hey, you do you, buddy. I think what's crazy about this is you have yet to really establish why any of these are inherently violent, only insofar as, well, I've picked communism and I picked that these people who are writing these books are specifically the ones who say that if we want to implement communism on a statewide level, we have to get rid of private property, which is true. What is not taken into account, one, that you can do this on a level that is not statewide. Two, that there are two other things you would have to say are still inherently violent. So socialism and progressivism, which we haven't even covered yet. I just, we're bogging down on I read the quote from the guy who made the Communist Manifesto, who said that obviously if I want to abolish the thing that already exists, I would have to use violence, which, yeah, of course. But if you're baking that into the definition of communism, even if we see that, you still have to say, well, okay, now I have to differentiate socialism and the fact that I could privately own enterprise but still have private property, or if you don't even call it that, somehow that progressivism is also going to be doing these things, unless you think progressivism and socialism and communism are all the same thing. I have a headache.
Well, also, just real quick, since I was asked for a quote, a citation, it's chapter 2 of the manifesto. I don't know which paragraph. You can scroll on in there, but it's in the thing. Now, I haven't asked you for any paragraphs, but if you're going to get needing more of a citation other than chapter 2 of the manifesto, and I give you the date, that's ludicrous. They don't even require that for MLA format most of the time. But good try, though, for being that.
Sorry, when I said when, I just meant when in the paragraph.
Yeah, so I'd like to respond to Soy Pill, right? So first and foremost, your argument is if people do it voluntarily and localize it, then it's not a problem. And I don't disagree with that. but it's just not communism, right? I think it's kind of an insane take to try and defend communism as not inherently violent by trying to redefine communism as something that is voluntary and localized amongst a small group of people, as opposed to workers of the world unite. You have nothing to lose but your chains, right? It is like the announcement of communism is for a revolution across the entire world, regardless of the desires of other people, and paints voluntary exchanges in terms of the capitalists and the ability to use capital accumulation to create the means of productions is in and of itself, exploitative, and therefore it is justified to use violence against the capitalist class. Like
Right.
the
So
idea, that's
Fabian, I agree with you though.
like it's
So
a
like if
silly
you're
point, really.
right,
Come
well,
on.
I think it's silly that if you're saying communism must include the part where they're doing the revolution, then yeah, obviously a revolution is going to be violent. Let's talk about then, I guess, socialism and progressivism. But like, if you don't want to move off the point that communism, as I defined it, is inherently revolutionary, and thus, like the prompt itself is silly that to even question at all. I mean, you said at the beginning, water is wet. It's funny, water is technically not wet. I mean, this is up for debate. Water makes things wet. But the point is, like, yeah, making it into your definition that communism is inherently violent. Therefore, like, we don't even have to debate it because look, they're revolutionary, and you can't do the same thing but on a smaller level. Then okay, then let's talk about the concept of socialism before we walk in circles because the definition is baked into.
Yeah,
the
if you're
argument.
willing, if you're willing to see that communism is inherently violent, and you want to move
I'm not willing to
on
cede it, but I'm willing to talk about the other two things because you guys
you're
don't
not
let
willing
it
to
go.
cede it. So
Hold
we
on.
can continue
Well, you don't have
debating
to.
it.
We don't have to
Come
see it
on.
because Buckaroo asked me for another citation. But let me just give you the second to last paragraph in chapter 2 of the communist paragraph of Communist Manifesto. It said, hold on. Well, I'm going to give you a second one because it's the second to last and the final word on this topic in the second chapter of what the quote that you said. And it says, when in the course of development, class distinctions have disappeared and all production has been concentrated in the hands of a vast association of the whole nation, the public power will lose its political character. Political power, properly so called, is merely the organized power of one class from oppressing another. If the proletariat, during its contest with the bourgeoisie, is compelled by the force of circumstances, that's peacefully, as she put it, to organize itself as a class, if by means of revolution, as I described it, hold on, well, it is what you're describing, though. That's what he describes in the earlier paragraph. But hold on, let me finish. It makes itself the rule. About what I said. No, I'm not lying. I'm educating you because you were wrong about the statement. And this is the final word on it because he describes this.
I gave you different statements.
By force of circumstances is describing the peaceful means in certain select countries like the United States. That's what he's referring to in this paragraph. Now, let me finish. By means of revolution, it makes itself the ruling class, and as such, sweeps away, this is after either under the peaceful or by revolution, this is the next thing he says, sweeps away by force the old conditions of production. Then it will, along with these conditions, have swept away the conditions for the existence of class antagonisms and of classes generally, and there will have abolished its own supremacy as a class. So not only either you're lying now and saying that, oh, you didn't know what happened, or you're just factually incorrect, because he's saying communism, either if they take over peacefully, hold on, and I quoted him too, if he takes over peacefully, then guess what? Once they're in power peacefully, which is the other circumstances described in the special select countries like the United States, they oppress them by force and abolish it. And that's what it says. So either they do it peacefully by force, or they do it later by force after they're in power, or they do it initially by force. But either way, they're inherently violent as communism. So at least we have 1/3 of these. I guess we can move on to focus on just socialism and progressivism, because at least soy bill.
I'd just like to know. I'd just like to know.
All voluntarily said, let's all be communists, and they all just agreed forever they're going to do it.
Can I just say?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Like, let's just say everyone in America.
Will you be quiet for a minute?
Obviously.
No, just be quiet for a second. I was not lying when I quoted Karl Marx. I don't know why you're accusing me of lying because I quoted something different than you.
Well, you quoted something earlier in a duplicitous manner. That's why I called it a lie.
I understand that you are upset that I asked for a citation and therefore you had to read an citation that you could point to, so that you could, I don't know, make claims about me.
No, I'm actually happy. Hold on, I can respond to this.
Any of the viewers could go back and see.
I'm so happy actually that you asked for
I would
citation.
appreciate
No,
if
no,
you
well,
did not explicitly
okay.
lie about
Well,
me
listen,
about
okay.
the claims that I've
Hold on,
made.
Gibbs.
I have
Oh.
not made any statements about accusing you of being a liar or lying about what you're saying or accusing you of not reading. I haven't done any of that, okay? I've just made my argument and I've read quotes, okay? If you have a problem with that, I don't know, close your ears until I'm done talking.
Okay, well, listen, Big Papa Goebbels. Like, what you're doing is a duplicitous attempt at misinformation. Like, that's why it's a lie. So either you,
I'm
then,
duplicitous. You're
I let you
right.
talk. I let you talk. Listen, it's
I thought this
perfidious,
was for after
insidious
the
thing.
panel.
Hold on, I'm just telling you right now what you're doing, and this is why I called you a liar because you put
just
forth a
called me
duplicitous.
Goebbels.
Yeah, Big Papa Goebbels. That's what you're doing. You learned from the best. You're using his propaganda right now. You're literally written there, and you picked a quote earlier in there. And then what's crazy about that? Your exact quote was in certain situations, like the United States or certain European countries like the UK, it could be done peacefully. And then what I did
That was not my exact quote.
Yes, well, cool. I'm paraphrasing. We don't have to go into your exact
Oh,
word.
so you didn't need to use the
No,
word
hold on.
exact quote.
Yeah, cool.
You are lying now.
Listen,
Quite
I'm not
literally.
lying. Listen, you're being
Admiral
bad.
Goebbels
Hold on.
over
Yeah,
here. Am I
Admiral Goebbels.
right?
It's weaker the second time.
Goebbels.
Yeah, but that's fine.
Manipulative,
That's fine.
duplicitous.
What we have here right now is duplicitous line from you. It's fake. Now, what I did here was I came in here after you quoted. I was happy that you made me quote it because it was an earlier thing. And then what we did is we went to the final paragraph, the final two paragraphs in the chapter, right? And where he does an overall summary, where he references the thing you said, which was, it could be peaceful in certain countries. And in that circumstance that you described, which, yes, Marx did say, he did say that thing. He says, after they peacefully take over, they violently oppress and abolish the other things. So either they do it violently after they peacefully take over, or they do it violently initially, but there's no way under Marx, the inventor of communism, and Engels, the other inventor of communism and socialism, that there's a possible way that it is not inherently violent, because by all means, whether through initial violence or through peacefully taking over, they're violent. So you just gave away the game on this one. Thank you. I appreciate it. Big Papa Goebbels for the win.
Just referred to me as a Nazi because I quoted something different from you.
I mean,
you're a goofball.
Yeah,
that's my only response. Yeah, goofy boy. You're a goofy silly boy. Thank you.
Right,
I
so
mean,
Gibbs,
I'm sorry, I just used the tactic.
On your last point, Gibbs, like the idea of like if we shift any political ideology, would it be inherently violent if the one that is the one shifting the new one because it's doing some sort of revolution because not everyone is agreeing on it is going to be inherently violent? Like, doesn't it have to be baked into the actual ideology and not the fact that anything that's going to supplant another thing is going to be violent because you can't get literally everyone to agree?
No, I wouldn't agree with that. Specifically, though, in this case, and this is the reason why I keep quoting this, he says, if they take over, right, by force, they make the change. So that means with a gun to your head. That's one way they're making the change. That's different than say, we all get in office and somehow there's a unanimous 100% we agree on a policy, yada, yada, and there's changes, or 80%. I don't think Fabian might classify voting as politically violent. I mean, I could see how it could be politically violent, but
it's a form
in this
of defensive violence.
Can I
in this way, that's totally different.
Used is from 1848. The quote I gave is from 1872. So it actually is the more recent quote on communism in the first place.
Is the Communist Manifesto the definitive book on communism? Yes or no?
Did you hear what I said? I said that you made the claim.
Communist Manifesto. No. Answer the question. As a political theorist, is the Communist Manifesto?
Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying it's newer. I'm saying, this is the question. I would agree.
Newer, therefore, did he reject
because
communism?
He did make the claim that this was the final.
All of his earlier previous?
This is interesting. Would you agree that the Communist Manifesto is the definitive book?
Pardon me to all of you. We're talking over each other, and that means nobody can actually hear anything you're saying, which I'm sure it's all very important and vital information, but we can't hear you. So let's go one at a time. Admiral, finish your question, then Buckaroo, then to Fabian. Please.
Yeah, I mean, this is a ludicrous thing. Fabian was just starting to point it out. You're saying, it's newer. I mean, that means jack shit. I could say something newer based on policy of the time, whatever. However, what is interesting is I think that we can all agree on that the Communist Manifesto, he has communist in the name, it's the invention of communism, basically, the original thought, the original egg, is the definitive book and reference on communism, right, as a political ideology. So whenever what he says in this can still be upheld, even by what you're saying, if he says what you said, cool, which he says something extremely similar in here, it still falls under the headline of this chapter paragraph that I've quoted. So you haven't disproven that. You basically just say, oh, newer, better, when even that doesn't go against what he said in the original definitive document, which he wrote these things that you're saying in defense of the Communist Manifesto. So even Marx thinks that the Communist Manifesto is the definitive document on communism. Thank you for the dub again.
Marx's perspective is more adequately expressed in Das Kapital. I think everybody here has heard of it. I think everybody here knows that that's the truth. But on top of that, I would like to know
3, 4, like which one?
Sure. I would like to know
contradict each other on economics really bad. Like which volume do you mean?
I would like to note,
Just
if I can finish responding first. All of them. If I can finish responding, a part of the reason I made that point is because Gibbs actually made the claim. He read the paragraph and said, this is his final comment on communism. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, it wasn't. It was actually decades before some of his some more comments on communism. I mean, he was talking about this for basically his whole fucking life. So that is why I pointed out the fact that my quote is actually from after what he was reading. And I just want to know, it wasn't a book. It was a pamphlet. I just weird mix up to get, but I understand if you've never read it that you wouldn't know that.
I have it right next. I mean, hold on. I have it right here next to me. If I need to get the physical copy out for you,
it was originally a pamphlet.
Oh wow! I mean, I'm sure. Okay, that's the most ludicrous thing.
I really want to get more to the points, Gibbs, because I'm really trying to dive into this.
Like this is so stupid. Like this argument.
Soy, do you want to break this down a little bit?
A little bit. Well, I'm still curious on this argument. Gibbs, like the idea of like baking into the idea that because it's revolutionary, it must therefore inherently be violent. Because I will refuse to accept a definition that doesn't involve that revolution. Like if every single society on Earth was a monarchy, and the only thing that people ever advocated for change was democracy, and we said we have to overthrow these monarchs violently to get a democracy, does that make democracy inherently violent or no?
Democracy is a soft variant of communism.
I want to know from Gibbs first, then you can talk.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that something similar. I wouldn't say it's quite a soft variant of communism. I would say it's an authoritarian government based off of the constitutional republic.
No. So I'm saying, okay, do you think the current form of American government is inherently violent?
Yeah.
Okay, what form of government would not be inherently violent?
I don't know. We build a bunch of teepees and live in a nice little society where everybody does the best for them, like a tribalist society.
Okay, so
they don't kill each
wait,
other.
if this is maybe you do have the same definition of Fabian. If you do, then why are we talking about whether or not the Communist Manifesto specifically points out points of revolution? If you think that any form of government enacting any form of law is,
I'll tell you why, because it's been very. I'll tell you why, because it's been very entertaining for me to watch y'all's tactic of trying to turn me and Fabian against each other when we basically had the same definition the whole time, and y'all offered nothing of substance in the last 5 minutes. No, I mean,
you have literally described different circumstances
It's been my turn for a
do
while
not
now.
follow his definition of violence.
Yeah, so it's been my turn for now. So first and foremost, to dispel this myth, I sent him my intro statement. He sent me his. We worked on them together. So obviously we have the same definitions. Second, well, you still haven't been able to respond to mine. So nevertheless, let me remind everybody where we are at, right? So where we are at is the prompt is not, are Republicans more violent than communists? The prompt isn't, are monarchies more violent than these other political systems? The prompt is it true or is it false? Do you stand, resolved or not on the prompt that socialism, communism, and progressivism are inherently violent? We have argued this entire time that they are inherently violent. We have given historical records as to that. We have given a definition of why it meets that. I even preempted and said that there would be this dumb whataboutism that is completely away from the actual prompt, where you try and subvert and confuse and not actually engage. Neither of you can give a coherent definition.
You just keep saying times. You just keep ignoring it. But
they are literally just not listening to what we're saying, and then they say that we haven't done what we've said.
I find
it's kind of goofy.
Yeah, you can keep interrupting me, but until you're willing to give a definition, I don't want to hear shit about it. Yeah, again, you gave a retelling of my definition and then made fun of it. You did not actually give.
No, I said
a
physical harm
definition.
upon another individual intent on furthering political goals, probably excluding anything that is enforcing laws, as long as it's not a violation of some major human right. So anything that
Okay,
is.
so first and foremost, what is a human right?
Oh God! All right. Well, if we're gonna get into the rights debate and saying that
This is whataboutism again.
Oh, if we're gonna debate words, how fucking dare you?
Well,
Just accept my
we don't
liberal
even have to do
framing
that.
of
if we're gonna
everything.
do the libertarian thing, like I said, if we're gonna just say that anything that is
What debate? What the fuck are you talking
breaks
about?
a law,
Don't be a
it's
pussy.
actually
Give your fucking
breaking the
definition.
non-direct.
fucking boring. It's like again, if your obtuse definition
now
is
it's
just every
boring.
government except us all living in
Pussy.
teepees is violent and not why even have the prompt be communism, socialism, and progressivism if you could just say everything is politically violent except for this very specific form of living in this thing where everyone agrees and no government does anything. Like, wow, congratulations. What a fun
I
fucking
gave you
conversation,
a
dude.
definition of political violence. I explained why these systems are inherently politically violent. Then I defined what I believed were the values and axioms of right-wing philosophies and explained why those aren't necessarily politically violent and how they do
Right. And then
sometimes
when I
co-opt
said,
socialism,
hey, here's how this
etc.
fits into your
And then what
definition, you said,
Hold on,
well, that
Sheldon.
doesn't count. And then it's like, well, your definition, even though I just don't like your definition. And then we can just go in circles for that for 40
Okay,
minutes.
so let's go with your definition.
Yeah.
What is human rights?
What do you
No,
think
we don't
it
even
is?
have. We don't even. Hold on. We don't.
How do we define those?
Before we go into
Because
that,
I would say private property is a human right. Therefore, I'll accept your definition.
well,
Okay,
we
does
can, we can,
progressivism say that we can't have private property?
Yes, absolutely and
does.
explicitly.
What?
Listen,
Progressivism
hold on.
says
Hold
you
on.
can't have private property.
I quoted
Go
a
ahead,
progressive
Dave.
leader. First of all, in my opening, which y'all haven't disputed, I quoted a modern progressive leader, and he said to kill the landlords because guess what? They own private property. That's a modern progressive leader. He is a modern progressive
The
leader.
media
Okay, so
certainly
wait.
thinks he is.
If I quote a modern
So
progressive
anyway-
leader who says don't kill the landlords,
hold on.
does
Well,
that cancel out
hold
your
on.
argument?
No, it doesn't. But one,
but yours
but hold on,
supersedes
but
mine
hold on.
no matter
Before
what,
we
yeah.
even need to go down this rabbit hole with the rights, because I'm going to let Fabian take that one. I guess that's more. It'll be more fun. I want to point out that even by Soy Pill's definition, right, they still, if they go outside the tribalist, we're going to live in loincloths and live happily with nature, whatever, and they have a government come in here and start ordering you around. Guess what? That is inherently violent by his own definition. Because no matter if you define rights, no matter if you define the rights by how Fabian's about to, we can sit here and go, at some level, if you force change on this tribe and put a government in there that makes them change how they've been living and forcefully, guess what? That's violent. Now, Fabian, go ahead and tell us about the rights.
In my intro, I disagreed with that completely, and I said that in fact you can do freedom of association and leave, which Fabian actually agreed. You can do that. You can go live in these communes if you want to. Therefore, enforcing the laws of society that we all agree on when we live here, and by leaving, we can then leave that pact is not violence. If you say, yeah, you're allowed to go if you want to. So that's ridiculous. If you're quoting just Hassan Piker as like, yep, that's progressivism. Sorry, any and all examples of the entire democratic progressive movement that is not trying to abolish private property, that's not progressivism. But this guy that I don't like who wants to get rid of landlords, that's progressive.
So real quick, Soy Pill, if I go to your house,
go ahead.
Soy Pill,
Fabian.
Soy Pill, if I go to your house and I put a gun to your head and I say, I'm going to blow your fucking brains out if you don't leave this apartment right now, is that a choice for you to leave? Yeah, you can choose to leave, right?
Yep.
So by that definition, that would be non-violent if I threaten to blow your brains out if you don't leave all of your property in your home.
Yeah, that's the exact same thing as the government enforcing laws and taxes. I agree. Yeah.
Okay, well then chalk up another dub for me since you're too much of a
sarcastic.
coward to engage.
Stupidest fucking analogy ever. Well, yeah, like, okay, I'm born in a place and I can go to any other country with any other set of rules I want, but because I didn't choose to be born here, oh man, oh mom, this is unfair to me. This is violent that there's a fucking social pact that we all pay into and agree upon. This is the stupidest libertarian brain rot ever. I knew this was gonna fucking happen. But
hold on.
You're not. You're no. Hold on.
Or like,
why is it that you're so scared of actually engaging in debate? Is it because you know you'll fucking lose like you have all night?
It's so fucking boring because
no,
you have
but
all
even by his own,
if you're so fucking bored, then leave.
Where it's like, what do you mean?
If you're too afraid to debate and you won't engage in the hypotheticals, you won't engage in the arguments.
How progressivism and socialism aren't inherently violent, but if you want to talk about how like fucking libertarian brain rot, all taxation is theft, everything is a violation of the NAP, it's just fucking boring. It's going in circles, and it doesn't actually contend on anything existing in real life where this has to be borne out out in a reality where this fucking works. It's the lamest fucking thing ever. We could talk about these 3 things. I'm happy to.
I don't know. You
If you want
sound
to go
like you're
talk about
whining and
fucking
bitching
NAP
about
and
the
bullshit
format
and
of
like
the
get
debate.
into like the libertarian theory, it is the most brain rotting, boring thing I ever had to talk about. I'm not scared
get
of
it.
it.
You're a
I just
coward.
don't want to fucking kill myself.
Oh, I got
get it.
something.
You won't engage with the debate. That is like without a doubt.
I got
the most
Fabian, do you believe
objective
the
way
Earth
to
is flat?
lose.
Do you believe the Earth is flat, Fabian?
No.
No, you don't believe the Earth is flat? You want to debate about it, though?
See?
I believe the Earth is flat.
This is what I'm doing for you. This is the world's
I think
slowest
you should-
playing. My
I
heart
think you should
cries
stick
for
to
you
the
right now.
topic.
So I feel like, goddamn,
But
bro.
no,
like,
I don't believe in that.
I've never
Was the
seen
topic
more.
whether or not taxation is violence.
I've never seen more crying and caterwauling than I have heard in the last 5 minutes of Soy Miller. Like, this is outlandish. Like, you're sitting here arguing. You can't name one socialist country that exists today that is not violent. North Korea, violent. I mean, we can argue communist China, which
Europe
maybe
is
is more
violent,
social.
Gibbs?
Yeah, I would argue that Europe is
Any
like,
one of those
yeah.
violent.
Like a dem
Are you serious?
Yeah, like you think they're inherently violent, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you know European history?
No. Current Europe.
Yes.
Like Sockdam, like Nords. They're inherently
Yeah, I
violent,
mean, I would argue. Look at the UK. You can't even sit here and tweet without
Well,
getting
He
arrested.
did say stock dem Nords,
I said
right?
stock dem Nords.
I mean, I could just listen. You can point to some random country, whatever, doesn't matter.
Stock dem
Okay,
Nords.
I'm pointing to Norway, all right?
He's
I'm
using
pointing right at
doesn't
Norway.
matter.
It's that
It doesn't.
direction,
Listen,
okay? I'm
you
pointing
think Norway's not inherently violent? They're a like a homogenous population. They're partially the reason why they're able to have any kind of social because guess what? They enforce their homogeneity.
Aren't there immigrants on like an island right now because they won't let them go into normal
Yeah,
society?
I mean, and then the Falkland
Please
Islands,
allow
that's the other
me
thing, British.
to interrupt one more time. Let's reset. Listen, when you're all going, it really just nobody hears anything you're saying. So at least try to be respectful. I know we all want to kind of chime in and go crazy on each other. Are you okay?
Yeah, he'll be fine.
I'm recovering from the flu. Sorry, I told you.
Whew. I thought you were like puking or something, but please be mindful of that. Okay, pick it back up.
Right. So, Gibbs, I was asking if you think these things are inherently violent because you say I can't point to a socialist or communist country that's not inherently violent. And that's why at the beginning I said, well, I can't point to a single government that's not inherently violent if you use the definition that enforcing laws and taxation is inherently violent. So my question is, what makes
then you gave us
Norway
the game.
inherently violent? Yeah, it gives up the game if I use your stupid, obtuse, broad definition that says everything is violence and not, hey,
well, even by your
when we talk about
definition.
Nazism and fascism, which you brought at the beginning, like, hey, yeah, they're killing dissidents. They're locking them up. They're inherently like set to expand and get Lebensraum. This seems like a politically violent ideology that is baked into the only way that we can exist and succeed is to take over other people and suppress those dissidents, which is very different from most countries that don't do that. So I would assume that if you're going to use some sort of definition, it would have to be something that distinguishes it from literally every government ever. So that's why I don't use your stupid definition.
Where's the line? Where is the line in your definition, right?
Well, I don't
because
know
you
exactly
won't
where the line is, and
engage
we can
because
get
there's
into
no
the
line.
Loki's wager, but I'll tell you
Soy
this:
Bill, stop
I think
interrupting.
100
Soy Bill,
people
stop
going
interrupting.
into a commune is
Hold
not
on.
Soy Bill,
Nazism.
stop
It's
Let
interrupting.
Fabian finish, please.
Well,
Yeah. So no, you interrupted while I'm trying to explain the context of behind the question. So what I've heard from you is a definition, and then I've said I'll even accept your definition, and then you ran away because I said private property is a human right. But now I'm going to try a different avenue of attack. Maybe you'll engage because you haven't all night. Where is the line where the things that you've described become political violence, but lesser acts of force and coercion against people's will are for some reason not considered political violence when they are like when does it cross over into political violence for you?
Right. So I think when you're getting into things like suppressing free speech, when you're getting into things, let's just take the Bill of Rights, right? Okay, the Bill of Rights is, I think, a pretty good like litmus test or a template for if you're like strictly violating these things, you're stepping into some sort of like violence, right? Versus, hey, I'm saying you should pay taxes or else you go to jail is very different from the government says you're not allowed to criticize it. And while I might not be able to draw the most specific thick line of, yep, as soon as you step over this, it's politically violent. And I think that's kind of a Loki's wager fallacy of like, well, if you can't draw it, it doesn't exist. I think we can pretty clearly say that the violations of something like, I don't know, Germany today are nowhere close to the violations of Germany in 1940. And then we can kind of break out the minutia and say, okay, well, how would communism, socialism, or progressivism fit into what we would definitely all agree would be like the Nazi government versus something today which is not inherently violent unless you think that all forms of enforcing laws and taxation are, in which case it would be pointless to talk about it at all.
Okay, so it's pointless to talk about, but here's my problem. We can both agree that a million nails is different than one nail. I can obviously say that, you know, the UK locking people up because they have bad tweets isn't the same thing as like Nazi Germany putting Jews in Dachau. Like we can say
you could say those things are similar, Fabian. To your point.
Stop.
To your point.
Soy pills stop. Right. So we can see these are two substantively different things. But it is not a fallacy to demand that you are able to tell me what is the limiting principle or what is the thing that makes it political violence and not political violence. Because as of right now, all you were saying is, I can look at it in extreme and I can name that political violence, but I look at something that's far less extreme and it's not political violence because it doesn't make me feel a certain way. That's not acceptable.
To be clear,
I don't
in my
accept
intro,
that.
I said suppression of dissidents. I said, what else did I say here? Because I have it all written down here. And, you know, if whether or not you want to list this, excising undesirables, suppressing dissent to maintain order. And like, that's why I used fascism and Nazism as these examples, because we can clearly see that's happening. Now, I might even grant you the way that the UK is doing this, although not the exact same as the way the Nazis are doing this, could be like a suppression of free speech. I'd have to look at the examples because I hear right-wing people bloviate about this all the time, and I don't actually know what people are tweeting. Could be something that I might agree is probably illegal. But that is a suppression of dissent and maybe even a violation of free speech that we could agree, hey, this is political violence versus anything else that we talked about.
First of all, why does it need to reach a certain level before it is the thing, as opposed to the minutia of the thing? And secondly, when does it become, why is that political violence and other acts of coercion not violence? You still haven't answered my question. You've just said, these things make me feel bad and they look real bad. That's not an argument.
Well, can I just jump in and let you respond to both of us real quick, Soy Pill, because you kind of addressed this originally to me with Norway. Well, okay, before you can include what he said, but I'd also like you to include this. I think you would agree. I know Buckaroo is definitely going to agree with this. That systemic racism and systemic oppression, that would be political violence, right? And I can sit here and point to reports from the UN that say that there is substantial. Yeah, I can't talk to that. I have a concussion once again. There's a substantial amount of oppression and discrimination within the system of Norway's governments. We can look at labor markets. We can look at it's specific with housing. I can look at ethnic discrimination, all through our stuff, specifically racism against Africa. And also, if we go further back into their history, the reason why they're able to be socialist now, partially is because of the oil, but also partially due to their benefits from colonialism. So once again, even in the system you described, they are inherently violent. So unless you disagree about that, then I mean, I don't know.
Hold on. So you're using the fact that they're homogenous and might discriminate against people that don't look like them, which is not part of their political ideology. This is like things about
says who? Oh, well, that's what you said about the Nazis.
What? No, the Nazis explicitly make it encoded in law to discriminate, which is very different from a group of people.
So housing regulations is not encoded in law?
Are there housing regulations that say,
according to the UN, there are.
Are they specifically discriminating against people in their housing regulations? Because if so, if this is like redlining, if they have that in Norway, I could say that, yeah, that's treading more into a politically violent ideology, but I don't think that's inherent to it. That's a bunch of people within the ideology who are saying, hey, we have this ideology, we're paying more taxes and doing these welfare programs, and then the people inside decide to be racist, does not automatically attach it to that ideology. In the same way you could have racist capitalism and you could have peaceful capitalism, which is what I said at the very beginning. You could have a peaceful monarch so long as everyone is on the same
specific government policy from the Norwegians. They have a active suppression and harassment that is endorsed by the government of the Sami people in Norway. Do you know of this?
I don't. Tell me more.
Well, I mean, maybe you should look this up because you're sitting and putting them out there as a golden child of the socialism that has no political oppression, political rights. Yeah,
no,
really, they were and they were very sympathetic to the Nazis back in the day, if you recall. But hey, let's just ignore history. Let's ignore the oppression that's happening currently. Let's ignore the systemic racism. I know your partner doesn't even agree with you on this.
Your partner doesn't agree with you on this. We had a whole thing about how he thinks it's okay for black people to not associate with white people and vice versa. He doesn't even agree with the Civil Rights Act. So don't get on me about partner discohesion, buddy.
Gibbs, you've given literal descriptions of violence that do not adhere.
Have we brought up the Civil Rights Act at all tonight? Or is it just another form of your fucking code? Because you won't answer my question.
You probably don't think these things are inherently violent or not.
Buckaroo, you were trying to say something.
I just remember Gibbs giving multiple descriptions of violence that didn't actually fall of violence and political violence that didn't actually fall into Fabian's description of political violence, which is a part of why we keep saying
Can you name one?
that actually they
Yeah,
disagree.
name one.
Let me see if I actually have the opening written down.
Yeah, I mean, you can look, but you're not going to find any because they all fit in Fabian's definition. So,
No, I mean, we already
You have it
both
written down.
challenged it so many times. That's why it's like kind of annoying. That
well,
it
hold on,
seems
then
like we just have to keep
said-
saying
No, you
it again.
didn't. I've been
Because
asking you to give a coherent
because even in
definition
my-
the
Well,
entire
Then
time.
Soul
even in
even
my-
said, "Oh God, you might actually have the same definition of political violence." Then, so
Yeah,
so
once you've got
because
both
even-
meandered together and tweedledeed and tweedledummed into each other in the maze. you got
no,
to
it's
be
more like
fine.
we
Even in
led you
my
by the
opening,
nose to the
I-
promised land.
I guess it's just
What was that, a Jewish comment, bro?
it's like growing amusement on my part that they keep saying you can't even give a definition when my whole opening was, yeah, they won't even be able to give a whole definition that they can completely agree upon, that they both actually express. And then even then, okay, just because you guys think you agreed doesn't mean you've made the same argument. I can't even. I don't
We
even know what to
have.
tell
We
you.
agree.
But on top of that,
We sent each
but
other
on
our
top of
opening
that,
statements.
this
We
is
agreed
why
to it. We've said
top
on the
of that-
panel we've agreed to
okay,
it. You
sending
have
each other
no
opening
counter.
statements. But on top of that, my opening statement points out explicitly that even when we're talking about political violence, the political violence that every other person on the street thinks is political violence isn't the same political violence that we're talking about here. And when we're
I'm
we're
about to
trying
lose
to
my
imply,
shit, Sarah. I'm about to lose my shit. For the love of
did you
fucking
guys not
God,
listen
if you
to my
think
opening?
people, if
It's
you think
literally
there
just
are
like they didn't
opposing
listen.
definitions,
It is
if you think
unironically
there
like
are
they just did
opposing
not.
definitions,
I was
then
still
give
talking when you
yours.
interrupted. It is
I think he has a
like
he has
they-
a point
It is
there.
unironically like they did not listen to my opening, though. My whole
I heard it.
opening
It's
was
stupid.
about this.
Give your definition. If you
Well,
think
hold on,
that
I
there are
think your
competing
opening's stupid,
definitions,
so you have to
give
give a better
yours.
definition. I don't
If
like
you
your definition.
refuse
agree
to
with
give
Soy,
any
though.
definition
You
and
and
say
I
we
worked
all
on this
just
from the
disagree, it's
beginning.
amorphous, then you're running like a baby
Yeah,
back
but-
bitch.
Yeah, but the only way
to
why-
borrow Admiral Gibbs's terms.
Say
Yeah,
My
I mean,
main
and
statement
that,
was
I've
that
used
you
this
guys
as a
are
definition as
Your
well.
argument can't just be
Oh.
nuh-uh.
Well, this
Like,
is why
fucking
I
give an
They
argument.
don't want
Fabian,
me to
this
answer, I
is
won't.
why I
Fine.
used
They don't
me and
want me
Fabian.
to respond.
Hold on. We've been
If
responding
they
for a
did,
minute
they
here.
wouldn't interrupt me.
Hold
every
on.
time I did.
Listen, it's real simple. Well, the reason why you're getting interrupted is because you're just sitting here either lying or misinformed
haven't
or not
lied.
understanding. So listen,
No,
Big Papa
you guys
Goebbels,
have
once
not
again,
listened to me.
Receiving
calm
the
down with the
propaganda.
propaganda. Let's go back to what Fabian said. On one side, we've not disagreed. In fact, your partner's even granted that we do have the same definition. Secondly, I've also used his definition and shown, even in his
You're very bad at
beautiful
doing that.
golden city on the hill that is Norway, that even
You
then,
don't have to
guess
scream. I
what?
can still hear
Yeah,
you.
cool. Listen, it's called pizzazz. It's presentation.
It's hurting my
Learn about it.
ears. Your
Well, cool.
pizzazz
Then
is
listen,
painful.
it's okay. Cool.
This
I'm
is
glad that
violence
you-
against
listen,
me.
Listen, that's
Through a
good. It
political
is.
means.
It is violence. It is
Why?
violence.
All right.
It is violence. But you know what you're
He's
doing
breaking
here is
the
you're trying.
NEP.
Listen, I think it's crazy that you're trying to distract me, but you're not. He's sitting here trying to.
Not trying to
sit here-
distract you. You're
sit
just
here-
annoying me.
Listen. I'm trying to finish the thought here.
I'm
He's
the
sitting here trying.
propagandist.
He's sitting. Yes, you're doing a good job. It's called interrupt and
You
not
are
let
the one
somebody
who's
get
making
do
the
his
endless
black-
Listen,
All
accusations.
right.
once again,
Okay.
once again,
All right,
to my
children.
golden city on the hill
All
that
right.
Soy Pills described.
Land
Even
plan.
in Soy Pills, golden city on a hill that is Norway. Guess what? That is definitely going to be violence. In fact, let me just go one step further and use the actual golden city on the hill. That would be the city of God, the kingdom of heaven come down. Guess what? Even in a Christian philosophy where this theory comes from, where you have the ultimate socialist utopia, you have that enforced by the Lord High God.
Are you telling me God is a socialist?
Yeah, and the only way it works is because he's got all powerful and he's got
God
all
is
the
a
resources.
socialist.
Well, yes, because in the only way socialism
Okay,
works.
so
Hold on,
maybe
let me-
you're
can I
the
finish?
one
Can
who's
I
wrong,
finish?
considering
Hold on,
you're
let me
the
finish.
Antichrist.
Hold on.
Let me
hold
finish.
On, hold
Let me
on.
finish.
Gibbs, land the plane.
I know I'm not landing the plane because I'm getting interrupted every 2 seconds. It's simple. The reason why it would be socialism in a biblical sense under the Bible is because one, God's all powerful and God has endless resources, and He
It's not
enforces
socialism
it
'cause
through
there's no
His
scarcity.
Hold on. Well, yeah. Well, I guess that's an argument. But if there is, He sits there, it forces us through His might against all other powers, right? And then He provides, right, through this. That's socialism in a sense. So even in the most pure theological Christian sense, you can argue this is socialism, and it's enforced by violence. At no level, theological or in Soy Pill's perfect world, or in the practicality of every other socialist country, is it not enforced by violence? And that's by His own definition. Not to mention, it falls under everything that we've said in ours.
Okay,
How does
so
God
wait, no, I need to respond to this, Papa.
how does
Okay, so
God
just to be clear,
enact
no, Papa, please,
violence in
Papa,
heaven?
please. Okay, so
I was
if
the
you're
one
gonna,
interrupted for him to go on this fucking rampage about how
It's
God
called
is
a
a
whooping.
socialist.
I mean,
okay, so if you're the reason I pointed out Norway was not to say that, oh well, look, they're perfect and they've never done anything violent ever. The point was to show you that if you have a dem sock thing and you're saying that that is politically violent, as I said at the very beginning, you're going to then say that, oh well, based on the prompt, literally everything is political violence. Every government that's ever existed, that is a completely fruitless, pointless definition. And the same way I could ask you, hey, did the Nazis violate human rights? And you would answer, literally every person ever has violated human rights. Every government in the entire world. What a fucking pointless statement. Are you going to point to the fact, now I actually grant you this, if you want to specifically weasel in the definition of communism to inherently mean revolution, then technically you can kind of get on how that's inherent, but I don't know why you would even bother if you believe the same thing as Fabian, which is that all governments are inherently violent. That's the fucking point. So are you going to talk about why these specific three things in the prompt are inherently violent, or are you going to keep jumping back to, well, no, if they've ever done anything violent ever, they're inherently violent ever? Like, what's
crazy?
First of all, what's
strung
crazy
together like 7 straw mans. It's
what's
what's
crazy
your
is
inability to argue.
Well, Fabian, what's crarazy is in this word salad he just put
Fabian
forth
Goebbels.
is that, we're going to weasel in the literal definition, the literal
It's revolutionary
policy prescription that Engels and Marx and then every other leader from Mao to Pol Pot to fucking Stalin has implemented communism. Then we can talk about socialism. Go look at like Juche. Every single one, the Nazis. We can even talk about democratic socialism today. I can sit here. I can sit here and go through all these. We can talk about Norway. Listen, I don't have to do that because let's talk. Okay, let's talk about.
Answer the question.
Let's talk about a government that's not inherently
violent. Everybody take a chill
Let's
pill
talk about a
and
government
settle
that's not
down.
inherently violent.
Sure. Yeah. Let me answer. So I already did when I brought up Prospera, and I brought up the Republic of Kospaya from 1440 to 1826. Those are two examples of voluntary governments that are completely not inherently violent. But I also want to point out that when I made my opening statement, which again neither of you are able to contend with, that I said that yes, the right has many times co-opted and used power and violence to maintain their values and their axioms. But my argument against your whataboutism, because you can't even because I knew that you would run away from the prompt itself and instead engage in whataboutism about the right or saying that the definition was too broad, was that these are not inherent to the right wing. It is very simple, and the simple argument is this: is that leftism rejects private property rights. It does. Progressivism does. Socialism does, and obviously communism rejects private property. Now, you may say, absolutely.
No, how?
How? Well, I mean, taxation is just one example of a rejection of private property rights.
Wait, do you
it
think
says
that
that some portion?
Do you think Prospera was inherently violent?
Yes, Prospera.
Did you know
was
they had
inherently
taxes?
violent. I told you. I even gave you the specific tax rate, which is 5.4%.
Yeah.
It is a voluntary community. It is
So
not
as long as
an
everyone
involuntary
agrees that
taxation.
taxes are okay, it's not violent.
It's if people agree to do something, then it's not violent if people voluntarily.
So it's
agree
not
to do it.
inherently violent because there is a possibility that everyone could agree that it's okay, right?
Well, there is a possibility.
Okay,
of
cool.
some universe-
All right.
Hold on.
See the whole
Hold on,
fucking
you're not getting the
Hold on,
W
let me
that
do the
you
other
think.
thing. I win. Also, we won the whole time. They conceded in the beginning. They're totally off the things, and I declare victory, Sarah. We won the entire thing. A WW.
That's what's
This
happening.
Putting on both my other sunglasses.
You know what? Let me hit the bomb because it's still what you're saying makes sense.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me hit this bomb. Let me hit this bomb.
Gibbs, no.
Just hit the bomb real
let
quick
me-
because that's the only way what they're saying makes sense. Go ahead.
Yeah. So again, the difference is that when it is non-voluntary, all it requires is for one person to have for two individuals or two or more individuals, because it needs to be intersubjectively communicated, but that's neither here nor there.
What does inherent mean, Fabian?
I'm not going to let you continue to derail.
Whoa!
me
Why
so
are you
can
running
get
away from
this-
the definition of
Hold on.
inherent, Fabian? What does inherent
let him
mean?
finish. Let him finish, and then you can.
What's the
He's
definition of the
trying
word
to dodge,
is?
Sarah. He's running away.
What is the definition of the word is?
I'm not. The idea that you're accusing me of running away from arguments when you explicitly stated that you refuse to engage in several arguments.
Dude, I'm not actually accusing you of it. I'm being you. That's the point.
Got it. I
Finish
don't know
your
why
thought,
you're
Fabian,
here.
and then we
but
can
anyways,
entertain the question to
so
define.
again, right. So again, it is true. For example, I'll do it in an example so it makes more sense, right? So Robinson and Crusoe are on an island, right? And they're deserted. Now Robinson wants to leave the island, so he finds this big beautiful stick and says, "This will be a big beautiful stick for my raft." Crusoe, however, doesn't think you're going to get off of the island, and he doesn't want to build a stick. So instead, he wants to take that stick and make a fishing pole so that they have food to eat. Now, what you have introduced is you have introduced conflict. You have two individuals that want scarce resources towards opposing means. So any system that is to claim itself to be ethical must be conflict avoiding. It cannot be conflict inducing. Yes, it is true that Robinson could convince Crusoe of the superiority of building a raft. Yes, it is true that both of them could just decide for whatever reason that they both want a raft. But in the event that individuals want to use scarce resources towards opposing means, it is only voluntary exchange. It is only capitalism that gives this conflict a form of resolution. Communism does not do this. Socialism does not do this. Democracy does not do this. Progressivism does not do this. All of these systems say might makes right. That is the claim that you believe, which is contradictory to ethical claims. Now, my argument from the beginning is that these are not inherent to right-wing philosophies, that right-wing philosophies are willing to give private property rights. They are willing to give, to cede that liberty so long as they do not see their values or their preferences in some way, shape, or form deteriorate. It is a prison's dilemma situation where so long as everybody is cooperating, the right says you have the liberty to do what you want to do. It is only when those things begin to, when the culture begins to degrade, when crime begins to occur at high rates, when people begin to demand more and more wealth redistribution, that the right comes in with its philosophy of order-based violence and then begins to impose its order, what I would say, violently against those. But it is not a necessary component to the right because the right is willing to cede private property rights. It is willing to live in a society in which people act freely. The left, progressivism, communism, socialism, claims that that liberty in and of itself is problematic. They claim that when people are dispossessed, that we need wealth redistribution in order to fix this problem. Or in the most extreme example of communism or classical Marxism, they claim that the very concept of private property itself is immoral. That is the difference between the inherent violence of the left and the fact that the right sometimes uses that violence, but that it is not inherent necessarily to the ideology. That is my argument from the beginning.
I figured out why they're confused, Fabian. I figured it out. It's real simple. They've been sitting here thinking we disagree on this. Now, I think it's because they've done panels with me before, and they know that I sit here and talk about might makes right. And in the end, my biggest
you just bite the bullet. Yeah,
I bite the bullet and say might makes right, and then I say I want my side to have the might, not the other side. However, that doesn't mean I disagree with his stance that these are violent actions. So when you're sitting here trying to like obfuscate. Well, I mean, then you're just confused.
We listened to what you said, and you were saying
well, then you just didn't understand what I said.
What he said.
I didn't contradict what I said. Well, here's the crazy thing.
We asked for multiple.
We've asked you to name one. You haven't been able to do that yet. So what did I say that contradicted? Yeah, well, you've been looking, right?
Right. I didn't. I actually.
You asked me to cite one earlier, and I had the paragraph ready after a while, and the chapter number. Now it's time for you to cite one. Can you cite one example from my opening now, please? We waited about an hour.
The reason it's contradictory is because instead of going with Fabian's definition and then just arguing based on the property value, violations or NEP violations, you started going into the specifics of a specific ideology and the specific things that would make it violent under more of what I would say is violent, which is killing people, subverting.
Your definition is violent.
That's not a contradiction, you dumbass. So that's a contrary.
I'm sorry. I mean, even by your more narrow definition, I'm still right. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Actually, it's not even a contrary. They're not contradictory or
maybe if you read philosophy, you'd know what it was. But
go ahead, Soy.
I guess nobody here does.
Do you know the difference between a contrary and a contradiction?
Well, do you know a contradictory point yet?
Do you?
Do you know a contradictory point yet, Buckaroo? Wait, no, you don't.
Hold up.
Go
ahead, Soy.
Got it.
Okay, so first, I don't know if this is like a thought experiment. This is a very kinetic thing, but Robinson Crusoe, isn't that one name? Isn't that one guy? Am I crazy?
He said
Yeah,
the other guy's
there's a
name.
book where the guy's name is Robinson Crusoe, but
why did you
again,
split them
not-
up? Like one guy got like Robinson
Just
got a
for the
stick.
thought
and Crusoe
exercise,
got
two
a
names,
stick.
bro.
Okay,
Come
I
on,
was just
move on.
curious. I was very confused with that part. But anyway, the idea that yeah, sure, you can control. You could say like, yeah, I could tell you to do this, and technically it's not like a violence upon you because I'm convincing you. Well, okay, well in your Prospera thing, if two people decide, hey, I don't like this, and they want to leave, they can, right? There wouldn't be some sort of violence that would prevent them from leaving, prevent them from maybe saying, I don't like this tax rate in Prospera. They would be able to have some associate and go somewhere else. No,
they're able to leave. What does that have to do with anything? Yes,
you're
people are
saying
able to leave
Prospera is not inherently violent, right?
Correct. Prospera is not
Right, because
inherently
everyone
violent.
agrees on the tax rate.
They agree going in.
Right, they agree going in.
They
So
agree.
if two
They sign a
people-
voluntary contract.
and then two
So-
people say, you know what, I don't like this anymore. It's still not inherently violent because they would leave, I'm assuming, right?
They've already agreed to a contract.
They've already voluntarily agreed to be there. What are you talking about?
Wait, okay. So
if you work
you
at a
can
job,
never
if you
change
work
your
at a job,
mind.
no,
if you
if
ever
you work at a
change your
job
mind,
and you get a job for $17 an
Right,
hour, right?
okay,
And then you've
so-
been working there for a year, and then you want a raise, and then
Yeah.
your boss says, "Actually, I don't want to give you a raise."
You can
Like
quit,
that's
right?
not violence all of a sudden.
But you can quit, right? Yeah, it's not violence. I'm saying it's not violence.
Right, yeah,
right?
but
If
in
they
the-
say
in the
I don't want to
contract-
live here
What's your
anymore,
point?
that's
Land
not
is
violence.
claim.
Soy, I know
Not
why
a
he's
gotcha.
confused.
I'm leading
No,
into
I
something.
know why
I'm
he's
asking if
confused.
you want to
Because
leave, it's not violence,
Well,
right?
well, Soy, the reason why you're confused is because in the contract they agreed to go there. They're moving to a new location, which is Prospera. In the contract, if they choose to no longer abide by the rules, they've already previously agreed that they will leave. So that's the stipulations of the contract they've agreed to. So
I
it's
just like
not
to point out
violent
that
if they
Prospera
follow
isn't
the rules
socialism,
of what they've
progressivism,
agreed
or
to.
communism,
I'm not
by the
saying
way.
it is. You
So
guys
I don't
are
know what
getting hung
this
up, like I'm
is.
trying to
Yeah, I
sneak
mean,
you
they
into
don't
a
have any argument
defense.
against
The
their
whole
actual
point I'm
props.
saying is that if you
Right?
feel the same way about any of these other societies that you say are inherently violent, like
But
Norway,
I just disproved how it's
I
inherently
didn't
violent.
agree.
But wait,
I
hold on.
didn't
Are you,
agree.
by
are you
virtue of being
saying
born,
that
you can still leave? What do you mean? It doesn't matter
No,
if you
Soy,
agree to
Soy,
that.
if you
Do you think
hold
I had
on,
a
hold on,
choice
Soy,
in my
if you
birth?
agree to a
No, but you have a
hold on.
choice to leave the country, right?
No, but if you
That's-
agree to a
again,
contract
if
before
I
you
go
go
to
in,
your house and I point a gun at your head and I say you can either leave or I can blow your brains out, you have a choice to leave. But it's not
but
a
he's missing the
voluntary
most
That's not even
obvious
what the
part.
government's doing. They're
Soy,
saying, hey,
you're-
if you live here, yeah, this is the tax rate, and if you don't like it, you can leave.
Soy, no, but you're missing the most obvious part that makes this big difference, right? His argument, Fabian's putting forth, right, and this is really the simplest one, is, okay, if you're born into a country, you didn't previously agree. If you're going to Prospera, you are assigning something, you're agreeing to the rules. If you decide, I no longer want to live by these rules, in the contract you've already agreed to, that you leave. If you don't leave, you're the one causing the violence at that
I
point.
understand that you signed out initially. Do you think hunger is like unfair because I didn't agree to be hungry and I have to eat, and the world is forcing me to eat food? Like, do you understand that it's like you're making this weird fallacious thing where just because I was born in a country which has freedom of association, you can leave it whenever you want? Because I don't like the rules. It's violent that they have a set of rules because you
Can
now
you eat
exist
bugs?
in it. What?
Can you eat bugs?
Of course you can.
I love how you
then it doesn't
blended
matter if
the
you go hungry, 'cause
accusation.
you don't ever have to go hungry.
sorry.
You
But
can eat
it's
bugs.
unfair.
if you
But
need
it's
to.
unfair. Like I'm being forced to eat these bugs.
This is
right?
so. This is you blended an accusation of a
And he
fallacy
still is not addressing the problem.
with an argument, a communist argument, I might add, that scarcity equals violence, and it's really weird because it has nothing to do with the fucking prompt or what we're arguing. It's like you just
you're
threw
arguing
out
that
two
by
random
being
nonsense
born in
things.
a country, it's inherently violent because you don't agree to the rules by being born.
No,
And I'm
not
saying,
being
okay,
born
is
in
it-
the country is not. How are you this incapable of following the argument?
maybe you're just not
Nobody
listening
ever
to me.
said
I
that.
understand it's hard and you
I'm
want to
listening
ignore
to
half
you.
the shit I
I'm-
said, but
I'm listening
it's a
to you, I
pretty
promise.
common theme
Being-
throughout this. I mean, can you
being
even say why
born-
progressivism is somehow incompatible with
I have-
capitalism when there are so
I
many
have
progressive
so
capitalists, or is
many
that
times.
also inherently violent? Because you said capitalism is the only way to freely associate in these things. If progressivism allows for some private property, if it
Progressivism is
allows-
anti-capitalist.
It's literally not. I don't know what
It
to
is.
tell you.
It is.
It's really not.
Okay, so wait, do you think that Norway is not capitalist? It's strictly socialist because it's stem cell.
I didn't
Or
say
do
it
you
was
think that Germany?
strictly socialist. It depends on. It's a mixed market economy. Now you can
Okay.
make the argument that it is capitalistic, that it has some elements of capitalism, but
Like
to make
private
the argument that it is capitalist would mean that it is pure capitalist, that it is laissez-faire capitalist, would mean that
Okay,
it is
capitalism is only
anarcho-capitalist.
laissez-faire, just to be clear. That's the definition we're working with.
I'm working off of the concept
That's the one
of
he's just
voluntary
presented,
exchange.
to be clear, not just the one we're working with, the one he has presented.
If you want to use capitalism as a definition in the way that communists use it, then everything that is bad is capitalism. Now, mine has
No,
some
I mean we're having a
coherence to it.
non, communist economy where we have, freedom of association and private entities and businesses, which is like totally allowed in every progressive society on the planet. That's what I mean.
Again, this has nothing to do with whether or not these three ideologies presented are inherently violent.
It does, because you say progressivism is inherently violent because it doesn't allow private property.
You have gone into this new argument, which is an attack against libertarianism and the way in which I am defining capitalism. But again, you are the one that is making the claim that progressivism, communism, and socialism are not inherently violent. That is what you are here to defend. It has
First of all, you're the
no bearing whether or not other political
is without your libertarian definition, which I'm attacking.
Well, but even by
your definition, and then you ran away from debating your definition.
Yeah, it's crazy because I've already used your definition. Hold on. Listen. First of all, maybe his wording right there could be construed, but he's absolutely correct. You can have to also, as the neg, have to advocate and show why they're not inherently. At every turn, Fabian and I have shown by your definition, by his definition, by Fugazi's definition, by Bob Saget's definition, it's still inherently politically violent. Like, you can keep giving me definitions, and I can keep giving you examples of why they're politically violent. You ran when I gave them to you, like your
examples, but when I bring up the reason that inherent is not tied to these, they have to be inherently this. You can't.
The reason why I'm not. The reason why I am doing this is because the reason why I am able to do this is because, one, let's just go look at your example, Weasley, of the definition. When I quoted the philosophers who came up with the political theorists who came up with communism in general in the first place, and you're sitting here, Weasel, when that's the standard. Hold on. Then we're gonna go back. Then you described again. I'm just gonna walk through all these different things. Then you described trying to frame what Fabian proposed as libertarianism, which was actual national socialism. Hold on, and then we can keep going. Even by your own definition. Then when I come give you examples of specific policies in those countries where they are politically violent, you go, let's go back to them again and argue, they're capitalistic.
That's not what I said.
They're not inherent. Well, you can't name one country that's ever had socialist predominant leanings and that hasn't been
name a single
violent.
country that's not inherently violent by your definition, which is a pointless fucking definition.
I'll
show you the contradiction, Gibbs. So you said Norway is inherently violent because they had some laws against some sort of Norwegian, Scandinavian group of people, right? And they're enacting some sort of second-class citizenry, some housing policy that is inherently violent by doing this. Yes.
Sure.
That's your argument. Okay. The reason I would say it's not, and just to be clear, just my position on this is that the government of social demsoc mixed market thing isn't doing this inherently. There are people in this are choosing through their form of government to do this. That's not inherent. Anyone can choose to do some sort of racist thing. But the contradiction being, Fabian, correct me if I'm wrong, but in your libertarian society where any race can associate anywhere and every white person can say no black people are allowed in any of our businesses, would that be political violence or would that just be freedom of association?
Before you answer, one sentence.
No, let him answer that because I don't think you guys agree on that.
I just want to say one sentence, which is you just said institutionalized racism, if they choose to do it, is not political violence. But all right, cool,
actually I didn't. I said it's not inherent to the political ideology.
It's not inherently politically violent. Interesting, cool.
Democracies, propaganda, Admiral
This is my intro, Gibbs. Democracies could vote to be politically violent, and democracies could vote to be peaceful, or they could also agree to be peaceful. You could have a peaceful monarchy. You could have a politically violent monarchy, and it has to be inherent to it. And that's why we're talking about inherent. That's the carrying word here. You could obviously. I can point to a million examples of socialism.
I've given you the argument.
Political violence.
You have yet to respond to the argument.
Well, hold on. Can you answer my question? Do you think that people that freely associate and say no blacks in our stores is, politically violent or no?
Yeah, it's not politically violent to have a right to freedom.
Okay, so Gibbs, you see how you guys don't even have the same fucking definition because you think it's political violence
because once again, I listed specific institutionalized policies of the country versus what he's describing is. Is private citizens getting together and
they're just throwing out shit at
this point. It's not political violence if 90% of the population is white and there's no institution and they all say no blacks allowed. That's not political violence. But as soon as you say that now it's a government, now it's political violence.
Yeah, so I've given you a definition. You gave a counter.
You see how you're not addressing my question.
No response.
That's what I figured.
Pathetic.
I find
you said two words.
I really find it funny how you guys just interrupt me anytime I don't give you the exact answer you're looking for, because all you do is clip farm because you have no fucking
You're
arguments.
so funny. People accuse me of this. I fucking hate clips. So no, I don't clip farm. I just like yelling at you.
Are you just? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I assumed you were clip farming, and I apologize for overestimating your intelligence and thinking that you
don't
actually
make money,
have
buddy.
the capacity.
I'm doing this as a favor to my friend. You think I would endure this for any other reason other than I care deeply?
What are
about
you
my
enduring
friends?
except running away from every
retardation
argument?
is giving me a fucking headache, dude.
You just keep calling me a retard, but you won't respond to any arguments.
You're not responding to my point.
All right.
I'm absolutely. May I please respond to this argument very quickly?
Here's what I'm gonna. Hold on. Fabian, go ahead and respond, and then I think it's time to move into closing statements, and then we'll do open panel, and maybe some new inquiries can come to the table. Go ahead.
So to respond, would you like to restate your the civil rights? Why is freedom of association not inherently violent if people are freely capable of choosing who they associate with and who they don't associate with? The reason that is not inherently violent is that if people have the liberty to use their property as they see fit, what you have is a system of conflict reduction for scarce resources. So, for example, if a black restaurant owner doesn't want white people in their restaurant, that is their property. Now, there are white people that want to use that restaurant, and there are black people that want to use that restaurant. And now we have a conflict, right? Because some white people want to go into that restaurant, and the restaurant owner doesn't want them there. And he doesn't want to be forced to make a sandwich for these white people because he's low on mayonnaise and he doesn't want to have to put extra mayonnaise on everything. I don't fucking know why he doesn't want them there. Or maybe he's racist. Doesn't fucking matter. What matters is that under capitalism, under free association, there is a means of resolving this conflict. And the means of resolving that conflict is that the black restaurateur is the owner of the property and he has exclusive domain over his property. And the white man has exclusive domain over the property that he owns. So there is a means of resolving conflict.
Just kind of claimed all the private land and made it so the black people didn't have resources so that they could eat. Would that be political violence?
There is I don't know the means by which you're talking about.
Well, right. So they're not stealing anything. They said, you know what? I'm defining my private property to be all of the mayonnaise and sandwich materials, and you can't make any sandwiches anymore. Now you can't eat it all. So they're not.
I don't know. This sounds like a socialist government where 60% win an election and then force the other 40%.
He's not willing to answer your question.
You're just saying that I've defined my property line over all the resources, right?
We've gone over the Blockian proviso before, and I've given you this answer, but you know that you're up against the clock, and you know that you've been a coward this entire time.
Okay, I'll let you go.
This is not a non-answer. I've gone over the Blockian proviso with Soypill before. It is not inherently violent. It is inherently violent.
Very easy to answer.
Jesus Christ, shut the fuck up, you cowardly bitch. You are running by interrupting me constantly because you know that I run
by actively interrupting.
Yes, you are
actively
interrupting so that I can't answer the question. Yes,
I thought you already answered it.
Yeah. It is
Why are you complaining?
Again, you are interrupting, you coward.
I just answered this before.
I get it. Moderator, can you please mute her? She's fucking useless. So anyways, it is inherently violent to engage in encirclement if that encirclement is around an individual that is a private property. Now, we can get into the concept of what is easement rights and what is what is considered common property. For that, I would suggest you do further reading on Hans Hermann Hoppe's public, common, and private property and the total rationalization of property. Sorry, the rationalization for the total privatization of property. It's been a long day.
Let's go ahead and move into closing statements, and then we can move into open panel dumpster fire, and then you guys can yell at each other for the rest of the night.
It gets more dumpster fire than this?
Yeah, surprisingly, and with more people. You love it. It's your favorite part, Soypill, and then you get all the horse videos you want. Would you like to kick us off?
Fucking Chad is already begging for horsism.
Go ahead with your... Soy Pill, go ahead with your closing statement, please.
Right. So the prompt was whether or not these three ideologies, socialism, communism, progressivism, was inherently violent. I think, if anything, Gibbs made the closest thing to a good argument up for communism. I think there's actually a pretty rational thing there where you can say, hey, yeah, I don't think that just abolishing the private property and having everyone agree is necessarily communism. It is inherent on this book. If that's the case, sure, I would say that maybe in that case, then all the other things that I would define as communism, even if everyone's freely associated to it, would just be socialism. You can say communism is inherently violent just because it's the revolutionary one and everything else isn't. But then we move into why progressivism and socialism is getting rid of private property must inherently be violent. Progressivism, because Hassan Piker said he doesn't like landlords, is inherently violent. It's just ridiculous. I mean, you can look at any of these ideologies that have mixed market economies that totally have the ability to freely associate. All of these things are not inherently violent. There's nothing attached to them that strictly must cause some sort of violence. It's just a silly prompt. But I guess if the debate was, do Nazis breathe air? Yeah, everyone breathes there. Like, cool, we did it. We did it, chat. Everything's getting clipped. They're all forming into my big clip farm. I'm making millions off of this. Thank you, everyone, for the giant shorts money that brings me so much.
Oh, well, I'm glad you're at least making something off of it. Big Papa Buckaroo, to you, please.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Fabian and Gibbs really well expressed exactly what I described in my opening, which was that they do not have an agreed upon concept of violence. Even if they say, we agreed, we sent each other our intros, they actually both described completely different concepts of violence throughout the debate. And they only started playing this weird, like, cat and mouse halfway through when they decided to give up the game, as Fabian might call it. I think it's just silly. I think it's silly to suggest that all leftist ideology are inherently violent. I agree with Soy Pill on his definition of violence. I also on political violence, and I also think, I think when you look at the numbers, you can see who is advocating more for violence and who actually justifies violence on a daily basis within the current political landscape in America, and it is majority Republican, not independent, not Democrat, Republican. And in fact, again, might I remind you, MAGA Republicans are 3 times more likely to advocate for violence than even your average Republican, which is still about twice the likelihood as a Democrat or an independent. So when they're talking about what is and isn't inherently violent, and then they come out making all of these accusations about all the leftists being, violent propagandists, I mean, like I said, the call is coming from within the House, okay? They advocate for violence, and then they accuse us all of doing it because they aren't willing to admit that they want to use violence to uphold what they think is right, and they don't care who they step on to get there. So
Perfect. Thank you, Buckaroo. Admiral, to you.
Yeah, I mean, there's really 2 words that can be used to describe their entire case for both of them, and it's confusion and pussitis. That's what we can describe their cases as. One, it's either purposeful or maybe just uneducated confusion. I'm not sure. We broke down simply. First, we went through his definition. Soy Pill even agreed that we had the same definition. I sit here and put forth the reason why y'all are confused. Y'all didn't even dispute this. Is that anytime we've actually debated, I've argued from the might makes right position that, oh, well, yeah, I agree these things are violence. I just am okay as a Republican with a certain level of violence, right? I'm not a libertarian. However, if we're going to get down to it, I have the same definition as Fabian as to what violence in general is. It's pretty simple. We explain that in depth multiple different ways. What's also crazy is then I use Soy Pill's definition and I explain it in words that they could understand. They didn't dispute that. And then also when they were asked to explain when I gave a contradictory definition or example, we've asked, it's now been an hour since we've asked. I was asked to cite something. I was easily able to pull it up. I was accused of ChatGPT. I have the website that I have, the Communist Manifesto. I have the book next to me. I could pull the book out and pull the chapter up. I could go down to the paragraph, point out the paragraph, that number if we really want to get to it. It's really simple. And then when asked to cite my example, they couldn't even list one from earlier in the debate. So that really shows the substance of the debate. Soy Pill gave me the game multiple times with admitting that, these things are politically violent. And this was even by his own definition. And then what they want to say is after I accused them of being Goebbels, they got so distracted by the Goebbels comment that they actually started doing Goebbels propaganda-ish like things, which is reframe something like communism, saying it's inherently violent or saying revolution is inherently violent, and say that we weaseled that definition in there, which is crazy because I quoted Karl Marx in the manifesto at the very end of the chapter 2. I like in depth, and as well as other portions of the Communist Manifesto. I quoted once again socialist Dr. Goebbels, who was a person in power right up till the very end of the Nazi Party and implemented these things. I quoted Hess, who got away from the Nazis basically when he parachuted like a dumbass into the UK, and then he influenced modern Nazi ideology. They never even disputed Hess, which is a person who's influenced modern democratic socialism. But hey, they're sitting here and just gave us the game all the way through on either way you want to cut it. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Fabian, to you, please.
Yeah, I'll keep it relatively short, relative in the sense that my statements are usually long, because this was just such a ballpark victory that there's not really much else to say. I gave a definition for the first half of the debate. They accept the definition. Then they want to give a countering definition. I accept their definition. And of course, they want to run away from debating their definition. They can't give the limiting principles or the philosophical argument as to what is or isn't political violence. Instead, they just kind of run with this amorphous nonsense thing that nobody can explain what political violence really is, or it's like the Supreme Court's understanding of pornography. You just kind of know it when you see it. Again, I explained why the left's philosophy, specifically communism, socialism, and progressivism, are inherently violent, and why ethical systems need to be cannot be conflict inducing. Right? I think you could look at any philosopher worth their salt in history. I mean, even Kant would agree, as much as I'm opposed to him, that ethical systems can't be conflict inducing. That defeats the purpose of what an ethical system is. So they fall completely into contradiction. Now, Admiral Gibbs is one of the few people, and that's why I'm willing to work with him on this, that's willing to bite the bullet, that says, yes, I'm violent. I am using my preferences. But the debate isn't, is Admiral Gibbs more violent than socialists? The debate isn't, are Republicans more violent, as Big Papa Buckaroo seems to think it is, by bringing up useless ass fucking biased polls about who's more politically violent because they define it by their own arbitrary characteristics, which they prove because they can't define anything. No, the debate tonight was about doing everything they could to meme about libertarianism, and doing everything they could to interrupt arguments, and doing everything they could to lie and subvert the argument, and run all night. It's actually pretty pathetic, and it's unfortunate because I need better opponents, because then we could have a genuine philosophical debate. But it seems like the two here are just not, they're not able to contend with any arguments, so we kind of win by default. But that's sad because we don't get to have a substantive back and forth where we pick these things apart. Instead, we just get memes. I guess maybe you won the meme war, but you certainly lost the debate. I'm going to go take a piss and be happy for the open panel. Thank you so much, Sarah. It was a great time.
Most welcome.
Thank you, Sarah. It was not actually that great of a time, but I do appreciate your hosting.
It's always a bad time when you're losing. I agree.
Oh, sweetheart, I did not lose. I'm not feeling that way at all.
To declare victory at the end. I declared in the middle, but you always have to say at the end that you won and the other people lost.
It's so good to see people contradict themselves all throughout 2 hours, and then at the very end go,
were you looking in the mirror when that happened, or?
Oh goodness! All right, let me kick off with there's not a whole lot of super chats came in tonight. I'm actually kind of concerned about my chat and whether they really want to see open panel or not.
You need Ryan on here. You need Ryan. He's the super chat winner.
That is a fair assessment. Wizzle says, didn't the Yahtzee party choose red and socialist as a label to mislead people? Admiral
Yes.
Atheist should probably read up on history.
Admiral Atheist. That's interesting. As a ordained minister with 2 doctorates in religion, and a undergrad in political theory. I mean, I'm just saying, religious doctorates. I'm just saying that. It's interesting he would describe that. And then he would say, I need to read up on history. When I went into depth, quoting exactly from economists and from the Nazi Party members themselves, how their political party was running. And there was no dispute from either Buckaroo or Soy.
There was. I literally quoted MIT and MIT analysis against you, and you called me Goebbels in response. Like, bro, you're
absolutely
from
MIT.
like a
It's always
PhD.
right.
Yeah, MIT is the definitive standard.
Not
Not
like
like
a PhD.
Wizzle the
They're
spaz.
religious doctorates.
What's that mean?
I don't like.
They're not-
It means no. He does not have a doctorate.
They're not religious. They're not PhDs, but they are religious doctorates.
So Wizzle the spaz. I would say there's a great book to read.
You have to take a test.
There's a great book to read by Gunter Reimann, The Vampire Economy, written in 1939, which is by a Marxist economist that fled Nazi Germany and explains why there's really no substantive difference economically between the Nazi regime leading up to World War II.
I'm going to share on
and
Twitter
socialist,
the
societies.
the
Great
MIT
book.
analysis that goes through the history of the Italian party and the German party. It also goes over multiple different economic perspectives. I will share that on my
If
Twitter.
they weren't that different, why he needed to flee? I mean, should have just stuck around, I guess.
What?
Fair enough. Wizzle says also criticizing your view through the lens of your beliefs is not a concession that your belief is correct. Is Fabian high? Are you high, Fabian?
Thank you, Wizzle.
I'm on a lot of Dayquil right now, so maybe a little bit. But that still doesn't mean I didn't take the dub tonight. Criticizing your view through the lens of your beliefs is not a concession that your belief is correct. So yeah, I agree that an internal critique is not a concession. But an internal critique falls flat if you are not able to actually showcase any contradictions or showcase why the logic is wrong.
I gave the internal
come to a
critique. You
different-
directly responded to it by being angry, which is seemingly what you and Gibbs both did the whole time that I was presenting.
He was responding to the.
Oh, I thought this was. I thought this was open.
Well, he was responding. It is kind of open, but he was responding to the super, and we at least want to let him finish.
So if you're not capable of finding a flaw in the
me?
logic or using the logic to reach a different conclusion, then that internal critique becomes a concession of your belief. If you don't have an opposing belief and you can't point out the flaw of the logic and you can't come to a different or contrary in state and goal.
Yeah, just to be
that.
clear.
already did
Wait,
make
hold
the
on,
critique.
Papa. Just to be clear, we
That's
can
not
say,
what
"Hey
I
guys,
said.
Charlie
Jesus
Kirk
Christ.
died of political violence," and their answer would be, "Don't you know everyone's a victim of that in every government ever?" And it would end the conversation there. And you say, "Well, you got to use my definition because you can acknowledge that Charlie
But I
Kirk
used your
dying is very
definition.
different from taxation." But you know what? They're pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
I used your
that's not
definition
what
too.
we would say
I
at
mean, it
all.
was just such a pathetic response to all of the arguments that we made. That is honestly why I started
chat clip
laughing
that?
so early on, is because it was
Is
so
there a-
so like weak, so poorly founded, so obviously nonsense.
Can you name one?
I mean, it's just
Can you
so
name
sad.
one internal critique where you were able to point out the flaws of my logic, or where you were able to reach a different conclusion?
I
based
did.
off
This is
of mine?
literally where you complained about how I was making an internal critique that you didn't agree with. This was about where I was presenting the
You're just
defense.
restating the question.
I was still speaking. I'm sorry. Did you not hear? This is where I was talking about the defense of the individual because of violent suppression. And if you're talking about defensive violence with regards to Rothbard's essay, which again, where he introduced the NAP, then you would actually be considering this
So that's what you're
as a part of the
referring to.
critique.
When
And you just
when
went,
I showcased that you were
I
lying.
don't like that.
No, I didn't say meh. I didn't like that. What I showcased was the difference between collectivization of individual rights in the protection of private property rights.
Right, you didn't
versus
actually answer
collective
what I said,
ideologies
though. You
as a
just kind of
demographic group.
started arguing that I couldn't read, which isn't
You're
an
living in a
actual
fantasy world.
answer. It's just a choice to.
You're just making up
It's
shit
just
now.
a
like-
choice to. Really? Because I remember you explicitly
I think you might be
mentioning
mentally ill
that nobody here read philosophy.
Got him. Clip it,
I
chat.
do remember you saying that nobody here read philosophy. So if you don't mind my pointing out, you actually were making a lot of claims about how all of us were just too uneducated to argue against you. In fact, last I checked, that was a part of your closing statement, was actually that none of us could provide a legitimate argument against you, despite the fact that you just ran away from all of them and then accused us of doing so. It was very pathetic. Again, very pathetic, very weak.
So you can't
very
name
Don't
them.
forget, you got the dub,
I
right,
already
Papa? Did you get
did.
the dub?
I literally just did.
You literally
responded
did.
to it,
You have to
and
compare
then
the
you
dub.
just forgotten.
You did not.
Just
the one
responded
example
to what
that
I
you
said.
gave was when
So
you
one example that I did give, thank
misappropriated Rothbard and then tried to say that collectivization of individual rights and collectivism are essentially the same thing when they're not.
That's not what I said, actually. You decided that that's what I was saying. Again, because you were accusing us of not being able to read, which is bizarre.
And I declare
It's just a
this
bizarre
a dub.
defense.
I don't did I accuse anyone of not being able to read tonight? I don't believe I've called anyone illiterate or unable to read.
Sorry, what you said is that you don't do it.
I would like to show off my reading skills if you could let me. Wizzle says
ma'am.
you use roads, police, firefighters, water utilities, and benefit from infrastructure. You'd have to live completely off grid to have any standing that taxes are theft.
Well, hold on. No,
We
no,
handled that
hold
in
on,
the
Wizzle.
debate.
Wizzle, I want to answer this one. Hold on. No, you wouldn't. Because guess what? I'm a Republican, right? And I believe in some force being necessary, right? I'm not a libertarian like Fabian. I just agree with what his definition of political violence is. So, yeah, I would say that, yeah, taxes are theft. However, I'm okay with some theft, right? So, yeah, even by that definition, yeah, we upheld everything we said the whole time. Good try, though, Wizzle. Thanks for giving money to Sarah.
And anybody
this
watching on anybody else's end, if you would like to pop on and join the open panel, the link is pinned in my chat over here on Raging Tomato. Everybody's piling backstage for that. You're welcome to join as well. You don't have to sit it out. Okay.
Wait, Gibbs, are you still here?
Yeah. I think he just.
Would you say a political assassination and taxes are both political violence? Would you say that's a useful definition?
Political assassination and taxes are both political violence?
Yeah.
They are both political violence. Political assassination and taxes.
Okay,
Hey,
and if anybody's
would
curious
you say
about
that raping women and raping men are both evil?
Watch our words.
God, I hate
Oh
that
well, then
word.
evil could be just it could mean all kinds of things. Would you
Do
say
you
that
think
stealing?
you think I think
is
these
evil?
things are not equally bad?
Well, no,
give me 1 second.
The point is,
analysis
that by pointing out that two things are evil doesn't mean that that there is no difference between them. Political assassination is violence. Taxation is a form of violence. Yes. That doesn't mean that it's a useless category just because two things that are different can also be.
If you wanted to show that the evil encompassing
Nobody says that political assassinations and taxes are the exact same thing. That's a strong.
Well, you said they're both political violence, which means your definition.
Yes, they are both political violence. They're also both evil. Does that mean that the word evil is now useless because it can encompass multiple things?
I think if you think taxes are evil, that yeah, you're making evil useless as well. Like, oh, this guy's evil. Oh my God, what did he do? Did he rape someone? No. Did he kill someone? No. Well, he said that if I live here, I have to pay 10% of my income so that I can pay for the schools and the roads. Well, he's evil, dude.
He stole.
Yeah, it's fucking retarded.
Stealing is wrong.
Well, you don't have to pay it. You can
In
leave.
case anybody's curious about the MIT analysis that I referenced, it's from 2023. I posted it on Twitter. It's called War, Socialism, and the Rise of Fascism, an empirical exploration. And it goes into how fascism was often developed and historically rose as a response to socialism in an attempt to quash out
bullshit
socialism.
again.
Goodness.
I was just telling the viewers in case they wanted to read
Again,
what I was
for like
referencing.
the 50th time, the only study or piece of
I
evidence you
just-
referenced all night.
No.
Just say
I referenced
MIT
a
like 10
couple
more
things.
times and the magic
I referenced
words
a
will make
couple
you
things.
win.
I referenced a couple
Alright.
things, but I was just trying to let the viewers know I'm sorry if you took it personally. I didn't think it would offend you, but apparently it did. So in case anybody who's not Fabian likes
I'm not
to
offended.
read
It's just
Hold on,
annoying that you
I would
keep
like to
bringing up the
respond.
same
I would like to
random ass study
if you don't
over and
mind,
over again.
this will be quick. I would actually like to
I'm just
respond
sharing so
to
people
what
can read
Buckaroo
it.
just said. I actually quoted several books as well throughout the debate. One of them being the 1940 book German Economy by Gustav Stolper. Another one being let's see if I have it right here. Doing Business, the Vampire Economy, Doing Business Under Fascism by Gutta Raman. All these people come to the same conclusion, that fascism at the time is extremely left-leaning in nature. It's a socialist in similarities. It's also but socialism in name. They go into in depth how this is an authoritarian left-leaning dictatorship that takes on some traits of a right-leaning. Yeah, like so. Yeah, listen. My head is not there. We got to catch it. But this is that's the book. That's the book. You know what I'm trying to say. All right. The point is though, right? Even by what she's saying, the modern definition, the one that they're trying to push, is a perfidious lie. And I mentioned this in my opening, that they are going to use the Goebbels tactic of reframing and rebranding what is essentially exactly what we're describing. And this is why, Fabian and I keep coming back to what we're saying with our definition, and why I even explained it under Soy's definition. By our definition, yeah, I am agreeing that sometimes right-leaning countries have authoritarian and are politically violent. I'm just okay with some level of that. With him, he's saying he's not okay. However, I'm sitting here having the same definition. When I'm talking about under our definition, it's very easy. Then when we go to Soy's definition, and I explain how under fascist countries in the 40s and 30s and before, they were all following this left-leaning ideology, which is essentially socialism, or basically we could rebrand it as now what the modern term would be progressivism. All these fucking ideologies are inherently violent, and they never even dispute that. And then when one time they try to sit here and reframe it, they do the Goebbels thing and call it Weasley definition, even though we quoted the originators of it. Crazy stuff.
And speaking of crazy, Steve is crazy to send $10 just because it's Raging Tomato. Thank you so kindly. Call Me GL says, just take a moment to appreciate the suit. I do. I noticed this earlier. I was like, dude, this is a straight up pimp suit going on. I wanna just give full extension to this. This is lovely. Very well done, sir. Do you use your pimp hand when you smack around everyone, or?
I actually have baby powder right next to me, so if anybody acts up.
Oh, nice. Very nice. Anthony says, is it the beards versus the training brawls tonight? What for the tomato tax? Thank you so kindly. And Ben Riley has 3 questions. Let's be concise with our answering, please, so that we can get into open panel. Fabian, when is a material implication false, and how does that demonstrate the difference between a necessary truth versus a contingent truth?
I'm too sick for this shit. I'm too sick and stupid for this right now.
Wow.
That's my answer.
All right.
I don't want to get that much into philosophy right now.
That's fair. Fabian, how does libertarian Marxism differ from Marxist Leninism regarding personal versus private property rights?
Libertarian Marxism is a contradiction in terms. I don't know if they're talking about like libertarian socialism or something, but you'd have to DM me what you mean by libertarian Marxism. One thing I've ever heard of is like fucking trying to claim like MAGA communism or libertarian Marxism, but I don't know what that contradictory philosophy even entails. So I couldn't answer the question because I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
All right. And then he also says, Fabian, why don't respected modern political scientists, economists, and philosophers take anarcho-capitalism seriously? Why hasn't it ever worked?
The first answer would be because this is a political ideology that was created in the late 1950s on Rothbard's couch, and we already have a president that has been elected of our ideology. So as far as ideologies go, this is an extremely young one, and we're making great strides. The second of why hasn't it ever worked? I mean, it like define worked. I mean, it's certainly every time it's been tried, it certainly worked better than communism ever has. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Yeah. How many satellites did libertarian anarchists put into the orbit, huh?
Yeah, I would say 0. I don't know. What the fuck does that matter?
Okay. Hey, look, if we have more trash in orbit, that means we're a country. I'm speaking on behalf of the USSR.
Sure.
Nate's Dumb Vid says, one issue I have with your arguments is when Soy Pill pointed out a free society with the ability to restrict resources, and this is an example of economic violence against individuals, anti-freedom.
Is this to me or is this to Soy Pill?
I think it's to either Gibbs or Fabian.
is when Soypill pointed out a free society with the ability to restrict resources, and this is an example of economic violence against individuals.
I know the
This is
answer.
what's the argument?
The answer is the contract, right? This is what Soy kept pushing out, right? Like the idea that once you live somewhere, they can take this away. The problem with this is, like it was Prospera specifically. If I agree to live there, I'm agreeing to a contract. In the contract that I've agreed to before moving there, unlike when I'm born into a country, it says if I decide I no longer want to live like this, I have to leave, and I've already agreed to it. That's a contract. That's not violence by the non-aggression principle, because it's not self-defense. You've agreed to this already. There's no aggression at all. Like, that's the difference here. It's a pre-agreed upon agreement. That's the confusion, I think, that you're having there, Nate Stumbits.
How would we avoid that?
I don't know what
should we
the fuck
have
he's
all
saying.
babies
The
kind of
statement's nonsense.
exist in a kind of a limbo before they go out and choose which country they want to be in? Like, how would you even avoid that?
What?
Well, because babies are inherently born into political violence because they don't get to choose to be in the which country they're in, right? So, like, should we have some sort of upper level society where all babies kind of exist? Boss Baby. Have you seen this movie? Like, they all exist here, and then once they are old enough to choose, they can then pick which country by
political violence
contract.
unless the country is involuntary. Like, I understand the concept that a baby is born and therefore the baby doesn't have the capacity to enter a contract, but that's what a parent is. A parent is a guardian or custodian of their rights until they reach the age of majority. But to your point, I think the Amish do this very well, right? The Amish have a voluntary society, following their religious principles. And when a child reaches the age of majority, they have Rumspringa, right? Like, they say, go out, leave, experience experience the modern world out there. And if you like that better, stay. But if you don't, come back. And when you come back, that is the choice you are making to live by our society's rules and in the way that we live, right? So,
but
yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I guess that's how you would avoid it.
When it comes to Amish people, that's under threat of complete alienation from your whole family if you leave. That is like a part of Rumspringa, is that you are cutting yourself off from the rest of your family. So I would say that is quite literally coercion. No?
That's not coercion. To deny somebody something that they aren't owed is not coercion.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's meet our panel, and we'll be able to crank out some real fun in chat. You only have 1 hour to complete those donos. I wouldn't fuck around tonight. All right. Most of you are very familiar with how I operate. Some of you may not be. This is open panel dumpster fire. It's called that for a reason. You're all going to get crazy, and then I'm going to yell, and everybody goes to hell. The chat does have the rule of the roost, though. They can choose to boot anybody on the bottom half of the screen. Anybody who is an original panelist gets to stay as long as they want. You cannot boot them. However, anybody below, for a measly $10, can be booted to the back. And waiting backstage in line, I still have Kinetic Kel, Animated Effigy, Tied Up, and Nate once he cams up for me back there. Once you get booted, you can go wait back in line, and we'll rerun you back through the cycle. Outside of that, why don't we go ahead and kick off? I believe, Clay, you were first in line backstage if you want to prompt something. And somebody has, like, a loud, either a fan on or something, but I can hear.
Yeah, I hear it too.
Yeah.
I think it might be Jacob.
Jacob. Nope.
Yeah,
yep,
it is.
There it is. Yeah. Cool. Just mute up whenever you're not talking, bud. If that, I mean, I don't want to take over Sarah's panel.
No, it's fine. You're fine.
So my question, I'd like to kick it off with Gibbs. So my question is for you, defining the term violence. It's very important. I feel like that's one of the complications here on the panel tonight. And you mentioned that you're kind of a Bible scholar. You've taken Bible courses and that sort of thing.
I've dabbled once or twice.
Nice. Psalms pretty well. Fair enough. Good enough. So in Psalm 11, in verse 5 and then 7, it talks about violence. It says that the Lord examines the righteous, but the wicked, those who love violence, he hates with a passion. And then in 7, it says, for the Lord is righteous, he loves justice, the upright will see his face. What I'm gathering from that is justice and violence are diametrically opposed. And the reason I bring this up is because when we look at the concept of defense, self-defense specifically, in the justice system, we recognize that defense is justified. And the reason is because it is not violence. It is a defense. So is that a fair definition of violence?
Well, it's interesting because if we look at the Old Testament, and then we can also look at the New Testament. The Old Testament, when God talks about violence, he's very inconsistent. And, one thing he does admit is that he's a very jealous God. He doesn't always do things for just purposes unless you prescribe that, hey, only the Christian or the Jehovah of the Israelis is just, which is a Christian argument, and so therefore he could not be unjust. Okay. Now, following this logic, we can look at what he does with the plagues of in Egypt. We can follow forth about going forward on a lot of different examples where, like, we see the fall of Babylon. We see Israel being taken into captivity. We can look to the Philistines. Lots of examples. Let's go to the New Testament, because as a Christian, if you say you're a Christian, then you admit the New Testament supplements the Old Testament going forward. Now, let's look at this. All right. Let's look at the last chapter. Now, Buckaroo earlier said the last thing's the most important thing. So following this logic, we can look at Revelation.
I actually just commented on it because you said it was the last comment made on communism.
I'm answering his question. All right, Revelation.
Don't lie about my claims.
It's what you said. Anyway, Revelations 21:8 says. Now, in Revelation 21:8, before I read it, there are some things that you would argue, yes, are unjust or evil, like murder and some other things. However, he lists things that would not be inherently evil or unjust, like, for example, the cowardly, the unbelieving, those wouldn't be necessarily unjust unless you're just a Christian. I mean, cowardly, even then, that's questionable. The vile, the murderers, the sexually immoral, those who practice magic arts, the idolaters, and all liars, they will be consigned to the fiery lake of burning sulfur. This is the second death. Now, this takes place after Jesus takes power. So, I mean, it's pretty simple that even by this definition, God, could already be unjust, and he's just using his power to enforce his idea of justice, and thus his might makes right, because if you're the only one left, then your idea of justice wins.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that.
You both are verbose as fuck with that.
That's the Christian theology.
You are describing
Jesus was a socialist.
God in the Bible as if he is a violent person, but can he hate himself?
Was the flood violent?
Can God hate himself?
Was the flood violent?
Can God hate himself?
Was this about God?
Yeah, I mean, this isn't about God anyway. So yeah, I mean,
this is about violence and the definition of violence. And you being a Bible reader and a believer in God, I would assume that you would.
Do you think that God's everybody here looks to the Bible for the definition of violence?
Gibbs does.
Yeah, but even then, if we go
into
it,
he hate himself.
Wait, guys! God is speaking to me directly right now. He says, "I don't want to talk about
I wouldn't pretend to know the mind of God."
This is a boring topic
because
right here it says,
socialist. Just a reminder.
Guys, both of you stop talking. They can't hear me, but you can hear me. So I tell them to stop.
Right here.
Yeah, I mean,
he's right.
But yeah, I mean,
socialism is God. All right. Enough.
One last sentence, and I'll be done with this. It's easy. Yeah, if you're a Christian, then the quote. For me to say I know God would be like God would be a lie, like, right? Okay, so nobody can know the mind of God.
The scripture. If you don't agree with the scripture,
that is the scripture. That's in the scripture. No, I agree with the scripture. You're asking if God can hate himself. I'm saying that I don't know what God does or doesn't think. Because who am I to know whether or not God knows?
This is weird Christian on Christian violence right here.
Wait, God's telling you right now he hates himself when he has a whole pint of Ben and Jerry's with no other scenario.
But hey, if you don't agree with the scripture, don't agree with the
I mean, I agree with it. I mean, you're not. Hold on.
And eating too much Ben and Jerry's.
This is why people don't like Christians who aren't Christian, because you guys weaponize your religion to try to force your own personal perspectives on things, Brick. Good job for turning people away from Jesus.
I'm just reading the scripture.
Yeah, I mean, I am as well, and you just don't agree with the parts of the scripture that I'm quoting.
If you don't want to agree with the scripture, I read it to you.
Hey,
Just say I
Brick,
don't agree
where's
with
your
it.
Pope hat?
I don't have one.
I read 3
I have
different.
a mask.
I didn't quote the exact verses. I can find the exact verses.
grab a mask.
We're gonna do the citation game again. But I quoted famous Bible stories, and then I quoted one exact citation, which is from the New Testament. If you're a Christian, agree with something. But this is dumb because who is to know the mind of God? And if you say you know the mind of God, you're a false prophet and an apostate. So I guess he's an apostate. So, but anyway,
Hold on. I want to get this real quick.
Are we doing a photo op? Hold on.
next time I'll come in my full reverend gear. Yeah.
I actually also have this one, but this is for formal occasions.
Yeah, I actually have the full minister's outfit as a reverend.
Oh, bless you. And I'm gonna go ahead and bless the audience, so you don't need to. I got this.
Amen.
Taking over this.
Let me hold on. Hold on. One more last thing. Holy water, guys.
Shit.
There you go.
Here, I got some holy juice. There we go.
All right,
and the incense.
Thank you.
Oh, I do.
I just had to entertain that for a second.
Do you feel blessed?
Sorry with the hats, bro.
Yeah, I was a little tired of not having.
He's actually he's actually the closest to God because he's the highest with the hats.
That's true.
Did you buy like a 50 hat?
I don't have a hat.
Girl, we cannot hear you.
Oh goodness, Kel, you
Yeah,
gotta
Kel
turn it up or something.
It sounds like your microphone
hear-
is actually in the bathroom somewhere.
Is it connected to this mic?
Oh, it sure is.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, Jesus. Sorry. The irreconcilable prince. Why is it echoing? Sorry. I'll shut up until I figure this out.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like you've never done this before.
That's the best argument I've heard all night.
Testing?
Damn.
Is that better?
Not smoker coming in hot.
All right.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Non-smoker, did you want to add something to the
lovely?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize we were debating on what the definition of violence is for 2 fucking hours. Jesus Christ, guys, come on.
Yeah.
You know, it's well, I thought this would go into the Charlie Kirk thing. I thought that was the whole point of the debate, right? Like, and you guys managed to avoid it for 2 hours. You know, I don't know. I just wanted to make this statement, I guess, like let's just put all the historical stuff aside for like 1 second. Focusing on present day, can anyone seriously argue that like the radical left in America exists as some coherent thing such that it can even exercise violence effectively? And can we also all agree that this kid who shot Charlie Kirk was probably not politically motivated? He was like a lonely, angry, bitter weirdo. And yeah, that was kind of my whole argument.
Why would it
going into
matter?
this.
Why would it matter if it's effective, non-smoker? Just because they're ineffective at producing violence on a mass scale doesn't mean that their beliefs aren't inherently causing them to be violent.
It means that we don't need to worry about them, right? You don't worry about.
I mean,
Chihuahuas fighting.
I also feel like the whole inherent violence thing is like just typical like Twitch poll bullshit, purity testing. Like, you have secret beliefs of violence and you won't admit to them, and I'm going to prove it by pulling out this quote from the evil Marx. It's really stupid. Like, dude, people who, first of all, politics implies a level of violence because it deals with power, and power is supported by violence or the threat of violence ultimately. So, of course, there's the implication of violence within all political movements. But Western Marxists, Western leftists as a whole, they're so ineffectual and so unserious. I could say this. I've been in 2 communist parties, so I could speak from experience. They are not able to effectively wield any sort of organizational skill or power, coherence at all, such that they could ever effectively utilize violence.
They're so
they're a non-threat regardless.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't even get out there to vote for Kamala, right? So I think there is some merit to what you're saying, right? Like,
Violence.
Well, Kamala Harris is a fascist.
Messy violence is
yeah, but fucking it's a 2-party
Youthful
system.
idiots.
So it's like, what the fuck are we about to do? Like,
I
would
love
you rather have
commies.
Trump or Kamala? Like, at least you fucking...
Accelerationism for the win.
I can't argue with stupid. What am I going to say?
I do agree. I think a lot of leftists, especially radical leftists, are very bad at collecting, especially because, you know, a lot of them are even, I mean,
what do you mean
there's
by
nothing wrong with
accelerationism?
decentralization, but I think the fact that so many leftists are like big on decentralization.
So you don't actually mean it. Okay.
They are actually just bad at collectivizing at that point.
I don't mean like Nick Land accelerationism or any particular definition. What I'm trying to say is like the lazy internet definition of like conditions get bad enough such that the system breaks down and then it's
stipulations.
You know.
Well, hold on. Let me just engage that real quick. This will be fast. So, non-smoker, you said that we argue about the definition of violence. Here's the problem I have when you frame it that way.
There's a goal to fill, people, by the way.
First, you know, Fabian put forth one that I agreed on. They tried to do the play it against each other side thing, which I don't think worked. And then two, when they gave a definition, I said, okay, even using your framework, I agreed to his definition, and they gave examples. So no, not all of us argue about the definition of violence. Some people were duplicitous and kept trying to, you know, make something a molehill out of nothing. But hey, whatever.
It's just nonsense that you refuse to even hear my opening. It's like you guys
is it that hard to just have a good faith agreement on what violence is and just like move past it? Like, I feel like you could probably like Big Papa Buckaroo. I was on a panel with you once before, and Soy Pill. Yeah. You could probably just agree with Fabian's definition and just move past it and build towards a different argument or something. It wasn't even that limiting of an argument. I didn't think.
The definition is all violence comes from every government. What's the point? It's a pointless definition. Why would we agree to that?
Well, I think, couldn't you build on the fact that, okay, if that's true, then what makes socialism any more inherently... I thought you were trying to say that, actually. What makes it inherently violent any more than any other organized political movement or system or anything like that?
We got to that several times.
That is what we got to multiple times, but this is also what we presented in our openings, and they just kept lying about what we presented repeatedly over the course of the whole debate, which is a part of why we kept running around.
I don't know. I mean, maybe the rest of the audience heard it differently. Like, I felt like you guys were... I don't know. There's a lot of like quote cherry picking and like Googling and like, look at this study from MIT that says you're wrong, which is like, why don't we just push
reading
past?
my own notes on it, to be clear. The whole time I've been reading my own notes and writing notes to Soy Pill. He and I have been taking notes because we've been working on this together from the beginning. Which is, you know, a part of why I kept saying I agree with Soy Pill. Instead of just repeating exactly what you said.
Papa, I gotta admit,
again.
I actually worked with Gibbs and Fabian before this panel, and we all agree on the same definition.
Yeah, right.
We all have it in the Discord.
But they
listen. I feel like we beat this dead horse for 2 fucking hours. Like,
they equated me to.
I'd rather engage with non-smokers.
They lied about what I said.
Can I pose a question?
There were so many bad faith.
Like you're bitching a lot. Can we move past the bitching and like get to?
Hold on.
They wouldn't even let me talk about it. They spent the whole time bitching.
I'm hosting a panel, and I would very much like to post a question to the panel. Where's the solution in this? If socialism, progressivism, and communism are all inherently politically violent, what is the solution to make that not be that way? Like, how do we fix that? Or is there a fix? Is there a change? Is there some type of potential solution to any of this anywhere in the making?
Anglo-Cis war.
This would have to be something that they answer if they're on the affirmative of this position. They would have to be the ones to answer this.
I'll bite this, right? So there are two options. The first option, none of you are going to pick except me, right? Which is anarcho-capitalism and liberty and get rid of that system. The second, I think, is, you know, a step in the right direction, I would say, is to bite the bullet and recognize that what you are arguing for is trade-offs and preferences, instead of hiding behind this belief that your system isn't violent, is admitting, no, I'm forcing people to do what I want them to do because I believe the material conditions are better, or I believe the outcomes lead to more human flourishment, or whatever it is. And like, I'm willing to accept that because at least that gets us to a place of more truth about what it is that these people are representing. And I can fight that from my perspective, and other people can fight it. But what I hate is I see this often between liberals and the actual revolutionary left, is that like the revolutionary left will admit it, and they'll be like, yes, I'm willing to engage in this force because I believe that the capitalist class or the billionaires are doing this, or this is happening, etc. And then what you end up with is this liberal kind of wishy-washy bullshit that always just ends up sucking corporate dick and working for corporations as they manage the state for this like Marcusian situation. I think communists would be happier with that position, and I think ANCAPs that are arguing against that force itself would be happier with that position. So that's what I would say.
Ironically,
Can I ask through what process anarcho-capitalism resolves violence?
I've already talked about it in
Can you please answer my question now? Through what process? I did not ask this question during the debate, so I don't know how you answered it.
Can you answer it for me? Because
specifically
I never actually heard it.
Okay,
didn't
so
answer.
I Big Papa, Jesus Christ, girl. Okay, so when I was explaining conflict inducing and why private property, from my perspective, is not conflict inducing, that is the means by which there's a resolution to potential conflicts. And I described conflicts as when different people, I said 3 or more because it has to be intersubjectively communicated, but we can go with 2 or more, that's fine because it's simpler. When 2 or more people want to use scarce resources towards opposing means.
You're a yapper, bro.
This is not an answer so far.
If you're too stupid to follow, it's an answer.
I'm able to follow. Keep going.
Go ahead and finish.
I mean, just to land the plane, like the system of anarcho-capitalism is one that allows for a conflict resolution.
What resolution?
That the private property owner or the first user principle is the one that has exclusive domain.
So it's private
over their property to use.
So I have a question in regard to the private property
How?
thing. So no, hold on, because I actually have a question. So the private property is based upon social doctrine. That's actually where private property is established. Yes, actually, no, that's exactly where it's not from anarchy.
It's not from the Bible.
No, it's not.
I have a question.
But it is in the Bible, though.
Yeah,
Give
that
unto
is just
Caesar
wrong.
what is
Hasn't
Caesar's.
answered the first question. To be clear, he still
That's
has
fine.
actually described the process. He
man
just says
speak.
that there is a process.
I
That's
described
what he
the
said.
process,
That there
absolutely.
is
Hold
a
on.
process.
Let me
Private
try to steal man.
property.
I think what
Like-
he said is if you own the property, you can defend the property, essentially, right? Like
If you have if you have private property rights, then that means an individual has exclusive domain or exclusive rights to utilize that property as they see fit, so long as it's not aggressing upon another
Wait,
person.
you're
That
talking about
is
lands,
the
right?
Does
conflict.
anarcho-capitalism
The enforcement
resolve?
I'm talking about material,
problem.
right? So like it doesn't necessarily need to be land, but it would not be intellectual property.
But is there
I
an
think intellectual
enforcement
property is
mechanism?
a
It's not an
contradiction.
answer.
How does that work? How do
Is
you
there an
None of this is an
enforcement
answer.
Absolutely.
Hold on.
You
Go ahead.
not
Flo.
understanding
Let
the
Dusty go.
philosophy is not me not
Describing
You
you.
are
the
not describing
idealization
a
is
process.
not
Hold on.
You
saying
just
how
keep
it would
saying that
resolve.
one
Please,
exists.
please allow
Hold
Dusty.
on. Go ahead, Flo.
But we've already.
She's asking about the enforcement I believe she's asking about what the enforcement mechanism is underlying supporting the philosophy.
I don't. She
No,
didn't say
we
anything
have.
about an
Hold on,
enforcement
Fabian. Hold on,
mechanism.
Fabian.
Well,
We have explained this. We have explained this. Fabian's explained it. I'm going to. Fabian's explained it in depth in a philosophical way. I've explained it several times in a much simpler way.
Not a
which is-
philosophical question.
Hold on. I've explained it through 1. He's arguing self-defense is not going to be the non-aggression principle violation. 2. I've explained how contracts that you've agreed on with enforcement mechanisms written into the contracts is a way. Hold on, no, hold on.
You're asking how it gets resolved, and you're
Can I finish? Hold on, let me just finish.
Hold
In the
on.
contract,
Hold on. Go ahead, Gibbs.
in the contract, there are enforcement stipulations that are agreed upon beforehand, such as we can forcibly remove you if necessary, right? That is something that's agreed upon. It's in there. And then there's a provided way to do that, whether it's through physically throwing them out, whether it's however that's agreed upon beforehand,
Wait,
which
Gibbs,
is not violence. Because
now
it's
one
all
party
agreed
says, actually, this is not the real contract that I signed. How do you resolve that dispute?
Social
probably also agreed upon. You have a third party that arbitrates.
None of this is actually describing the process. Like, how do you explain if
This is
three
exactly
people
how-
all want if 3 people all want different things and they won't be violent towards one another? Like,
call that
how does this
social
become anarcho-capitalism? Do they just agree not to be violent? Is that it? That's the whole
Contract
process through which it is
It's like
reinforced?
voluntary
I'm not.
association.
I'm not gonna like.
So there's
try
no
and walk you
enforcement.
through
But when they
this.
say
moment
enforcement
to reset
mechanism,
the
what they
panel.
mean is agreement. And when they say there is
Stop.
a resolution,
Stop.
Well,
what they mean
okay,
is
in
there's
less-
an
Listen,
agreement.
you
Can I try to
clearly
say
don't
something
understand
to the love of
this
Christ?
philosophy,
Okay.
and that's okay.
You keep
But like
accusing me
you
of not
aggressively
understanding, but
telling
you are
me that I'm
not
wrong,
actually
but not
answering
understanding
the
what I'm saying is just
question.
not
Not a
helpful.
philosophical.
This message is sponsored in part by.
Okay,
Wow, that was
shout
a
out.
great change of pace. You should put that back on.
Thank you. Yeah. So
You wanna see
listen,
mine?
I know everybody would like to talk and interact and engage, but we can't do it all at the same time. So please, I'm going to kindly remind you to keep your interruptions to a minimum. Let somebody finish their fucking thought before you actually try to interrupt and get to your point. We'll all have the talking sick, I promise. Okay, and I want to kindly remind the chat, you have only 30 minutes to finish that goal. You still have 13 more to go, and I have no issue with shutting this shit down and going home or to bed or whatever you want to say and however you want to say it. Kazoom says both ANCAPs and communists believe in things that only work on paper. Neither can work in reality. Anybody want to add a thought to that?
Communism works really well in China.
It actually didn't work that well.
Can I
That's
say
okay.
something about?
They
Yeah,
have
it's
been
working pretty good now. But wait, can I say
The more
something
that-
about
the more
the
Sorry.
whole ANCAP thing, quick?
Yeah.
Like, so just to clear it up for Buckaroo, or try to. So, and Fabian, correct me if I'm wrong here, but it's all sort of based on like voluntary association. So, like, that's kind of the principle of anarchism, right? Like, people
Right.
voluntarily engage in this.
understand
There's no
that part,
enforcement
but-
in that sense. But wait, let me just make a point. A good way to push back on that might be, why do people not voluntarily choose to associate in such an organized model? And it's because doing so limits you really to possessing just really your own, at most, I would say, property, which in theoretically is somehow evenly distributed, like land, which is somehow evenly distributed. And then everybody would produce only commodities that they make on their own, or commodities that they could trade with someone else in some sort of perfectly equal bartering system. It's just not something that really can exist in reality.
Right,
In
this
this
was what I
perfect,
was trying to
concealable
ask.
way. I know,
This
but a
was-
lot of it was like yelling, and it just sounded like a little like
Yelling. Well, most of it was yelling over me.
And
I
you wore
was
a lot of
literally just
sunglasses.
explicitly
Yeah, and the name
asking the
calling's
question
really not
while people
super
spoke
helpful
over
either.
me until they couldn't hear me anymore. And
I
then
don't know,
they all
Fabian,
said
what do
that
you
I didn't
think?
understand philosophy.
You know, I
So,
think that's a.
really,
I think that's.
can I ask
think
a question,
that's
please?
I think that's a straw man of my position, right? I don't think that anarchism requires.
I had a drink for every time he
in-
said that.
I don't think that. Well, I mean, there's a lot of straw mans of my positions. That's not really my fault.
I want to hear it.
I don't think it like, I don't think that there is this. I don't understand where. I'm just curious, so I'll turn it into a question. Where are you getting the belief that individuals have to like produce commodities on their own as opposed to collectively for some reason?
Well, so I guess in a strict Marxian sense, like, I'm going on the assumption that what you're saying is commodities, commodities contain exploitation. That's like sort of one of the main thrusts of Marxism, right?
Right, but like, set that
assuming
aside.
that
I'm
the
trying to
means of
set my shit aside as well.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm coming from that lens. That's probably why it's appearing that way. It's like,
Well, I mean, you can moralize it all you want, right? Like, I don't care if you moralize it right now. I just want to know why you believe, from an internal critique perspective, why ANCAPs believe or would agree with the concept that commodities need to be made at an individual level as opposed to in any other form of communal level or in a co-op or any of these other systems that we believe are commiserate with.
No, to be fair, I probably overlooked that, honestly. I mean, because I'm coming from a Marxian perspective.
Right.
I sort of just baked that into my analysis. But no, I'm sure an ANCAP would say, well, if there's voluntary, I guess what you're trying to say is, ANCAPs would argue, so all commodities could be voluntarily produced in some sort of collective ownership model. And again, I would argue that, okay, that would require like a voluntary agreement and association at a level of such sophistication that it could be mutually self-sustaining, like in a way that I just would argue is not practical or possible.
Well, no. So I'll give you an example, right? We don't believe in communal property, but that doesn't mean that an ANCAP society couldn't have an ESOP, right? Like, there's no reason that you couldn't have an employee that is given dividends or stock options or voting options on the direction of a company, and then that, bakery or that, factory or whatever that could be an ESOP. It's just, we believe in the liberty of the capitalist owner to own a factory A, and factory B might be unionized and be an ESOP model or whatever. And we'll see who produces the widgets at a faster, cheaper, higher quality rate. It doesn't matter. Like, I would want to do.
I know this is very Marxian, but I would say like commodities are produced for two reasons. It's for use and exchange, right? To just put it really simply. So if someone is going to produce a commodity, they're going to go through the effort of making something. It's because they either can use it or they can trade it. And so in your model, from my perspective, which you don't have to agree to, I'm just saying this is my view. From my perspective, I would say that you can't you can't have some scenario where all commodities are exchanged on an equal basis such that someone's labor power isn't exploited to some extent. Someone isn't monopolizing trade in some way or dominating trade some way or winning in trade in some way such that they acquire more commodities or more collective labor power than everyone else, because just the incentive to try and succeed I want to be careful in how I say this. The incentive to outproduce your contemporaries in such a society if there's not a basis of like equivalent communal equality spirit, there's too much. Do you see what I'm saying? It's not coming out.
Yeah, no. Like, I know them. I know the Marxist position fairly well. I would, if we were just you and me debating, which we're not, and I want to get other people in here, I would reject the theory of exploitation. And I would reject the Marxian analysis that it leads towards a monopolization of the labor market or of that, like, economically speaking. But I get what you're saying. I think is that if my system were to come to fruition, that the inevitability economically, like just in a realistic position, eventually leads towards the monopolization of the labor market and things of that nature. I disagree with that just fundamentally, and that's like a separate debate. But I get where you're coming from, but I would just prefer that if you're going to internal critique my system, that it doesn't come with the conclusions of a Marxian analysis, because then that kind of stops being an internal critique.
Yeah, it's hard for me to debate on this.
Can I just say my last piece, and then I got to skedaddle?
Sure, Soy, go ahead.
Yeah, Fabian, do you think that the state-mandated age of consent is political violence?
I think that the state-mandated age of consent will always be an arbitrary number. So yes, I've always argued for this. I think that
Chat, clip this.
What we should have is 2 ages of consent, as far as I'm concerned. I think the age of consent for sex and certain things should be around 25 without parental permission. And I think that what you should have is you should have parents be able to co-sign for their children. I think it's ridiculous that an 18-year-old can go into debt for student loan debt. I think it's ridiculous that I do view 18, 19-year-old girls and boys, for example, as children in many way. And I think it's fucking creepy when 35, 40-year-olds are able to have sex with them and go, oh, they turned 18. Isn't that magic number? I think parental involvement should be involved.
How would
there
you
as guardians?
That? That's crazy.
Well, we already enforced the age of we already
I knew you were gonna like his answer, so
we already enforce the age of consent.
I don't get what Soy thanks for debating.
So hey, see you, Soy. So we already enforce the age of consent currently. So the concept that it would be difficult to do so is I think is silly, because it would just be a movement of the number, which is already arbitrary. But what I would say is that what we should or what we ought to do is we ought allow, let's say, 18, 19-year-olds to either get parental permission for emancipation, where both parents agree, and they go, yeah, this person's an adult, we'll sign it away, they're an adult
What
now.
happens when people
Or I
don't?
think they ought to be, or I think that
This shit
people
get more and
ought
more
to be able to
ridiculous every day,
utilize,
though.
or I think that people ought to be able to utilize the judicial system in some way to fight for their own emancipation and prove that they are of sound mind and body to make rational decisions as
not very
adults.
libertarian.
You defended your point really good, Fabian.
No,
You did
that's
really
not
good.
libertarian. I got a response to it. And that
I
would.
think
why
I
would
know
you-
libertarianism more than you.
I don't think that you do. That's very authoritarianism to not give people the freedom to have sex until after their sexual reproductive prime is over. Is fucking crazy.
Segues perfectly into the question I want to ask.
I think it's about rationality in your mind, not about your
Right,
body.
every
I think viewing it as your body is gross.
Speaking of rationality,
Right.
chat, you have 20 minutes to complete that goal.
take-
Or I'm going to take my rationality and go to fucking bed.
Yeah. Yo, Fabian, you did good in defending your case. Big Papa, you shut her up. Even though Fabian, I wouldn't trust you to be on a plane with me, you did good on defending yourself. Big
Not
Papa,
really.
Big Papa actually asked you a
Plane
question.
is wild,
She said
but
she
all
didn't answer it. You actually did answer a question, and what she kept adding. So you did answer
What is
a
the question then?
But she
Stop
was so much of
nut-sucking
a
and let's
feminist
get to the point.
that she couldn't even accept your answers.
Why don't
She
you
kept
just stop
asking more
nut-sucking and
more,
ask a
then
question or
said that you
something?
didn't
Get to a
answer.
point.
Yeah.
Big Papa, you're like an extra from the movie Hocus
Who's
Pocus.
Kind of just
You couldn't even
comes in and assaults us all with his fucking main
I don't
character.
even
That
feel
is
like that's an
actually-
insult. That
That
feels
is
like
such
a compliment.
You're an extra from
Yeah, I know
Hocus
it's a
Pocus.
compliment.
All right,
Hell
hang on.
yeah.
Let me ask my question because I've been waiting for quite a while.
You can.
And
I wanna
it
hear
segues
everybody's question
perfectly
more than
into what
Tyler
you were
just
just
said.
saying.
Hell yeah,
Shut the fuck up,
hell
Tyler. You just got here.
Stop. Go ahead, Effigy.
Okay, so if we can look at the left wing and say that these ideologies are inherently violent because they try to take away property rights, why can we not say that right wing ideologies are inherently violent by the way they try to create or maintain purity in racial, ethnic, religious, or social purity?
It's real easy because that's not what this debate is about. Thank you. Come again.
He cooked
Wait,
you
I
up.
didn't
He's
understand.
absolutely right. He cooked you up, and let's keep it moving. He just answered you and cooked your ass up. All right. Anyway, Big Papa, you were so.
Well, no, I'm answering something he said in the debate. He said right wing ideologies are not inherently violent.
I'm
Why
okay
would
with
you
that.
say
Julius
that?
He did. I
Styles
missed the
nephew.
question.
All right. I'm just saying. He answered your question.
When
said
you wore
did.
3 sunglasses, it looked real cool. That's what inspired me to put one on.
Thank you.
You
Tied
definitely
up,
don't
you're
look
annoying
cool.
as fuck.
You look like a rapist. pilot. Get the fuck out of here.
I would.
This message is sponsored in part by
Tied up. Watch your words.
I ain't gay, but I'd probably fuck
My
you
bad,
if
my
you got
bad.
you
I
to shut
forgot.
up.
YouTube argument.
Yeah.
Number the professional duty with Dusty, whatever. You are the biggest loser of everybody on the panel. I could tell right now. Your
How's that?
insecurity is like bleeding through the screen. Every time that someone has
feel
a
like I
debate
just
and
went
has
back to
anything
middle
good
school.
to say to you or any rebuttal,
Roast
you can
battle.
see your
You're
body language
stinky.
change.
All
I'm
you've
dead.
been doing
I'm
since
dead.
you all
You
you've
look
been doing
like
since you
still
got up here is
bowling balls.
recapping.
All right,
I'm
go
going to
ahead,
turn your
continue.
backpack inside out.
My dad.
No
will
one
beat
even
you.
heard what you said, Avril Lavigne fan. You got to repeat it again.
You're not coming to my birthday party, dude.
That is also
and it's
not
not
an
just because you're
insult.
black. It's because you're a douche.
What's wrong with Admiral
Fabian, I got a
Lavigne, man?
question.
I feel like we getting
I
white
would come to
violence
your
now,
birthday
man.
party
You know?
naked just to fuck shit up.
He
I
was
would not never want to come to your birthday party.
He
You
said,
look like
"See
a
you
butt naked.
later,
We're good because
boy."
you're not allowed to.
You look like you wanted Donald Trump to make Dick great again. Or you want Donald Trump
Okay,
to make
this is
Dick great
perfect
again.
timing. I'm actually going to head out. I hope you guys have a great
I
night.
know you will
Thank you
because
guys for
because
including
you're
me.
losing the argument.
Thank
That's
you.
what women
Tied
do
up
when
is
you-
very
when
Tied up.
Deborah's
She's
annoying.
making her
they win.
fucking
They win.
exit. Tied up. Enough.
Thank you
ahead,
so much for
Buckaroo.
having me. It was
Make Dick great
great.
again.
Feel free to check me out, Big Papa Buckaroo on Twitter. I did tweet.
We're not going to go there.
I did
Oh
tweet my
my
links. I did
God.
tweet the links for all of the references that I made. If anybody wants to argue with me there, feel free. I always say I'm happy to be proven wrong as long as you can share your information so that I can learn too. Thank you guys so much. Have a great night.
Thank you, Buckaroo. All right. And let me add-
Sarah had to get the fucking the baby powder out there and smack him. Get him out.
Well, he always does this, and it just gets on my nerves because he just like
Tying
no,
up his request. He wants
No.
he wants you to dom him.
yeah.
He comes
I
out
also
here
have a
and
request.
out so that you'll put your high heels in his ball sack.
I also wanted to declare victory again. Both of our opponents have run again early.
Right?
I think that's fair.
Gibbs has got a concussion. I got the fucking flu. We're still here.
Wait,
Great.
Gibbs,
What's
how do
up?
you have a concussion?
Oh, I totaled my truck taking somebody to work Friday. An illegal immigrant pulled out in front of me, and the lights on their trailer. And
I gotta add the illegal immigrant part. Like, I feel like that was unnecessary, but all right.
I feel like that's not true, but
Dude, you guys are
No,
all
it is
playing
true.
with handicaps.
I
I know he
it's
totaled his
true.
truck. I'm not saying the totaling was not true, but go ahead.
I actually, here's the worst part.
Fabian, you hear that cough
He
Fabian
still
has?
managed to
Your
file an
cat's
insurance
dead.
claim from with a Mexican insurance
Bro,
company. It's
the
crazy
struggle's
stuff.
real.
It's a whole mess.
Fabian, how old were you when you
Okay.
lost your virginity?
Wait, so raging Patriots kicking me off again. Can I say one thing? Because it is my birthday after all. I feel like
Oh, happy
16?
I
birthday!
feel like
You know what? I
Yeah,
will
I'm 16,
veto.
yeah.
I will veto for 10 minutes, and then you'll give you the boot since it's your birthday.
Based. Thank you
Happy
so much. I appreciate
birthday.
that, Sarah.
He's joking.
I really don't have like too much to add here. I probably would one of the reasons I didn't take this debate prompt when I saw you guys were seeking, because I'd probably just like bite the bullet that we were talking about earlier, or I think that non-smoker was saying earlier, where I think that like probably all political ideologies have like some innate violence to them to some degree. And I get that's just like kind of how reality works. I guess I was told I've seen Fabian answer this question before. I just want to confirm if it's true. Is it true that you like wouldn't steal a penny to save like the entire human race or whatever?
Yeah, I would not steal a penny to save the world. It's a ridiculous analogy, but yeah, I'll bite the bullet.
It's epic.
It's wrong
That's
to do
epic.
that, and
Thank
it's
you.
wrong, and it's wrong to try and justify theft.
What?
Okay.
It's wrong to kill the whole population. It's more wrong to kill the population.
It's not killing the whole population. Something else is.
Yes, it
killing the
is.
population.
If you have the fate of the world in your hands and you choose to not save the world because you personally are so self-involved, you don't want the guilt of stealing a penny, that, sir, is immoral on several levels.
There's no
Well, I can tell you who's
I'm not a
gonna be
consequentialist
guilty.
in that domain. Sorry.
The chat is going to be guilty in about 14 minutes because they're still not there. You need 11 more. I gave you guys 3 whole fucking hours. 3 whole fucking
Dude, you have
hours.
so
Can
many
you
more
believe
viewers than
that?
me, and I've made more money in super chats tonight than you.
Oh,
this is fucked up, boys. Get them out there.
Give her
Like,
money
give
right
them
now.
some money.
They should be sending
What
the
are you
super chats to
doing?
me for my
I
birthday.
appreciate being brought on here tonight.
Socialism for the panel. Socialism for the panel.
It might have something to do with
send her.
yes.
Send her.
I agree with
send
that.
her tax
Bro,
paying money.
don't get me to agree to that because I'd be making a lot more money from some of the places
I'm
I go.
a
Like,
capitalist.
tonight's
sir.
a
I'm a
fluke.
capitalist. I'm a capitalist. I want people to make money. More money. You know. More problems. I guess. I don't know.
I feel like money solves quite a lot of
I'm
money.
glad If
Yeah.
Fabian, if you're at least making money, I'm glad somebody is off of this evening because I'm going
it's
to.
wild.
I'm gonna just in 13 minutes now. I'm gonna just shut down and go to bed, and then no more entertainment for anyone, and then y'all can kiss my big fat ass. So
Do you have a
yeah.
fat ass? Is that true?
I have a nice bubble butt.
Oh, okay. All right.
See, now you're inviting people. Pay up for that bubble butt.
What do they need? What do they need?
By the way, if you don't donate to Sarah, you are committing violence against the panel. So
Yeah. Political StreamYard violence.
Yeah, but to what you were saying, Ryan, like I'm gonna be real with you. I went into this under the assumption that they too would bite the bullet, and then we would just move into a conversation about whether the right or whether the left was more violent or something. Which is why, like, the second half of my intro was about, the inherence to violence on the left. Now, it isn't necessarily required on the right, but that the right does adopt this. I had all my notes were about, about defining right wing and why right wing doesn't necessitate violence, because that's what I thought the debate would go into. Because I agree with you. It was like, isn't any form of political. Isn't it? Oh, there you go, Admiral Gibbs.
Ooh, look at that! Look at
Spreading
that!
love. That's not happening to me. All right, I've been out of work for a week.
You
I've been
do have
sick,
a
all right?
concussion tonight, don't you, Admiral Gibbs?
Yeah, I mean, but when you win big, you share big.
Oh, thank you.
Admiral Gibbs, you're a better man than I am because you're not seeing a dollar from me.
Yeah.
See, that's the capitalist mindset right there.
Yeah.
Keep your money.
it's called paying down.
That's the objectivist.
Well,
No, that's the objectivist in me. I am purely here for my
Okay,
rational.
okay, Iran. Okay, Iran. I understand.
Well, I'll remember
Maybe-
that when people want more debates, I'll remember who I'll pay.
Yeah, it's called
Stuff in the ballot box.
investing. That was a cheap investment for Papa, right? You know what I'm saying?
Fabian and Gibbs,
Hey,
can
you
you guys for my birthday? Can you do me one favor and like give me a Steelman? I didn't actually watch the full debate, so can you like Steelman like Soy and Big Papa Buckaroo's position?
Yeah, I
throughout the
can.
month?
Yeah, I can. It's called confusion, purposeful obfuscation, confusion, and Poseidus. That was there's the steel man on their side. That's actually the substantive portion of the debate, and really all they offered the whole time. Thank you.
Buckaroo's. I would say her predominant position is that the prompt itself is confusing under the domain that it's difficult to define what is or isn't political violence. That no one will agree on what the definition is. Now we tried to force one, and that went how that went. I would say that soy pills is that there are certain elements that kind of almost like from a rule utilitarian position that these things he would define as political violence. But when I tried to get into what those things were, he wouldn't give me those things because he didn't want to, quote, get into libertarian brain rot. So like I can't really steelman his position because he wouldn't adequately give it to me.
Okay.
Are you okay with that, Ryan? It's all good, Ryan?
Yeah, Sarah. I'll accept my boot now, but I appreciate you having me on for a little bit. I'm gonna keep streaming in the night, so I'll
Happy
if
birthday.
anyone wants to come over later. Yeah, thank you.
Happy birthday, my friend.
Birthday to you.
Well, thank you, Sarah. It was very sweet. I'll talk to you guys soon.
I'm sick. I'm not singing. That's just not happening right now.
I don't want you to sing.
I thought you were gonna go the whole way.
I was a pretty good singer before I ruined my voice.
Oh, wait, what happened to your voice, sir? What happened to your voice, sir?
Too much cock.
Years of smoking, not smoking cock, smoking cigarettes, and don't smoke cigarettes, boys. Years of smoking cigarettes, and then improper screaming in metal bands when I was younger. Those two things. But I was like I was in like show choir. I won like best solo at Showstoppers and Fame, which are like national competitions. Like I used to be a pretty fucking good singer, but improper screaming, improper vocal techniques, not learning how to use my false vocal cords and instead, using my real vocal cords and smoking did that. So don't do either of those, kids.
And here you are today on a panel talking about libertarianism and all that. Like amazing, right? You go from singing
full circle, I guess.
Maybe oval shape. I don't know.
Yeah, Nicola. That's one of my viewers, by the way.
Nicola says, on behalf of the anarcho-capitalist, money for the excellent moderator. You guys actually
You did a great job.
You guys weren't too bad, though. I mean, of course, you were all very interruptive, but it wasn't like hostile and vicious. It's when it gets hostile and vicious was when things go AWR. Yeah. But thank you for that, Nicola and SB getting their new memberships. Powder Dusty's coming right back. He just had to do a quick reboot. I do have Asveron, Kinetic Kel, and Samantha X Savage hanging backstage waiting, but I want to give Flo an opportunity to fix his computer real quick before I put anybody else on.
I'm going to bounce out, guys. Good seeing y'all.
Who was that?
Nobody saw you. Your name is Vanta Black.
Nonsense. That was not me. That was not me, by the way.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Whatever. Sorry.
I'm the British. Camera. I'm British.
That was me.
Okay.
Oh, fuck England. Fuck the Brits. We need to be xenophobic to all people with British accents because they're going to come here fleeing their fucked up country and they're going to try and vote just like Californians after they get their citizenship.
Wait.
We need to remind them when they flee the UK and all that fucked upness not to vote for that bullshit that ruined the fucking great country of England. All right? So we must be xenophobic to all people with British accents. Fuck England.
Hilarious.
Just a question.
Wait, what happened?
Fabian.
I came up here to talk about communism and socialism, and here comes this goddamn Fabian guy saying "F England."
Keep that in England.
I mean, right now, England looks kind of like North Korea. They're arresting people for tweets.
If you bring money, he'll approve.
If you say I'm taken, arrested.
And to the chat, Gibbs spared you quite a bit, but you still have 4 more to go if I add it all up. All right. You still have 4 more donos to go, and I'll count it as complete. But you only have 6 minutes to do it, so do it. It's not that hard.
Let's get this as Varun guy asking questions. He just woke up. He's here to ask a question.
Hey, Fabian, if you think I'm English and have to be deported, now you talk to an Indian from the British Empire. Go ahead, Varun.
I did a whole interview with the Libertarian Party of India. You should check it out. It was wonderful.
Okay. No, I believe in capitalism and libertarianism too, but I just feel that you can't have good things going on forever. Like capitalism and libertarianism, it brings prosperity, but no one can stay rich and prosperous forever. So that's how communism eventually comes, and it will be one of the causes for destroying the prosperity of the kingdom or the empire or the nation. So how much ever you try, just like in Kondratyev's wave cycle, you can't offset depression and boom and bust as well. Same thing is with communism as well. You can't change the shift when it comes to collective ideology coming back knocking on your door once the individualistic phase is over. That's what I wanted to say.
Varun, if I may, can I reply? Varun, I believe, me personally, I'm an African that lives in the UK. And I believe capitalism is the way, is the future. Correct. And you're right, because it can't be unchecked. There has to be a limit. So Varun, socialism, I believe socialism starts from home. Your family should look after you. The community should come together, right? Pull some money together. If you work and you get fired, yes, the social safety net should be your community, Varun. That should be the net. That should help you get back up again. But in the wider society, I believe as an individual, Varun, you have to go out there and compete, because nature is naturally capitalistic. You have to survive. You have to go out there and survive. There is no safety. However, you need family. I think, and I hate the word social. I hate the word socialism, but I think socialism at home is the perfect.
To piggyback off of that, Vanta Black, a couple of things as Varun, and I apologize if I'm getting that wrong.
No, correct.
I would say first and foremost that the boom and bust cycle of the economy is predominantly driven by misallocation of resources from fractional reserve banking and in forced monetary inflation from the state spending, and that the appropriate way to understand the boom and bust cycle is to recognize that it's actually anti-capitalism that causes the boom and bust cycle. That when you do not have fractional reserve banking from a fiat currency, but instead you have competing currencies, commodity currencies, and you do not have the state regulation trying to, with post-Keynesian and Keynesian economic theory, trying to, reinvest resources in different places, that you don't actually get that boom and bust cycle. Now, of course, sometimes businesses fail, sometimes there are natural disasters, but I would say that it's predominantly the misallocation of resources from those domains. Furthermore, just because your house is on fire doesn't mean that you refuse to put it out, because in the future the house might catch on fire again. Right? The idea that like our house is on fire. We have socialism. We have, market disruptions. We have all of this theft. We have all of these immoral anti-capitalist things. Just because somewhere down the line communist revolution might occur doesn't mean that you go, well, I guess I just leave my house let it burn down to the ground. No, you put the fire out and you attempt to rebuild. But yes, in the future, a house fire might happen. So I don't think it's actually an argument against liberty, to reject liberty in any way or capacity, because in the future there might be agitators or things of that nature. I would say, however, that an anarcho-capitalist society that is free to flourish, I believe, would be more effective at stopping socialism and communism for a variety of reasons. One, it would be more effective. It wouldn't have the economic calculation problem. You would see more prosperity, more technological innovation. That liberty and freedom would create better social safety nets, as we saw in the turn of the century in America, where mutual aid societies were far better at taking care of the sick and the elderly and the poor and health insurance than Social Security ever was. The progressive era only came to fruition because the state did everything they could to punish mutual aid societies and fraternal societies, mostly because they were able to negotiate doctors' prices down, and doctors and the elite had to fight and use the government to stop them because healthcare costs were too cheap. So I think you will see a lot of flourishment in that regard. But lastly, anarcho-capitalism is not pacifist, right? If people come, I think, there is this kind of like belief of like non-aggression that leads towards these like God, guns, ganja, gays, kind of libertarians, libertine people that misconstrue the prescriptive or the descriptive for the prescriptive. And so they go, oh, well, since it's not a violation of the non-aggression principle, therefore it's good. And that's not the actual truth. The truth is we should get rid of all the fucking communists from our society the moment they try and enter any of our private property and go, no, go fuck yourself, commie. We don't want your kind around here. And we should kick them out. And we should have a society that doesn't have a communists in it.
So I have a counter for that.
Yeah, but isn't justice in an anarcho-capitalist society a commodity as well?
I guess Effigy had a counter.
I feel like that's like kind of like a Lukács way of looking at commodity or commodification. No,
Meaning, would it
it's
favor the people who
restitution.
have more money, like expressly though?
No, it would not favor the people that have more money. No, but not any more than fines.
But you don't have the
favor
institutions
rich
that
because they
try
have less
to
relative
level out
income.
justice, though.
I don't know what you mean by level out justice. Justice would be restitution and
real
retribution.
Real crimes. So when people commit real crimes, you need.
But if you commit murder, the ultimate price of murder is your own life, right? So it doesn't matter how much money you have.
That? Who do we pay to do that? Because people ain't gonna do shit for free.
The victims.
I'll shoot
you mean
criminals.
like why would people?
I'll delete people.
I mean,
for
like,
free. I mean,
this is kind of an issue of describing libertarianism where people don't realize that libertarianism is descriptive, not prescriptive, right? So it doesn't necessarily posit the perfect answer. But one example of how it could work, right, would be you have an insurance company like Geico or Nationwide or whatever. They represent your rights. And anybody that lives in that society, it's a requirement that you have some type of insurance in order for you to move to that society, et cetera. And so just like a car accident, right? If I bump into your car, I call Nationwide, you call Geico, and they figure it out. The same thing would happen with property crimes.
Yeah, you would
and
have
things
private
like that.
defense
then there
and
would be
private court agencies, which
and that leads
means,
to
just like
war.
our society now, capitalism leads to there being higher levels of lawyers and lower levels of lawyers, right? So if you can afford the best lawyer, you will always get the justice you want.
That's silly.
Money
to
rules
think
the
that you'll
day.
always get the. That's
Money
silly to
rules
think
the
that
day
you'll
in that.
always get the justice you want because of money. But
Why
I would
would
say that like we live under that current
It
system
happens
where
now.
like
Yeah.
well
Why would
equality is
and you're
equality
taking away
is a
all the
myth.
things that try to buttress against that, though. All
No,
the
I'm
rules
not.
that are tried to institute it on that thing to harness in
I
the negative
completely
aspects
disagree.
of capitalism.
I look at the justice system that we have today, where large corporations are able to engage in regulatory capture, and they
talking about
no,
real crimes against.
No, I am talking
individuals.
about
I know
real
you're
crimes
skipping
against
over the
individuals.
individual
What
crimes.
No, I'm not. What I'm
Yes, you
saying
are.
is that the current system that we have today is one in which
Who's gonna
the
fight for the little
wealthy
guy?
elite, Clay, you're interrupting me because you think that I'm not answering your question, and
no,
I'm
you're
answering
not.
the question.
Go ahead.
I'm saying that the current system that we have today, where there is a monopoly on power and violence, means that there's only one institution that needs to be bought for the wealthy and the rich to be able to game the system. And we see over and over and over again where the wealthy and the rich are able to game the
I agree.
system that we currently
That's
have.
fair.
And that what I'm saying is that, yes, equality is a myth. Yes, if you have more resources and you have more power, you will have more opportunities no matter what society you live in, be it
Amen.
socialism, be it capitalism, be it, mixed market economies,
so
it doesn't
the state-
matter.
the
But the
state
system
and
that
the bank are
I
just more
propose is
companies.
one that is not
That's all that is.
inherently conflict reducing in that
So,
regard.
so did you hear me? So the state and the bank.
We agree on that. Yeah,
don't
because it would
understand
make
is-
it absolutely
is
worse.
That's just another.
No, it
company.
wouldn't. We don't agree to that. You just said we agree, and you didn't even engage with what I said.
The state is just a company, essentially. That's what that is. You might not understand
can
that.
say
but
that.
the government is the company. It's the company. In
So-
fact,
so-
when you look at
I mean, that's a semantic argument. What is your argument?
It is a semantic argument, because what you're basically saying is that my private security force now becomes my force of whatever crime I say is a crime. And that's what the state is doing now, except for we vote on that. That's social.
Right. And what I'm arguing for is for competition and the regulation of the market. You're arguing for regulation. If you argue for the state, you're arguing that you believe. What do you mean? What about real crimes?
Like real crimes, like people getting hurt. What do you do about that? Because somebody ain't. That's not.
I already gave you the answer to that. Like, you're just saying, like, what are you talking about?
The same people that regulate the business are now going to punish the red rummers.
What?
Clay.
It just seems almost as pie in the sky as the people who say we can share everything, right? Like the idea that we're all just gonna like live in harmony with our money and with our capitalist natures, and not have people who have gorged.
Nobody's making that argument, though.
Well, that's what it seems like. You seem like you're not understanding, just like the people who make the opposite argument, the human nature that we see every day.
No, my ideology is more in line with human nature, without a doubt. You're saying that I have
you have none of the safeguards against it.
Well, no, I have more safeguards. Anarcho-capitalism has more safeguards. It has the market. The market is a superior mechanism than the government.
My man, the market will sell human beings to human beings if it gets a chance.
Your company gets to hire on a private security company to come and force upon my private security company.
Hold on.
Just a question.
Hold on.
Yes, that is a superior and less contradictory system with better checks and balances.
Hold on. Before y'all dive into the Taco Bell wars, hold on. Let's look like an example.
Taco Bell wars.
Yeah, listen. Yeah, let me just, before we dive into that argument, okay. One, even if what you're saying is true, Clay, right? That doesn't negate the argument about the prompt, right, that we made, right? Like, I am not a libertarian, right? I'm accepting that there is some force, right, that has to be required as a Republican to be in charge, whatever. But however, you and I both agree, if I put a gun to your head and say you're paying taxes, that's going to be force, right? Whether it's a company, whether it's a government, whether whatever, or if I come and say, oh, you're this ethnic group, we'll kill you, that's force. These are all forces. There's undesirables, all these different things. Enforce a border with like drones. Force, right? And right now, what Fabian's arguing, the monopoly of who has the monopoly on that is the state, right? Regardless of that point, it doesn't matter, because even though I agree with some of this being forced, that proves that these left-leaning ideologies, socialism, communism, progressivism, are inherently violent, because even if we keep the status quo that we've established, or like we have now, they want to overthrow that with a revolutionary system of violence. Or once they're in charge, do it peacefully.
It's very simple. My question earlier on how the radical ideologies are inherently
it's very simple, which is his system of governance, the other systems of governance in the topic of the debate require force no matter what. My system that I advocate does not require force, but that does not mean that force will not be used, right? It is when something is voluntary, you are in a position where you can agree to disagree, or where you can agree on a conflict resolution. But when you have, let's say, for example, the existence of public property, conflict is baked into the public property.
Yes. So this is what. So
Could I
ask
something?
understand what you were saying, Gibbs, but this is actually why I was arguing about the anarcho-capitalism as his position, because he was bringing it up. But what you're saying is that force is not inherent in that. No, it absolutely is. It is your private security force that forces the contract, enforces the contract.
Yeah, but what you're not
mechanism.
Really, yeah,
in the event of aggression. That is a defense mechanism. That is no.
We write a contract and I don't pay it back. What are you gonna do about it?
There you go. If you don't pay it back,
there's the
force kicks in. There's a difference there. If you do not agree to the contract, if you agree, no, I'm not. I'm gonna fuck you up. If you violate the contract, then I fuck you up. What is different?
No,
having one arbiter, you make everyone the arbiter of force.
It's not pacifist. It's not utopian. The difference is that the state, by its nature, requires force. The voluntary contracts do not require force. They only have the option of force if you aggress against that person. That is a difference.
Capitalism, it does. Now, I would argue that
you're just positing
in a social doctrine, in a social
You protect
doctrine,
yourself then.
right? A contract, if we write it up and then there's no enforcement mechanism, that's kind of similar to what we have right now, where when you got debt and you don't pay it back, there's no debtor's prison. Now we put it on your credit report, but you don't go to prison. You don't get fucked up. And guess what? That's
you don't go to prison, but your life is
I just reject social contract.
Exactly true.
I only accept explicit
that may be
contracts.
true with
Interrupt
debt.
for a quick
That may be true.
logistics interruption. The Crucible has officially raided. There are now over 2,800 of you watching, which is awesome, amazing. But that raid just saved the chat from me shutting down because I was just about to push, literally just about to have everyone do closing statements.
You ain't going nowhere.
Yeah.
Just
now
for everyone,
we have,
just for the record, I am pro debtors prisons. All right, fuck off.
Okay, that gives me an idea of your mindset. Now that's interesting.
We don't need
interesting.
that.
I want to rebut.
The debt stuff only applies with like.
I did set another goal, so you guys have another hour of saving grace. Thanks to the Crucible crew for sparing you.
I'm
but you have
definitely
to
not
hit the
streaming
goal.
tomorrow.
You definitely have to hit the goal if you want to keep going from there. Okay.
I love
All right.
How much time
So like
should the
the
person
debt,
who
not
owes-
going to debtors
Make
prison
some
is like
money,
only
Sarah,
for
make
private debt. Like if you don't pay like your credit card or your whatever the fuck balance, right? However, if you don't pay the IRS, you are 100% going to go to jail.
Yeah,
After
you
it,
do
like,
2
enough
years
time.
on it, yeah.
So like
Yeah.
that's different. We do have a debtor's prison when you're indebted to the government money.
Yeah, it's,
correct?
but if they catch you, and you leave, you can actually fight that pretty well too. Just so you know.
Okay, I mean, sure. You tried it. I've tried it.
I have a question real quick for the panel. Like, I understand what Fabian's saying. Like, why are we allowing the state? Like, why are we, being cocks for the state? I can't stand it. Everyone's like, oh yeah, the private.
Vanta Black, you're one of the good ones.
The good ones.
You're trading one state for another.
By that I mean one of the good Englishmen.
You're trading
Not one of the
one
good
state
blacks.
for another. That's all that is. You're putting
I
your
hate-
trust in one group of men over another group of men. That's
I-
security force
but-
over that
wait,
security
Clay,
force. That's all that is.
Clay, understand. I get the ANCAP argument. I understand it. I'm not fully bought in, but I understand it because you can have your own private community, private security. What the hell? Sorry, there's some weird echo going on.
Yeah, it's Vincent. Vincent, Vincent, you either need to get out of a room that's very big, or put some headphones on.
I don't like this to myself. I hate my voice. But yeah,
Listen.
Clay, I'm just saying, Clay, I'm with Fabian. Probably like 70%, roughly 70%. I'm with Fabian on this one. I have to say because
Listen,
I'm listening.
my channel name, you as a British person, right? You will understand my name better than most of the American audience.
Oh, the Fabian
Liberty.
Society. Fabian Society.
It is an inversion of the Fabian Society, right?
Amen.
Like,
Yes, sir.
listen, I understand you guys, when I say we should abolish the CIA, the NSA, the FBI, and every 3-letter and 4-letter agency, I understand most people aren't going to be with me because they're like, well, who's going to track down the pedophiles? Even though they're clearly not doing a good enough job. Set that aside, right? Like, I'm not asking you guys to get rid of all these things. All I'm asking for is this really simple thing. Somewhere in Georgia, somewhere in Alabama, somewhere in Mississippi, somewhere in Louisiana, somewhere in Texas, okay? I want a small town to say, you know what? Let's try a private corporation to use as a police department instead of the local police sheriff. We'll keep the state police, right? We'll keep the county sheriff's office. I just want one private company that we have a contract with that says you're going to police our streets, you're going to protect these rights, and you're financially you have to pay us if you violate rights, and et cetera, and then just see what happens. Okay, let's just see what happens. And then all I'm saying is what happens when that works well. Will you try it again in another small town? Will you try it again in another small town? And will you try it again with the state police? And then will you eventually realize that that's better?
This is a bad idea because you're gonna have small communities that have like a small subset of like whatever normative morality they could have, which could be like detrimental.
What the hell is normative morality? What does that mean?
I think like having a bigger government that has like a broader normative morality that we agree upon and
wait.
enforcing. Hold on, chill. Just give me a sec. The quickest way to shut me up, just let me finish my point. Right? If we have a larger larger normative morality that we can enforce, like pedophilia bad, right? I don't want to have like some weird fucking town be like, actually, no, it's not, and then like we just cope because that's their
That's
little
not my
fucking
claim.
thing. Let them do that.
Hold on,
No, this is
Samantha.
why you're
That's
just
not my
retarded,
claim.
though, Fabian.
No, that's not my claim. I'm not saying that they ought be able to then, that this private police force would then make all their own laws. Literally just hire them to enforce the laws that are already, that the state already has set forward and that the federal government has
You
already
mean
set
like
forward.
local police departments that we already have?
Local police departments that are fully privatized as opposed to having
So not a
elected sheriffs
government.
or appointed
Yeah.
sheriffs.
I get what Fabian's
And
saying.
that
I
don't
want a
have
strong
qualified
government. I
immunity,
want a
that
strong
instead
government
work.
enforcing
Thank you,
political
Fabian.
morality upon our society.
Can we not
So-
assume
so
how they
you
would
won't let it
behave
happen
just
in
from
one
watching
small
how
town and
private
just see how it
prisons
happens?
behave? Can we not assume how they would behave?
Private prisons is such a nonsense argument because all of the same shit the private
Can you
prison
hear me?
lobby
You're
lobbies
putting
the
a
government
profit
for,
motive
the
on policing
same
people.
the same thing unions do. Unions are almost 1-to-1 in the lobbying that they do for government
Yes.
that private prisons are, and private prisons are a very small minority of federal and state prisons. It is
Yes.
it's a fucking meme.
Wait, wouldn't it actually do the opposite of what you just said? You said it was going to put a profit motive on policing. Actually, yeah, that would take it away, right? So if you have the private company being paid, these people are paid, X amount of dollars to enforce something.
Can you hear me?
They no longer need to fund the revenue off of like speed traps or like, et cetera, enforcing petty crime and fines. So that would eliminate the profit motive right there. And which would lead to probably
Admiral, thank you, Admiral.
being
Well
private-
said.
But how do
well
you think
said.
people in those jobs now would get like raises or promotions or things like? What would be the metrics they have to do that, right?
And where does the peace
Speaking of-
officer's
Same
certificate
as any
come
other
from?
Speaking
corporate job.
of,
Just do your fucking job well and get a good
Speaking of
performance.
doing a job, I have a job, and it's to read the people who send money for me to say what they want to say on screen. Anthony says, "Happy raid from the Crucible crew. Got to work in a few hours. Keep the super chats up to support our content creator warlords happy. Not one step back." Thank you, Anthony. Nectarios says, "Smoky Man sent me here. Here's for the grift. Thank you so kindly." From Far From Pukin says, "Fabian, have you ever seen RoboCop?"
Yeah.
And Captain Planet says, "I did my part, not one step back." Thank you to the Crucible crew. Keep up
Captain
the-
Planet, he's a hero, gonna save the pollution. I don't know. I forgot the whole song about
down to zero.
that. There you go. Thank you.
Yo, fuck Captain Planet.
When
Captain
power
Planet was telling us not to breed. And
I
they were
know,
having
it
a
was
population
propaganda.
crisis.
It was
Fuck
propaganda,
Captain
bro.
Planet.
Propaganda.
It's
Yeah.
watermelon propaganda. Green on the outside, commie red on the inside. fuck Captain Planet.
So with the private security putting their hands on people, this is the problem with that. You're going to actually have to get a state to agree with you setting up a town like that, because there's a little thing called a peace officer certificate. So when people are putting hands on others to put them in a cage, that actually is required by every single
Yeah,
state.
I don't care.
Oh,
I don't care if the private company has to go to the
though.
same 6-week fucking cop.
No,
course.
even at that, you could argue the same case because we have bouncers inside of bars who put their hands on people and they're just paid cash under the table with zero contracts and guarantees.
Fantastic counter, because I was actually I'm glad you brought it up, because you would actually have to buy the entire town, call it all private property, the entire town, and that means that there's no government there.
Man, you're
And
just going
that's
outside of the
understandable.
fucking analogy. Shut up.
That's
You're being silly.
understandable. No, that's understandable, but you're going to have to get a state on board with that. So it's
Yeah,
just
no
gonna be
shit.
wiser to become a governor.
No shit. I have to get people on board with it. I was just saying, like, hey,
Oh,
let's
hold on.
try an
This is just-
experiment.
this is not true at all. Like
the
you-
legislature, you're going to have to get the legislature.
Okay, and fucking yeah.
so-
Obviously, I would need permission of the state to supplant the state in some variety. I'm
how you
simply
gonna do that?
saying, let's try it out, man.
I-
I'm gonna try it
Isn't
the
a-
same
isn't
way.
a
The
fairy
same way a
tale.
lot of other political.
Few of the
I mean, hold
billionaires
on.
are
He-
trying
he
to do
doesn't
this
actually- hold
anyway. Elon Musk
I
did
don't know
this
how
with
much
his rocket
business you
town.
can get there.
Hold on.
Fuck
You
yeah, dude.
actually hold on. We already do this though, but we just don't do it for certain services like
Silicon
policing,
Valley.
right? Like,
Yeah.
well, hold on. Like, if you look at things like TxDOT, they do that here in Texas. They have private companies that are contracted out to build roads. We do this all the time. It's not like the government themselves are building the buildings. They're hiring companies to do this, and the reason why do they do that? It's more efficient for
Sometimes
the
the Army
company to do it.
Corps of engineer build.
Yeah,
shit,
maybe
but
the
it's
Army
super
Corps.
rare.
Yeah, but sure. Yeah, right. But like for the most part, they do this already, and there's only certain things they're not. So I don't see why policing should be any different in this regard. It's not
I
a
agree.
special case.
I agree. In fact, that's actually why I said
wait,
earlier.
you don't
that-
agree?
No,
Because you just said they'd have to own the whole town.
I said earlier, the state is just another company. And if you view it from that viewpoint, you realize that the laws are actually just bylaws. So get involved.
But that's just a semantic argument. Like, I don't necessarily disagree with it, but
it's accurate.
Doesn't mean anything. Yeah, but it doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah, it's a distinction without a difference.
You're arguing from a position of utopia, and I get that. But
No, I'm
you
not.
have to vote for it in the company.
just argue with
I'm not arguing for utopia.
The company is the state. Oh my god.
Clay, wait a minute, Clay. You're saying Fabian's a utopian. It's actually being more practical, to be fair with you.
It's literally what it used to be called.
Yeah, but I'm
by the way.
arguing
It
the
used to
same
be
thing, and
the
I'm not
state used to be
arguing
called
from
the
utopia, and we're both
Oh
arguing.
shit! Fucking, we're
within
getting
the
sovereign citizen arguments up in here. In
We're-
1812, they switched
Hold on.
to maritime laws. The
with
company
America,
of the
you are
state. It doesn't fucking matter, bro.
But what he's saying is not accurate. Hold on. I'm arguing the same thing as Fabian, and I'm not arguing from a utopia. This is how I know Fabian's not. He proposed within the current United States, not utopia, not Ancapistan. He proposed in the current United States a small town doing this, right?
Yeah.
And
They're
then
already-
explaining it if it's good.
They're
So like this
already
is in the current
doing that
system,
in
not
Arkansas.
in utopia. Well, cool,
Arkansas.
exactly. Then we can
Oh
see
yeah,
the
I saw,
expansion.
I saw the Arkansas. Yeah,
Did they really send me that? Send me
But-
that information.
But did
I
you
have not
guys
heard this.
forget about a little thing called the Pinkerton Company?
Oh yeah. I'm very familiar with the Pinkerton.
Yeah.
The
Yeah, I'm
private
familiar with the
police force back when Carnegie was.
Pinkerton's isn't. Pinkerton wasn't technically a private police force, but yes.
And they're brutal, bro. They're brutal.
Yeah, when
They're
they
still
put
around
hands
today, by
on,
the
they
way.
put
They just
put
fucking-
hands on.
I thought they were detectives. Like,
So the Pinkertons started out as a private security firm, and then they
Yep.
very quickly became a security force for corporations that were running like company towns or trying to break up unions. and
Carnegie,
black
the steel
hat
company. Yep.
protests.
Ah.
And then the Pinkertons basically when you have the whole history of Labor Day, after that, after the Pullman riots and things like that, the Pinkertons get sent in to stop a riot after they've been infiltrated by like communists. And they just fucking flatten people. And they killed a bunch of people.
Yeah.
And then after that, the Supreme Court stepped in and was like, hey, I know that protesters took over your factory, but you're not allowed to kill people in your factory because like they have a right to unionize and take over, which the Supreme Court should have ruled in the opposite way. If you refuse to get out of my fucking factory, I have every right to fucking kill your ass.
And
so-
Fabian, if I may, real quick, the reason why I'm very familiar with the Pinkertons is because they even go to people's houses that use, counterfeit trading cards. What Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, whatever.
Pinkertons went to fucking
they come to your
investigate
house
people
and
that
actually
had
beat the shit
counterfeit
out of you.
MTG cards.
Yeah. They come to your house.
Fucking
beat the shit
insane.
out-
It was like that shit happened in like 2020, like 2020. People were like, the Pinkertons are still around?
Yes.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, they storm in. They storm
Yeah.
into your house, get your shit, beat the shit out of you, and they walk off. Done. That's crazy. That is insane. But yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But I was just pointing that out because you get a private force. Eventually, that's what's going to happen.
No, I completely disagree.
Private means power. What are you going to do to stop?
Not really, because
that's nonsense.
Terms and
Could I ask a
conditions. It
question to
depends
Fabian?
on the. Oh yeah.
I like
So
the
if-
fact
if-
that I like having a government controlled force because we have more power over that with voting and legislation than we
Vote.
would
You
have-
actually believe in voting. You
Then-
believe
then
in
try-
voting.
then
My
try-
God.
then- that's fine. Yeah, you can go fuck yourself.
You,
That's
you,
fine.
you believe in voting.
You're a foreigner. We vote over here.
Are you a child? Are you a child? You
Goodness.
still believe in democracy?
Welcome to
I
America.
can't believe it.
But yeah, no, I like having like the government control the force because we do have more power over them using the government as like our hand over them, right? More so than a private company, which is well, this is how we do it. If you don't like it, hire somebody else. Like you really can't without having the government control that private entity. Do
Yeah,
anything.
stepping into this pragmatic
Now
argument.
you're adding like
right,
another layer
like
of
so-
bullshit, red tape, and
so-
bureaucratic fuckery to something that we can just do having a government fucking strong long arm of the law.
Yeah, so first and foremost, I would say that the pragmatic argument is unnecessary. I think the ethical argument is all that is necessary. But if I were to step into the pragmatic argument, as I would say that I completely disagree. I would say that the competitive market has a far better system of incentives towards proper behavior and towards non-aggression than does the state. And I would also say that our control over state institutions is extremely limited. Now, maybe if you were to make the
How do
argument
you have a
of
free
like
competitive market without any legal framework to keep it that way?
nobody is making the claim that there would be no legal framework. So
Oh,
what
really?
I would say is that our current system, the idea that we have like control over, let's say, policing, because that's what we've been talking about. First and foremost, you are voting for representatives. You are not voting on issues. You may be an issue voter when you vote for a representative, but again, you are voting on a representative that may or may not just completely lie about everything and then vote against what they said. I think we see that more often than not in our current political system. Then on top of that, you are talking about something that's under the executive branch. So you're voting for your congressman, presumably for a majority vote, which still is a whole ethical quandary for the 49, 45, 40% of people that lose that vote. But even still, even if we accept that it's okay if the majority wins, and we accept that pragmatic argument, I would say that we've seen the expansion of policing and the way that policing, has gone away from its intention and gotten more and more power and less control from people over time.
Wait, how
over
are
and
we getting
over
more
and
and
over
more
again.
power and more control when they've been
I've got a
defunded
question
through to
for Fabian.
BLM throwing a shit fit for like 5 years straight? We've seen like massive amounts of defunding and police not being able to do their job because like on top of having people that in positions of power in the government that can like control them or control their funding, literally cuck them because a bunch of people got upsetty spaghetti as some people that committed crime getting fucking capped.
Yeah, so I don't disagree that NGOs putting in, prosecutors that won't prosecute people so that criminals go right back onto the street, or NGOs, working anti-democratically but supposedly democratically to defund police or move resources over to other areas doesn't defang certainly does indeed defang the police department's ability to engage in certain actions. But what I'm saying is that you have two factions of the state that are both undemocratic and that are both, lacking control of what it is that the people desire, fighting against each other to determine what the police do. So on one aspect, you have defunding of the police when communities actually want more policing. You have, movement of resources over to places that never fucking work, like in Baltimore, where they move police departments' money over to like counselors and community leaders, et cetera, and they do nothing for crime. And then simultaneously, what you have is the Supreme Court just over and over and over again giving more and more leeway so that the police are less and less accountable.
That's not
a
accurate.
private company.
We have more the politicians.
I wasn't accurate about what I
We have
said.
more
The
so
Supreme Court
these politicians
always
are
rules in
And
favor of
the
legal system.
pseudo
That's what I
master
stated.
chef asked Fabian Liberty, so what happens if it turns out that those private police make it look like they actually cut down on crime, but instead cooked the books?
I know this is the Fabian,
Well,
but
that'd be
I want to
fraud.
answer this real fast. We have the same situation that we have with what the dishonest Dems are doing now, where they relabel things crime, or they'll not prosecute crimes under $1,000 in San Francisco, or they're going to sit here and say, "Oh, crime's down," while they're not out there actually policing. Of course, crime's down if you don't charge anybody for anything, or do other things like that. Yeah,
What
I mean,
happens when things happen that are currently happening, bro?
yeah, that's what you're describing. So yeah, guys,
Damn,
hey,
I like Admiral guy. I like Admiral. Admiral.
Yeah.
I dropped one article about that pound in the back chat.
They're so cucked they're not
Whoever asked.
enforcing any
That was
laws
me
that are
that
already in
asked.
place.
Appreciate it.
I've got
And
a quick
then-
question for Fabian. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. And then Black Flame Nova says none of these suggestions will fix the issue, only bandage it. Modern day problems are a problem of secularism. Welcome to the world made without God.
Well said. Well
True.
said.
Secular.
Well said. Well said.
I'm an atheist. I don't think you need Christianity.
I'm agnostic, but I think God.
Christianity is what led to this.
And taught a fucking one single moral framework across all of society and have them working off the same one. But since we took God out of the fucking classroom, guess what? Crime and fucking immorality and fucking single parent households and all this shit fucking went rampant.
That's,
And
yeah,
while
I don't
still
disagree
there's still a whole bunch of you watching, if you could at least do a kind favor and just hit the like button for me.
Yeah, at the very least, hit the like button.
Yeah,
At the
lazy
very
bastard.
least.
Yeah, one
Come on.
click.
Like,
you.
share,
Bye.
and subscribe, and soon hit that fucking hype button. Jesus Christ!
The
I
hype
saw
button.
that.
Hey, what's the hype button? Please
It's
break
a
that
whole
down.
Hype
new
button. Hype
thing.
button is like a like button for channels under 500,000 subscribers.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
By the way,
And,
hi,
like, you get hype
Scott,
points.
long time no see.
You get like hype points based off of like the ratio of your subscribers and your current viewers, etc. So like the
Yeah.
bigger your channel, the more hype you need in order to get hype points. And the smaller channels get more hype points. And it's supposed to boost small creators into the algorithm.
Yeah,
Based off
YouTube
of
is
their
getting messy,
engagement.
man. YouTube getting diabolical. God damn it, YouTube.
So Fabian, let me make sure I understood you correctly from before. You were saying that the police are actually gaining favor from the Supreme Court.
Yeah. So I'm
Okay.
saying things like, like expansion of egress or, expansion of, I'm not an
Yeah, I mean, you
expert
can
on
be arrested
policing,
for
obviously,
anything at this
right?
point.
Like, I mean, like
Literally
the-
anything.
the-
Traffic ticket.
I mean,
guess what? You can
you've
you
seen,
can go in the
what was
back of
it?
the
There was
car.
one state recently that repealed, oh God, I have the flu. It's getting late. It's whatever.
I've just got a question for Fabian, real quick.
All right, it's
Um,
fucking my panel now, Sarah. Like, what's up?
yeah.
Like,
What do you think
it
of
happens every
qualified as-
time.
Out to everyone then.
You have
This
the
is
most
out-
Would you-
positive position.
It's okay. Well,
Was you-
but you're also very, vocalized and you're doing a great job with it. So yeah, you defend your stance all you want. I won't get in your way.
This
Was you talking about
can be out
qualified
to anyone as
immunity?
well.
Yeah,
I'm
one
just
state got rid of
wondering-
qualified immunity. Yeah.
Wouldn't the majority of you be proponents of direct democracy?
I'm not a proponent of direct democracy. No.
Why not?
So,
Very good.
well, here's why not. 9 out of 10 people agree that gang rape is good. That's direct democracy.
Wait. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. See,
10 people
he's right.
voted, and
That's fine,
9 were
that's
really
fine.
for
Nine
it. You know
people,
what I
now
mean?
there's
Like,
9 people to take that one person and put him in a fucking wood chipper. Fine with
No.
me.
No. He's saying the 9 out of the 9. I said that, yeah, they're okay with that. That's direct democracy. So then you're gonna put whatever
Oh,
it
sorry, I heard
says.
it backwards.
I don't think
Yeah,
anyone
yeah.
argues
it's
for
fine,
direct
yeah.
democracy.
Okay.
It's this weird straw man that people like to bring up, but no one argues for direct democracy. We use referendums in certain instances, but not as an overall system. Ever.
I'm a monarchist, Fabian. I'm a monarchist in the UK.
I hear more people
If
actually
we were a direct democracy
arguing for
society in the United States,
authoritarianism.
we would be off the
I
rails
think
right now.
democracy. I think
Crazy
democracy
leftist
is
retarded
cancer.
bullshit land.
I think democracy is cancer. Period. Democracy is cancer for the Western world. I stand on it.
As much as I love liberty, bro. Like liberty actually so this is my view of it. Maybe I'm wrong. Liberty sits in the middle.
You're wrong.
Liberty actually sits in the
fucking
middle.
what?
Like there is no left or right in liberty.
Okay, so you're a fence sitter. You're gonna sit on the fence the whole
There is
time.
no fence there. No.
yeah, I
It's-
disagree, but that's fine. I
like
don't
because
I don't know that I
because
want to
you
get
have a
into it to a certain
choice
degree.
in the matter. You have a choice to do good or to do bad. Now you can be punished for what you do if it is bad.
Okay,
that's what liberty means. Literally, there's
I don't know that
consequences for your actions.
that doesn't
I
necessitate that
agree.
it's left
Yeah.
or right, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I would argue a Hoppian perspective that to maximize liberty, you need a functional society, which demands order-based politics and structure, which would mean liberty requires right-wing thought and philosophy for it to be functional. But that's a separate argument. I don't think liberty sits in the middle. I think it's just a different thing.
Well, the Hobbesian mixed
It's a rejection of that power.
mixed with the Locke philosophy, which is just liberal, the ability to.
That is the
make
most
choices.
monstrous political ideology I've ever heard. Is the
literally what
Hobbesianism
we
mixed
have.
with the Locke sounds so
Oh my
gigabad.
So these guys,
What if-
right? These
what
guys.
if you
these
only
original
took
guys,
half of Second Treatise on
hey,
government?
hey,
Hobbes, Montesquieu, some of the greatest philosophers, in my opinion. Montesquieu, Locke, Hobbes. These guys were what the founders were really looking at, and that's what they tried to implement. That, in my opinion,
I'm with Fabian. I think I hate the Leviathan. The Leviathan is the enemy. That's what
I mean.
said.
Thomas Jefferson originally wrote that we were Jesus Christ, land, liberty, not land. What the fuck was it?
Life, liberty.
Sorry, it's late. Life, liberty, and property was
originally
what he originally wrote.
Yeah,
right. It was a direct quote of Locke. Right. The only reason he changed it is he was worried that using property would give a form of justification of slavery in the long term.
I agree. And in all actuality, liberty already gives you that concept of private property.
I agree.
Yeah, but not on human life. Not on human life. Like, come on, man, we're in the modern age. Like, are you saying tomorrow ANCAP society we're gonna? Oh yeah, that person's property. I'm gonna take him as a slave. Come on, man, that's juvenile.
No, that's not. No, I was saying the reason he didn't directly quote John Locke's life, liberty, and property and said life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness was because Thomas Jefferson was worried that that using property would give a justification for slavery.
Understood.
Exactly.
Okay, fair enough. Understood.
Not just
Hey,
that,
guys,
which is ironic,
but even just possession of anything at all, private property. Once I have it in my hand, like now I've got the claim for it, but there might be another claim to it. Even though I have it in my hand, it could be stolen property, right? So private property as a quote unquote right in the Declaration was not.
No, you're just making up shit now. You making up shit.
I'm telling you,
he was not worried about stolen property as a conflict with private property when he didn't quote.
That's
Locke.
the idea
Like,
of private property, that once it belongs to you, it's yours. It can't be stolen. It's private property. It's the opposite. It's stolen property. That's what.
But you can't steal private property.
Well, you can steal private property, but it doesn't become your private property. It's just stolen property.
You're a
It has
criminal.
nothing to do with
9/10
why
of the
Thomas
law.
Jefferson.
Possession is 9/10 of the law. You say it's
What?
yours. I say it's mine. It's in my hand.
That's a platitude. That's not
If
a
you guys
fucking
don't
argument.
mind,
What are you
we'd like
talking
to
about?
ask you a question to see in regards to.
Well, hold on. Let's examine.
Ask Gibbs a fucking question. God damn.
Yeah,
man,
well,
I'm
hold on.
getting
Let's
tired.
examine. Let me just examine what. Yeah, I'm just chill, but let's examine what Clay just said.
Gibbs, hold up. Gibbs paid his dues, so he gets to sit quietly.
I'm chilling, bro. Like, I just want to examine what Clay said, though.
I either pay or I work for you as a slave. I see how it is, Sarah.
If it's in your, yeah. No, let's just look at what Clay just said. Okay, you said it's 9/10 law. It's in your possession. All right, cool. That's great. That's cool. That works when you're the most powerful in the room. What happens whenever I'm like, yeah, it's in your possession, but me and my boys are gonna whoop your ass and take it, and that's mine.
It's like might doesn't make right, but might does make
And that's
reality.
why in liberty it's already built in, because that is social.
I'm just saying words.
I'm saying words, but you don't understand them. Cool. Okay.
I understand them. I'm just saying they're not an argument. Like using liberty. Like, yes, did Thomas Jefferson believe in a concept of a social contract theory? Yes, they did believe in a limited concept of social contract theory. But even under that domain, he was an anti-federalist, right? Like, he argued for the Bill of Rights. He was arguing for constraints on the government because the social contract theory isn't enough to constrain the growth and the might and the power of the state, and therefore we needed certain rights enshrined in our Constitution if we were going to adopt that framework to try and stop the encroachment of the government, because social contract theory isn't enough to stop the abuses of the state.
Right.
Like,
Yeah, I
so
mean, you
just
can also
know.
look at you can also look at the government they put in place beforehand. They obviously wanted something with less power than they ended up with, but the Articles of Confederation.
Yeah,
that
but
government was just utter
fucking Madison
failure.
was a sneaky motherfucker.
Yeah, so I mean, but to the point though is,
Madison was like, I can fix this. I have this whole paperwork ready to go.
Sure, I agree. With your assessment. However, it looks like they tried to implement something lighter, and then they go, well, this isn't going to work. You either got to go way lighter, which is what Fabian's proposing, or do what the founding fathers did and say, well, we're going to make some compromises and we're going to use force and inherent violence in order to get our way done. Just like these fucking leftist ideologies that we debated against tonight. Socialism, progressivism, and communism, all leftist and inherent violence.
I like this Admiral. I like
Not
Admiral.
against
Thank you,
liberal,
Admiral. Thank you,
liberal
Admiral.
ideology, like liberalism, liberty.
None of it matters anyway because we already agreed that all politics involves violence inherently. So it's
I just have a question for Sarah. One
fucking
question,
splitting
Sarah.
hairs to pick individual ones that are violent, right? Because they all are.
One question.
We've
for
said it
Sarah.
multiple times.
I mean, there's a difference between like slapping you on the face and bashing your head in with a hammer. You know what I mean? Like, just because two things are violence doesn't mean that we can't like compare them. I mean, as the great Lil Dicky said, "Bitch, why can't fruits be compared?"
Lil Dicky, oh my god.
So liberty is defined as the state of being free within society from oppressive restrictions imposed by authority on one's way of life, behavior.
If I may,
So
if
I
I
don't
may,
need you to
Go
fucking look
ahead,
at Webster's
like I
right
fucking
now.
said.
What's up, Vanta?
Sarah, I just want to say I want to hear from this lovely lady next to me, Samantha. Samantha has been quiet all the time. I just want to hear from other ladies in the goddamn panel. Samantha, do you want to get involved? I think she's muted.
Oh no, I was listening. Like a second ago when Clay said like liberalism is about liberty, it was like liberalism hasn't been about liberty in a long time. In from my viewpoint, they have been pretty anti-liberty, and having like a.
Yeah, but we can differentiate between modern liberalism and classical liberalism.
I mean, yeah, it's
right?
definitely
Like, I think
changed
that's
over
what he
time,
means. I think that's what he means when he says liberalism.
Yeah, I
don't
talk
think
about
he
the founders,
meant, like the Democrats
constantly. Yeah, I don't talk about the.
And
the
I would love it
weird-
if we were going by founders. That'd be great, but we don't do that anymore.
the
Like, a lot of the founding-
I mean, hold on. We
the
act
law
like the
does.
founders were like some kind of like every unified thinking. I mean, we have devout Christian founders, and then we have Benjamin Franklin writing essays about how to pick your mistress. So, when I'm sitting here in this, like, obviously not all the founders agree on all sorts of shit. Like, there's a reason why we have the Federalist Papers and the Anti-Federalist Papers, right? Like, it's not like the founders even agree. Like, I find that argument to be a little bit ludicrous.
I would
Hold on,
love to go
founders
back to
had-
where
the
the
founders
only
had-
tax was property
they-
taxes
the
in the fucking.
The founders had the
like,
basic understanding before they even started the society. So they agreed on, like, these are the fundamental things that we need to agree on before you build a society. The little things you can disagree on, but they needed to say, well, this is what's good, this is what's bad, this we need to follow Christian values, and then they build a society.
Set up a system.
I mean,
They
like-
didn't define what's good and bad for people. They gave you a structure. It's a
That's what the
mechanism.
Constitution
They
is.
tried the Articles of
I mean,
Confederation.
setting up a
Budget
system
doesn't work.
with
They tried
moral
to do
claims
better.
in it
like
is-
the way things work.
Everybody
Like,
talking at
we
once
find
does
over
no
time
good.
What's like our normative morality throughout like society as like America has progressed has
What the
changed.
hell is a normative society?
Normative morality. So like that's kind of what we codified in law. What like kind of we decide as a society what is good and bad has changed over time. That's what normative morality is, right? So we have changed sort of our ethical framework over time as we've seen things change.
Does everybody agree with that saying?
I don't know, but
all changes. There's been
and
people
is
that
that-
agree with the changes and the people that don't agree with the changes. I mean, like abolishing slavery was a point where we changed our fucking normative morality within society to say, hey, this bad. And some people agreed with that change, some people didn't.
Can you just say morality, man? What's this whole normative? I hate that word.
No,
Normative
no,
morality.
Normative
she's
is
saying-
descriptive.
It's a concept, right? So as a society, we make things normalized. We have a
Lineal
normative
zero
system, right? Normative morality is what we as a like broader society within the United States consider good and bad based off of a shared moral framework we've decided upon. Does that make sense? Or should I speak it in some accent for you?
Yes, in an accent.
The
please.
accent,
In an
please.
accent, yeah. Do an Italian Samari accent, if you may.
Italian what? No, I
Yeah,
don't.
yeah.
No, I mean, it's
Normative morality.
listen,
Disgusting.
Vanta, like your critique is a little silly, right? Like,
No, but
yes,
you say-
normative
It's
morality is
normative.
a bit of a redundancy, but
Yeah, because
like it's
normative
fine.
can change. So normal can change
That's
from
literally what I
50
was
years ago to
just saying.
today.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what
it
I was
definitely
just
can
saying
change.
5 minutes ago, buddy.
That was Sam's whole point.
Yeah, that's literally what I was just saying. Thank you, sweetheart.
Yeah,
When we
I
establish
reject
the
legal
when we
positivism.
establish the
Like, I
United
think it's a
States,
silly
lot of
thing.
a lot of
Wait,
like
Fabian.
the beliefs
Hold
and
on, one at a
values are based
time.
off of a Christian moral framework, and a lot of things have changed as society in America has become more secular over time. It had changed for the better. Maybe personally, I don't agree that it has changed for the better in all
And
ways.
who are the violent ones today? The Christians or the atheists?
I don't know. I don't know what that
Atheists.
certain demographic of society, their personal religious beliefs.
I live in the UK. The
Trans, gay.
You know how many people in prison are Christian?
Yeah, I was about to say, what,
You know-
those prison statistics, buddy.
We can talk about statistics of violence if you want to go.
I
on
tell
the-
you from experience, most people in prison, most
demographic.
including the violent offenders, are
We're not
Christian.
even listed
considered
in
Christian.
anywhere
No,
near 13 or
not
12.
recently.
Okay, not recently.
Not in your bubble. Yeah, that's what you're saying.
They are. I've been there. They're
Hey, you,
Christian.
you guys know that there's a big case that the Supreme Court is trying to figure out if they're going to take up or not, and they're supposed to give the answer in October. And the case is back to gay marriage, whether they're going to reverse the original decision that was
I think
made
it's
in
a win.
2015.
There's no fucking question at this point. After what they did yesterday or today, was it today that they overturned that 90-year precedent? Yeah, there's no fucking question. They're just doing
What they overturn?
They allowed him to fire the one of the FEC people, which was like an enormously long precedent that they're going to overturn.
I just want to say, I know this is a little off topic though. If we were going to go statistics by what group of people is causing the most crime, as a Hispanic, and a proud legal Hispanic, I just want to say that if we charge 11 million people with an actual crime and prosecute it, the statistics are going to skew dramatically one way suddenly, and it's going to be illegal aliens that are going to be the largest group of criminals. So just saying.
And Gibbs, when it comes to
true
violent
either.
crimes in the United States, what's the demographic predominantly responsible for that per capita?
I believe where's Lactoid yell something about
capita is a
13,
dangerous
say
term.
40 or
Hold on,
something.
let me tag Lactoid.
Yeah, where's
I don't know
Lactoid?
if I don't know if I can say it because it may or may not have gotten Charlie Kirkshaw. So
I can.
Oh, yeah.
Demographic criminals. It's young, male, fatherless people. Fatherless.
Dusty, just say 1350,
Christians.
bro. 1350.
I mean,
No, not
Christians are the
Christians. It's the
population in
ones
the
that
country.
deviate from Christianity. There's a difference.
Christians are certainly not exempt. It's the biggest religion in the country. Most people in the jail, therefore, are Christian.
Per capita.
Natural.
No, they
Right.
deviated from Christianity. There's a difference. They didn't stick to Christianity.
Oh, here we go.
So you
this
get
is
to,
that's
you get
awesome.
hold on.
Here.
This guy gets to
Denominations
decide
are-
who is and isn't a Christian. You think you're God, sir?
Christians make bad
Yeah,
choices
that's the point I made
all
earlier.
the time. Christians make bad
Pretty
choices.
Luciferian
They're not exempt.
perspective you've got there.
Luciferians should be banned from America.
look,
Yeah, I mean,
Vincent.
Lucifer
listen,
got kicked out of heaven for wanting to be God. This guy decides who's
and
a
it's
Christian
like
and not.
that's like
No, I was
male
going to ask
fantasy, but
before.
like
I think the left in America have labeled Charlie Kirk a Nazi racist. But he's not a Nazi racist, he's just a Christian. So if you've got the left that label everybody that disagrees with them are all over the political spectrum, there is no political spectrum. There's the left and then anybody that disagrees. There's two parts.
I agree with Vincent. I agree with Vincent this one. I do agree.
I also do. Like there was a tweet
listen,
the other day that says
they
they
started
don't.
reading-
There was a tweet the other day that said they don't kill us because we're Nazis. They call us Nazis so they can kill us.
Everybody's a Nazi. Everybody's a Nazi.
yeah,
Everybody's
exactly.
a fascist.
Grow up.
So they
Everybody's
justify
We're
their
calling
violence.
George W. Bush fascist. The right was calling Obama fascist. Trump last week
never called George
left
Bush
wingers
fascist.
fascist.
I love
No,
George
he didn't.
Bush.
No, he
Everybody uses the fucking
Can we
term.
go
No, he
one
didn't.
at
No,
a
he
time,
didn't.
please?
The right don't use the term fascist.
Oh.
Nuts, they do.
Wait,
Crazy.
I have a question.
Not mentally ill, but not fascist.
Vincent, I have a question. Does anyone know the actual
this
term
year.
fascist? Fabian, help me out,
So,
Fabian.
hold on. Who's got some music? Oh,
Yeah, that was my
Admiral
violent.
Gibbs was playing the
They were crying about people getting called fascist and when it started. Listen, we've had incendiary political comments for years. However, if you're going to pretend that the incendiary comments now are not way worse and much more maliciously used than before, then you are just being dishonest. And once again, I would say to my perfidious and duplicitous opponents that left early,
Gibbs again, 10 out of 10.
I'm just saying.
Winterside says with a big 10, I don't have much extra cash. Well, thank you for sharing. But I thought this was a worthy question. Before intersex marriage was a thing, what was wrong with civil unions? Was it just unknown, or was there something wrong with it?
I got it.
Okay.
Go ahead, Flo.
The issue is that marriage is a social contract, and it always has been. It predates Jesus. It predates any religious claims to it. It's always been a social declaration. Now, we in the U.S., well, most of the world, we want certain benefits and rights to be bestowed upon spouses. And so there's no point in unraveling marriage as an institution that predates Christianity to just make more work. So instead of having a marriage that sweeps everything, you've got to go now get power of attorneys, wills, all that stuff. They're just, what's wrong with having marriage?
Marriage is a term defined by Christianity. Before marriage in Christianity, it was concubinage, betrothal, or formal union.
False. False. You
not
can look
even
up
close.
Tacitus. I
Jeez.
can give you a reference. You can look up Tacitus. Tacitus describes Germanic marriage before Christianity, and he uses the word marriage.
I want to rebuttal Dusty right there, because the whole civil union initially was meant to be for the gays, lesbian, etc. However, it came to a point where, again, call me tinfoil, whatever, but I generally believe they include them in the marriage process to undermine Christendom and the concept of God, man, and woman, because now is
that concept,
or there are sects of Christianity that are fucking okay with it.
Hold on. Actually, I have a problem with that. Like, okay, listen, you believe in the Bible, right? Vanta?
No. I was born a Muslim.
Okay, so fine. You believe in the Talmud, so you know the story of Abraham.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right. Who did Abraham worship before coming to Yahweh? He worshipped the moon god of the city Ur, right? And so he was married under the moon god. So if they can have a pagan marriage under the moon god of Ur, that's predating Christianity. That's even predating Judaism, which is the founding of Christianity.
Slow down,
Also,
man.
if we go further, back, just within own Christian doctrine,
They didn't have the sacred vow, though. They didn't have the sacred vow. Marriage till death do us part.
Yes.
God recognized it. God recognized it. Apparently.
Noah and his wife and his 3 sons and their 3 wives. Do you remember that part?
Wait a minute. You just bamboozled me real quick, because you said Abraham, moon god. Can you chill out, man?
Why don't you go back and listen to it on slow mode?
All I'm saying, marriage is between God, man, and woman. That's what I'm saying.
Correct.
In the Christian
And
doctrine,
I'm saying the current system is trying to undermine the concept of
Where
God.
in the Bible does it define marriage as man, woman, and Jesus watching you?
Again, I don't use the Bible, sir. I'm not speaking on Bible. I'm speaking on
It's in the vows. It's under God and the church. Under God and the church, that a man and woman be bound together forever, where women serve man and man serves God. That's what marriage is.
You can write your own vows.
Secularism destroyed that.
You can write your own vows.
They made it a social contract and destroyed it.
Secularism destroyed it. I'm sorry, who is most of the divorce rate in the United States? Because last time I checked, it was evangelical Protestant.
Most of the people that stay together are Christians, are religious based.
No, you're wrong. Evangelical Christians make up by far the largest demographic of divorces. By far.
That's capita. That's capita. Of course, the larger population will have the largest.
Well, hold on.
Rate.
Yes, per capita.
Hold on.
Per capita as well.
Hold on.
No, Christians don't get divorced. If they do, then they're deviating from it. I'm talking about the proper Christians.
Hey, excuse me. One at a time, please.
Praise God.
So Christians, listen. If you want to make the claim that someone that gets divorced is not following the Christian faith, that's fine, right? Like, I don't really have a dog in the fight. I'm an atheist. I want Christianity to fail eventually, but like, it's like on the list of problems I have, it's like all the way at the fucking bottom. I have bigger threats here, but one of the reasons the divorce rate is so high amongst individuals that identify as Christians is because of serial monogamists, right? So there is a small subset of the population that what they will do is they will date someone, then they will marry them, then they'll be married for like a year or two, then they'll divorce, and then they'll go on their second marriage, and they'll go on their third marriage, and they'll go on their fourth marriage. And so these serial monogamists kind of like pump up the numbers of both the divorce rates nationally as well as the divorce rates amongst Christians. Right?
A serial monogamist is contradictory. It can't be a monogamy if you're doing it serially. You do it once.
You can take issue with the term but that's just what the researchers call it,
But-
right?
but
Like
Vincent-
I don't
Vincent,
care. I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm just explaining the data. When people
fair
look at
enough.
the
But why
data and
would
they go,
the data-
the
why would-
divorce rate is so high amongst Christians, or oh my God, the divorce rate's at 50%,
But-
etc. It's
Even
like
if-
that. There's a
Do you think no-fault
subset that
divorce was a
causes
mistake?
higher.
Even at that,
I think-
monogamy defined is the practice or state of having a sexual relationship with only one partner at a
Yeah.
time. You can be a serial monogamist. That actually does make sense.
And
so-
do I think no-fault
I would
divorce was a
also argue that divorce rates have climbed because of like the country's turn and like being okay and normalizing a bunch of secularist ideas.
Of course.
And turning away from Christianity. Like that's the
well,
big
no-fault
cause of
divorce
most
was
of
a
divorce.
huge step in it.
Then why is it only one specific sect that has such a spike in the divorce rate, whereas like
Because
Catholic's
these
divorce
people are
rate is like
also-
half
these
that,
people
and then
are
Yeah,
everyone
well,
else is
people,
half
the
that.
people who go to
also
church
not
every Sunday and
Pardon
practice
me, I
Christianity
can't
don't
believe
see
we
divorce.
have
What?
to say it again.
I
Do
no-fault
one
divorce
at
in
a
the
time,
1970s was a big
please. One
problem.
at a time.
So like
Thank you.
this still goes to the point. Even in the Catholic Church that's operating in America are still being flooded by like what's being taunted around in America with these secularist ideas and turning them away from Christianity as a whole and having them water down their shit to be acceptable here or face ostracization from like broader society because everybody's
Yeah,
treating
I agree with that.
like
I agree with
hardcore
that. See, the
Christians,
church,
real
the church
Christians,
is
like
separate from
absolute
the state,
ass.
so they have no authority anymore.
But
In
even
America.
Vincent, even Islam, the more developed, like, I think someone said about developing countries and secularism, the more these Middle Eastern countries are being more developed, the more people are, they're making money, they're working, capitalist mindset, to the point where marriages are decreasing, child rates are decreasing, because the more you develop, the more you focus on yourself.
It's like the less desperate you are, the less you develop fantasies to get you through your miserable life.
Well, that's really interesting. Hold on. That's really interesting because there's a famous quote from Warhammer 40K. I know we all like Warhammer. From Erebus. And Erebus says, there's a reason why religions prosper in the desert, and that's because all you have to do out there is contemplate your misery. And I feel like that's kind of where you're going with this. It seems.
No. See, the difference between Christianity and Islam is Islam stay very strict to their religion, where Christianity's turned into this include everybody, and we've broken down our
kicked
pillars of
everybody in prison who's been divorced out of Christianity. You just kicked everyone out of Christianity.
That's the Vincent, like as someone who grew up in Islam, that's the veneer, that's the outside image of Islam. But inside of Islam, trust me, bro, it's so degenerate. Like all these, women with veil.
Islam has
it's a lie. It's all a lie.
Islam has the Nikamuta, right? They have hourly marriages. So
Yes.
you can go fuck whores, right? Like, and then they don't count those as divorces.
I like this baby.
They also
Well
have
done,
Thursdays.
baby.
Don't ask about
Correct.
Thursdays.
No, he's right. It's called. You know what Nika means? Nika means a fuck. It means the fuck.
Is that like a
contract.
sabbatical?
It's a fuck. No. In English, Nika means fuck contract. So the Nika is the engagement. You sign it. You have, you have the right to fuck the woman, and then instantly when you're done, you can say I divorce. Done. So yeah, Fabian is right, 100%.
Fabian, what do you think about those hourly contracts to have sex for people under 25?
I think you need parental permission. That's what I think.
Oh, you bet.
You know which
I would just
sect
forge
has the lowest
signatures.
divorce rate in the U.S.?
Get
It's the
permission from
Hindus.
mom and dad to have sex, I guess. I don't know.
The Hindus.
What the Fabian thing? The guy that tried to build that town in Indiana. The concept of the.
I don't know. This guy didn't.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. I thought you was based upon that guy that tried to create a private town back in the late 1800s, early 1900s. I'll have to look.
You're talking
Chuck.
about Pullman? That was near Chicago.
I mean, if it makes you feel
No,
better,
it
Chuck,
was
I always think he's
Indiana.
talking about David Koresh, so hey, it's okay.
Chuck's memory not so good sometimes, but he was there.
Also,
Let me see if I can find it.
You know what you done, Fabian? You just
And
allow
while
people
you're
to
finding that, just a reminder to the chat, you just need 3 more dono goals, and you have about 10 minutes to do it. If you want to keep going, this time, the last round you got saved by the Crucible raid that spared you, but this time, if you don't hit the dono goal, I go to bed. So
Sarah, I feel like
I'm
I feel
about
like
to go
I'm
to
the
bed
pop.
myself.
I feel like I'm in the pop, like last round, guys. Last round, pop, ding, 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 ding. Last orders.
That's pretty
Send your
cool.
super chat.
That's cool, Vanta. That's interesting.
But yeah, Fabian, you have converted a lot of people to hourly Islamic contracts. People got to convert
there you
to
go.
Islam. They're like, yeah, I just want that hourly.
Could you imagine
contract.
what would happen to our population replacement levels if you had to have a contract until you're 25? Or parental permission?
How about Islamist anarcho?
Hey, don't get
I
me
mean,
started.
but if you think about it, like a contract
words.
isn't the worst thing in the world because you still have to go through that process. So you're still not doing impulse casual sex. Like you actually have to go through this whole like line of things to do, and then at that point, it's like, was it worth
They're
it?
prostitutes, man.
Yeah.
Wait,
And they're like prostitutes that, like,
I
have people
I,
that do
I,
pay
in
per
my
hour.
business, I have contracts ready printed out for what I do for business.
Right.
And this shit can be signed in 3.5 minutes, and then you're in doing
Amen.
whatever. This
Yeah,
is
sure,
not
sure.
some long process. This is actually quicker
Imagine
than
you go
having
to
to fucking actually go back and forth on Tinder. For
Imagine you
I
walk
mean, do y'all
in-
remember Dave Chappelle, the fucking contract that he offered up? That way, that's what we're gonna be going to. Y'all keep pushing.
But by the
If
way,
any of y'all need
Fabian,
notaries on your sex contracts, I got you.
It was Harmony or New Harmony, Indiana. When it originally started, it was Harmony. It was a breakaway group of Lutheran people. And then they had a tycoon that
What was it like living
bought the
there?
town. But what's that?
It was Waco.
What was it
before
like
Waco.
living there?
I'm thinking Waco.
That's plenty of different things where it's a breakaway from whatever group. I think Mormonism was a breakaway from a different group as well, or religious group as well. No.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm an atheist here, guys. I'm an objectivist. I don't really have much. I will agree with a lot of what you guys are saying in terms of the. I won't agree with the concept of secularism infecting Christianity. I think that's kind of a nonsense thing. To make the claim.
Well,
Hold on.
the foundation would have to be shaky for something like that to happen, right? So it's internal just as much as it is external.
They're a contradiction. Like,
Well,
how
hold on,
you
David.
can't,
You're
you
already
can't
starting
hold
off-
on. No. You can't infect Christianity with something that is antithetical to Christianity. But I will say that there is a. Hold on. You guys are getting triggered. Listen to me for a second. I do think that there is leftist philosophy watering down, kind of like that, as Christopher Hitchens described it, cafeteria religion, right? I do think that you do have a watering down of Christianity to fit within a secular society more and more. But I don't think it's per se. I think it's somewhat inaccurate to say secularism. Also, I think secularism is too broad, right? Because like secularism just means not religious, right? Like, and so by that domain, it's like, well, objectivism isn't fucking infecting, isn't infecting Christianity.
let me
Like
ask you a
they're,
question, Fabian.
you know what I mean? Like, I think it's I know it's a bit of a semantic argument. But
Well, let me just ask you a question because I'm sure you've seen the thing with Bill Maher and I guess Ben Shapiro, or was it Charlie Kirk? I don't know. It's one of the two where they talk about how he's starting on third base from the like the Christian standpoint, right? Like you're a product of like liberalism, which stems from like the Enlightenment, and all this has a lot of religious connotations, and it comes from Christianity. And I feel like you propose, like, I know you look to Locke and some of these other people, and even they are influenced heavily by Christian morality and like Christian.
Oh no, I'm a huge fan of Aquinas, right? Like
So I guess my question is, I guess in simpler terms is, you agree that you're already starting on like as an atheist, you're starting on basically a secular moral third base based off Western Christianity. Would you agree with that?
I would agree that liberalism and even my own ideology is certainly built upon a structure of philosophy that came out of Christianity, that came out of other influences, etc.
Sure.
But I just don't need it for my ideology.
Right. I just, that's why I was kind of pushing this, because
It's like
you
it's an
argue a lot of things.
unnecessary thing.
Well, yeah, it's not necessary, but I'm like, when you're arguing these things, I think it's important to note that the secular argument that they're making, a lot of these things, like when we're looking at like the idea of the non-aggression principle in general, right? That's kind of looking from the Christian morality of like, we're like, hey, like eye for an eye, but it's kind of like like doing good business. It's like contracts. All these things all stem, I think, partially or heavily.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of. Yeah, no, I think there's. I think I think Christian influence is way, way, way underplayed in our discourse, and a
Can
lot
you
of
hear
people
me?
have like no
Yes.
concept of where a lot of these
Oh, all
ideas
right,
come from.
cool.
You know, like the idea of like, you know, innocent until proven guilty is, you know, probably a Christian concept from Lot and things like that.
And
But
shout
yeah,
out
but
to
again, like
oh,
I'm an
sorry.
objectivist. I don't need that shit.
Shout out to Texas Grown to tell me I'm a monetary terrorist. Thank you so kindly.
Hell yeah.
I will happily take that title.
That's
Need,
all she ever wanted to be.
I know.
Who's
Need
Mehdi
kicked
Hassan?
off Vanta, and then Joe Smith says win host and win mods, and you guys hit the goal. Congratulations.
I think
I'm glad Sarah's making money, but I hate you.
I don't
Yeah,
think
right?
secularism invaded Christianity. I think it gave Christians an excuse to pull away so they wasn't under the rules of the church anymore.
Well, Fabian really said this good though, right? I think like when he
I
talked
don't
about the
know.
watering down of Christianity, like, and in fact, I actually want to go to Dusty right here with his point. He said all these people are in the prison are Christians. I would actually agree with that statement. They're like Christians in name only, right? Like, and they probably are
No.
Christians. Hold on. Hold on. Let me finish. They're also Christians in the sense if they've accepted God, then they're in. I'm not the one to judge who's actually a Christian or not. But I think Fabian kind of hit the nail on the head where they're practicing like a watered down Christian. It's like they only go to Easter or Sunday. Like or whatever, but I don't think that makes them any less of Christians. But I think it does let them pigeonhole into.
That's
like,
not right at all, though.
definitely
That's
does.
not accurate at all.
Disagree?
You will never meet anybody who has spent more time reading and studying the Bible than a long-term inmate. I swear to God.
No, I don't disagree with that. I'm saying that how they got there was probably not because they were following Christianity.
I mean, Christianity is all about redeeming the lost, right?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
the whole premise of it. So, so for anybody to say you're not a real Christian because you did,
I
something
didn't say
bad,
they're not a real
doesn't-
Christian. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that I think that people
You're
getting there-
alluding to it.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I think Fabian hit the nail on the head with this watered down Christianity, right? Like where you
I
have people
agree.
that like don't practice regularly, right? They don't practice regularly. They don't follow the laws. They basically are like, oh, my parents are Christians. I'm a Christian.
You're attaching
whatever.
that to somebody in church or in
No,
in
hold on.
prison.
Still doing
Hold
the
on.
no true
I'm
Scotsman.
not saying they're not any less Christian. I'm not saying that in the eyes of God they might still be true Christian. However, they're not practicing the traditional
No,
Christianity.
they
right?
absolutely are. That's
No,
They're
they're
doing
not.
more than most Christians on the
They're
earth.
not.
Most of the people
Yes.
who are in jail that are Christian, they
But I'm not
convert
talking about
while
Indians
in
in jail,
jail.
going
So I don't even
forward.
know why you're bringing this point up.
They what?
They
Just
convert
piggybacking
while
off
in
of, yeah.
jail. They
How
don't
do you?
go-
How the
both-
fuck do you know that? Many of them do get their relationship
What do you
strengthened.
mean? How do
You're
I know
Yeah,
that?
where's
They
the
literally
speculating.
statistics
jail.
at?
You literally
You're
gave a reason
speculating.
Why? No, you gave a reason why. It's about redeeming the law. So why wouldn't they convert it while in jail?
Cool ear.
Zombie,
you have no
zombie,
idea.
you can cam
Nah,
down
I'm
if you want.
pretty sure I do.
Vincent says Christians are often higher than the national average and exceed those of many non-Christian religions. They are typically lower to the rates among religiously unaffiliated individuals. So yeah.
But here's
He's talking
here's
about
my
divorce
point.
rates.
For anybody to sit out here and go, well, they're not real Christians, or they're less Christians, or they just converted because they were in trouble. All that shit, that's the antithesis of Christianity. Y'all are Luciferian.
I agree with you, Dusty. I agree with you, Dusty. Pascal's wager is an absolutely valid way to become a Christian, and I'm not saying this watered down version of Christianity is any less Christian. Only you know whether or not you're.
I don't know
God
what
knows.
is. I don't know why you think it's watered down.
Oh no! When I'm talking about watered down, I'm talking about like not necessarily the belief in Jesus itself, right? But these people that are not sitting here living like through Christ, they're not going to go out here and be like, oh,
Not
I'm following
the
Christ.
tenets
code.
either.
I'm not following any denominations. I'm just my parents are Christian. I'm Christian.
Hold on.
Like,
I
that's a
want to say
watered
two
down
things, right? Like, so there is absolutely an invasion of Christianity, from people that are very clearly subversive, right? Like, I mean, we have
Those are false
Catholic
prophets.
schools. We have like children in Catholic schools that are learning that like Jesus is actually both genders and shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's absolute.
That shouldn't be a stretch, though. He says, "Don't, Dad."
It'd be a
You're
stretch
right.
when that he's white.
Like there's absolutely
point.
leftists who have adopted, because they lack a certain religious element, have adopted Christianity and then go and teach things that I would say are antithetical towards what is, a rational interpretation of the Bible, insofar as that there could be one. And are teaching their philosophy as a means of undergirding, subverting what the Christian, what the Christian belief system would be. But I kind of want to step away from that because this whole conversation, it reminded me, have any of you guys here ever read Franz Kafka's Letter to His Father?
No.
So Franz Kafka, I don't know, maybe he was gay or something. He gives me that vibe. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. But like self-hating kind of situation. But he writes this
Like Brick?
letter about his father being like a very abusive man, but he's not like physically abusive. He doesn't beat
more
him
like
or
you.
his sister. I don't know who you is, but sure, whatever.
Not you.
But anyways,
Yeah.
so cool. So when he's writing this letter to his father, he describes how his father wanted him to be a good Jew, right? Like he wanted him to hold all these Jewish values, but his father never took them to synagogue, right? His father was instantiated with his faith from his parents that took him to synagogue and like followed the traditions and followed the rituals. And there was this kind of like weird like interplay, like almost this metaphor of how religion begins to break away in society because the father expected his children to have that faith whilst not giving them the structure that leads one to have that faith. And he kind of like comments on like, well, how the fuck was I supposed to be a good Jew when I was never actually given the opportunity. I was just demanded, that I kind of have that. So he kind of, like he gave them the beginning of the wisdom is fear of God kind of situation from his father, but he never actually gave him the structure or the institutions that gave him the kind of like the means by which to gain that faith. And I kind of see that a lot within Christianity in the Western context, where there's so many just on Sunday Christians or Christians that don't go to church very often unless it's holidays. And then they have this weird expectation that their kid, that they kind of like pass Christian values to at the dinner table and then let them go to a fucking Marxist indoctrination camp for 8 hours a day, also known as public school. And then they're like, well, why are my kids not Christians? And it's like, why the fuck do you think they're not Christians, man? Like you put them in this structure that has indoctrinated them towards leftist ideology 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. And then you took them to church like on fucking Easter and Christmas. What'd you think was going to fucking happen?
And it's because, like in our debate, a major tenet of the evil communists, socialists, and progressives is to take over the education system, and in order to brainwash your kids, partially because many of them can't have kids.
Yeah,
and so they
critical
want
pedagogy,
yours.
essentially. Yeah,
Just like Christianity did before them. Just like Christianity did before them.
I was going to go down that road too, Dusty. It's just the thing is it's funny that Christians actually believe they need to get involved in politics. You do realize that the kingdom of God is not part of this world.
What does I got to do with anything?
So why are you getting involved in politics as a Christian? So you
hold
claim
on,
to be
man.
Christian.
Like that is a, like that's a
Why-
there's a
How much
long
do you
debate.
smoke tonight?
There's a
What
long
strain
debate.
are you smoking? 'Cause pop that.
Specifically,
Did it offend
especially
you?
like we can, like look, you. This
That
is
just made no
this is
sense.
a debate that I think you need to
It
like
must have
maybe
offended
like
you.
you should probably watch some Christian apologists.
Bro, I've read
for
the
this, right?
Bible.
because like
You
and
can
through.
explain it to him, but you
Okay,
can't
yeah,
understand it
let's-
for him.
Okay, hold on, but listen,
Why do you
yeah.
get involved in politics?
Okay, read the
You're
Bible
alive
through and
in
through.
the world. That's why you would get involved. Like it's
Right, like
the Bible
like
is the
you can
history
listen.
of the Christ. And the funny thing
Okay,
about it is
Clay,
he
Clay.
himself said, my kingdom is no part of this world. Why are you involved in politics?
Clay, but
Why would
also
that matter?
but Clay, Peter, sorry,
We're not
Paul
getting
wrote
involved in
several
politics as
letters
a Christian.
in
We're getting involved in
Romans
politics
telling
as a
them
Christian in society.
specifically.
Jesus himself.
One at a time, please.
Right, and then
said it, not Paul.
okay, but then there's also Samuel 1:8 when Israel asks for a king. Just because
Samuel
you're talking
now?
to a fucking
What did
atheist
Jesus
doesn't
say?
mean that I don't know anything about. Okay, so Jesus
What
also
would
said,
Jesus
"Render
do?
unto Caesar what is Caesar, and render unto God what is God's." Like, what
That
the
was
fuck are
Paul.
you talking about? Like,
That was
Again,
not
Paul.
Paul. That
Quoting
was
Paul.
Jesus. That was Jesus.
that was Jesus.
Yeah,
the
Jesus was
Pharisees and
specifically
Now,
talking about-
one could argue
literally go
that
into stories.
Jesus was actually being handed like a drachma and it's tongue in cheek, and he's actually making fun of the Romans because like people are watching him, and so Caesar is claiming to be God on the coinage, and so he's
That
like
is how it
tongue in
works.
cheek
Yes,
saying
that is
saying-
exactly how it works. Yes.
Yeah,
But
and
you
I
also
was-
have to
I
hold
was
on,
wrong.
hold
Yeah,
on. That's
I
not
know, I
progressivism.
Now you're
know,
just
no, it
piggybacking
was
off what I'm
Jesus.
saying.
One
You're
at a
defeating your
time.
arguments
Time,
against me.
please.
Stop.
Yep,
Gentlemen.
you were right.
Clay.
You were right.
The
It
atheist
is
here
Jesus who
clearly
said
knows
that.
way more about Christianity than you do. I'm tired. I'm going to bed.
Fair enough.
offended.
Do you want to
Fabian.
give your final thoughts or anything,
Nobody's
Fabian?
offended. You just don't make
Check me
sense.
out, Fabian Liberty. You can Google me. I'm on YouTube and Twitter. Love you guys. Appreciate you.
Have a
It
good
was a
one.
fun debate. I gotta get some sleep.
Big win,
Thank you,
boys.
Fabian.
Bye.
Have a
Fabian.
wonderful evening.
You too.
So sorry, I had to go to the bathroom and then I'm back. But I heard something with the like, why are Christians the highest demographic of marriage? And that's easy liberal lies that are spread. If you look at who's initiating the majority, it's women that are being fed like liberal and progressive lies. And now you're seeing an influx of these girls on TikTok that get to these divorces based off of the lies that are told them how their life's going to be. Now they're like, oh my God, I'm on my own. I can't survive. I can't do this. I can't do this. And they're wanting it back.
Now the left is responsible for all TikTok girls.
Yeah, the lying leftists, bro. That's who's
Yes,
responsible.
the
You're absolutely
liberal
right.
values that undercut Christian morality, that like tore apart the institute of marriage within society. Yes, I will 100% that. Like
Feminism.
on
Yep.
modern liberalism. Yes.
Is this ironic? What the fuck's going on?
I don't know.
What do you mean ironic? That's literally
If
what
it's the
happened.
secularists who tore apart marriage, why is the atheist divorce rate lower than both the Catholic and the Protestant?
That's
The
literally
atheists
incorrect.
don't get married.
Because the liberal life for the women that are in the marriages in Christian marriage, the liberal lies, the
One at a time.
the liberal lies that are being targeted at the Christian women in their marriages are trying, like they're selling lies to these women and having them exit their marriage that's in a Christian base. And
Did
then
they
like
sell you
so
lies?
then they didn't sell me lies.
Are they in the room with you now?
I'm pretty sure some of you guys are lib shits.
Jesus is there watching you.
I don't know. This argument
Jesus is
really
always
stupid.
watching. I mean, you might think it's stupid.
No. I'm talking about.
No, this is just the current right wing brain
argument
to
is stupid.
blame liberals for everything.
Quite.
The poorest
I mean, you
people
kinda can.
have the most kids.
That part I agree with that for you.
I mean, we can't blame liberals for everything. They are the degradation of society.
They are. Quite
That
literally,
is
they
a
are.
fair statement, Gibbs.
Yeah.
That is a good way to put it. That I would agree with that one.
See,
Well, I think the biggest problem is society, just from what I've seen in my long ass life, is turned into the what's in it for me and screw the next guy mentality. It's what about me the whole time? What's in it for me?
Yes.
What do I get out of it? Not what
Exactly.
we get out
and
of
that's
it.
why welfare is the worst thing, because it's all about we.
Welfare is a good thing.
How many of you
all
people
about
are
what?
aging
Feeding your
rock
children?
stars? Like,
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's literally written into the founding documents.
Wait, hold on. Let me maybe. I think
Welfare is not written into the founding documents.
hold on. I think that human nature is inherently like what's in it for me. I mean, even if you look at Christianity, right? What's in it for you is eternal salvation. That's the selling point. It's like, yeah,
Right.
what's in it for you? You go to hell or you get eternally saved. So you choose what's in it for you. I mean, I think that's just human nature. That's part of free will. Is you decide what's in it for me, and then you make a decision.
Well, I was pointing out that as a whole, with the media and all the advertisement and all the talking points across the land, the individualism is being pushed as opposed to a community orientated type thing.
that's the American culture. That's how the West was spread.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
For the person,
But
who said
that's
it's not
like
in
that's
the-
how all the best parts of this like throughout all of the country's history. So you look at the good, the bad, whatever time in the history you like to romanticize, it's been in the West or in the U.S.
For the
I mean,
person who
audio.
said it's not in the founding document, read Article 1, Section 8, Clause 1 of the.
I'm sorry. You broke up. Can you repeat that?
I said for the person who ever said that welfare is not written into the founding documents, read Article 1, Section 8, Clause 1 of the.
What's it say?
Oh, I
Why
have.
don't you
The
tell us what it
Constitution
says?
wasn't the founding
What
documents.
does it
You
say?
fucking retard.
What does it say?
Well, just read it, Rick, instead of arguing about it.
It says
document of the nation. you
Congress
fucking
has
idiot.
has the
Holy
power
shit.
to provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States. It's literally
pretty loose, pretty open term.
General welfare, and what we know general welfare and what we know today as welfare are not the
the
same.
literal welfare state comes from
one at a time.
from taxes.
That has nothing to
Comes
do
from taxes.
with
It
what we're
literally
talking
comes
about with
Rick,
welfare.
everybody else here knows that what you're saying is not an accurate understanding of it.
I just wish that, like, you know, we talk about the founding fathers and like them agreeing on something, and I kind of brought up how they didn't agree on very many things. I will say that I think if we did bring the founding fathers to today and they saw what we're being taxed at and how it's being used in welfare, they would be, why haven't you already had another revolution? Yeah, they would be like, you should have been killing people a long time ago. Like, I don't know. Like, yeah, I think they would have been very violent about it. Like, so yeah, I think that's one thing they would have agreed on.
There would have definitely been at least means testing on welfare.
Yeah, I think they would have some severe questions about the current state of how general welfare is being used to hand wave this fucking bureaucracy of, I don't know, basically corruption that is the welfare system.
Which is the bureaucracy that we have, unfortunately, byproduct of the bureaucracy. That's what's wrong with government, is the bureaucracy that's in place, as opposed to the elected officials running things.
So
you get these life. Go ahead.
Will, with the person you said Article 10, right?
No, I did not. Try listening.
Oh, okay.
And actually try studying a little bit.
Well,
what are your
I'm sorry.
tattoos?
Maybe I misheard you. I'm sorry. I might have misheard you. What did you say?
I'm not going to repeat it, bro. You can.
Well, don't be hateful about it.
No reason.
Damn. I'm being a douche.
Take it out on him because you don't understand how to read words right.
Yeah.
Words.
Samantha, can we see your knuckle test? What do they say?
So Article 10 is actually
not Article 10.
The
Article 1, Section 3. Is that right, Brick?
8.
Who gives a based on a misunderstanding of the word? It doesn't matter. Go look it up or something.
Wait, no.
Let's not get into the definition.
I think that the general welfare, the quote that he's using, means.
How am I going to look it up if you don't tell me where to look it up?
You type it in the back chat. You send him an email. I don't know. You just read the whole fucking Constitution because you're curious about it.
Well, actually, I was
agreed.
Or you can do the deathly thing. Use ChatGPT.
I don't think he was being a smart ass.
Everyone's time and attention, like dealing with your logistics
Wait,
and
hold
finding
on. No.
I actually just Googled it. I knew welfare was actually in there, and I just Googled it. And
I did too, and you're full of shit. You're full of shit. That's got nothing to do with it.
I had read it before, and I'm like, let me just go Google where it's at.
See, I could have worked with this on the panel earlier. He's at least admitting.
You guys are going to make me defend Rick. Yes, the general welfare.
None of y'all
grants the power to tax.
It's okay.
Gentlemen. All of you, shut up.
Oh my fucking God.
Yeah, I wish we had a Clay on the panel because at least he could admit that he used Google and like has a dubious understanding of what that means in relation to what's going on. Earlier, they were being.
I asked
liars.
you.
I want you to clarify that again.
Did I not ask you to like give me like what article and what?
Bro, shut the fuck up and do your own research.
All right, Clay, real quick.
Clay said it like 5 times. I just wanted a meeting about it.
A simple answer instead of all this argument.
Zombie, if he stutters it 5 more times, will it help you out? Because he said it 5 times now.
Clay, real quick, the general welfare, right, is basically at that time to ensure well-being, prosperity, and happiness of the nation's citizens as a whole, right? Right? Would you agree with that?
It is part of the enumerated powers.
Okay, so but you would say that the promoting the general welfare, right, would be ensuring like the well-being, prosperity, and happiness of the nation's citizens as a whole. Yeah.
If I was in Congress, I'd be voting on these.
I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you. And if I asked you like a basic fucking question, do I need to get the fucking crayons out? Okay. Do I need to get some crayons? Do you do color by the numbers for this, or do you have the fucking mental capacity to have this
you just don't
like an adult?
Go ahead.
Hit him, Samantha. Keep
going.
The
general welfare.
Yeah.
That's about taxes.
Go ahead, dude.
Okay,
that's about taxes.
It is about taxes.
Taxes
they
do
use
what?
the taxes for what?
It's
to pay debts.
Part of the
zombie, shut the fuck up! I'm asking.
To pay debts.
Zombie, shut your fucking
for the
eye hole.
common defense and general welfare.
All I had to do was sign up for tier 2. 'Cause you're my Patreon girl, and your love for me depends on how much money that I pledge to you monthly.
One at
Lord.
a time, please. One.
I'm
at
sorry.
a time.
Clay, the taxes that are taken in, what do you think promoting the general welfare with that tax revenue means?
So the way, if you must know, the way that the enumerated powers work, they vote on it. That's the way it works. Like, it's not up to me, it's up to the legislature.
I'm not asking you how they decide. I'm asking you, how do you think that works? What do you think it means by general welfare? I'm not asking you about how they vote on it and how they bring that. What does Clay, Brick, what does this retard fucktard?
I go with the Scalia's decision, which is the law is the law.
Oh my God.
So you don't understand what the fuck you're talking about. That's the point.
You want me to read it word for word?
No. We want you to talk from your own understanding, but you don't have any.
I know you don't. This is why I'm trying to let these people know that the law is the law. My opinion doesn't matter, and that's what I agree with when it comes.
I'm not talking.
Stop talking. Stop explaining something you don't understand, Brick.
I can.
Let me explain something else. Let me explain. No. Let me go. Hopefully, I'm here. Okay, Brick. If you don't understand something, stop trying to explain it and force it onto people. Second of all, it does not include the welfare, like food stamps. That's state shit. The clause is a federal thing. States provide food stamps, locals. So
I do understand it, Dusty. I do.
I don't think you do.
No, I do.
Okay.
This is what I was trying to explain to the young lady. Now, I can read it word for word, but the law is the law.
No, we want you to explain the motherfucker. That's the point.
Okay,
you
fine.
Explain your understanding.
The enumerated powers that the legislation has for the welfare and the common defense is now in law. That's what they have. It's the taxes. Okay. I can read it word for word. I mean, it's
no. We don't want you to read it. We want you to offer some insight.
I'm telling you, it's
Stop.
US code.
I know it's a law. I want you to explain it. Offer some insight. What the fuck is the common good? What does this mean?
The welfare of the people would mean that we take care of those who are less fortunate, who don't have the ability to take care of themselves.
See, this is what I'm talking about. If you don't understand something, don't try to explain it. You're doing this on the fly.
Hold on. No. You want me to explain it? Are you going to talk over me and not let me explain?
Well, I didn't want you to make it up. That was my point.
That's fine. That's fine.
You're making it up on the fly.
No, this is my understanding of it. It's not a making it up. I understand what they're talking about. So we have an abundance in this country. It's a wonderful thing. And a lot of people think that we have a scarcity. It's not a scarcity problem. We have an abundance, but we have a greed problem. We have a huge greed problem.
Filibuster. Straw man. Filibuster.
Do you have a better question?
My question is the problem?
Maybe you need to rephrase your question.
Again, we're back to my initial point. If you don't understand something, Brick, don't try to overextend yourself when you don't know what you're talking about.
I do understand it, and that's what I'm telling you. Except for that, you won't.
How do we know if something's for the common? If something's for the public good, how do we know? Like, if my lighter runs out of fuel, I need another lighter. Should the government buy me one?
If it's part of the legislated thing, that's the thing. But I'm sure that it's not. I'm sure that it's not. Fire is good. Fire is good. Go ahead.
Is there any way you know of that we can sort of guess what is and is not part of the common good that the Constitution wants to fund?
Sure. Yes.
You don't have any idea what you're talking about. You read the word, and now you're speculating.
I don't, but I'm literally going to explain it to you.
Okay, follow it up then with an example.
Okay, so we have an abundance in this nation. We grow a whole lot of food. We have a bunch of freaking cattle, right? And everybody has these things. Now, the least among us cannot afford these things. And so we provide a general welfare. Not only that, but a common defense.
Public health, national security, the scope of the powers evolved through judicial decisions. Essentially, it's environmental,
It's
health,
the code.
and
It's
security.
the U.S. code.
But it's not
Literally the whole
about
U.S. code.
dude. You're just saying words that offer
Enumerated
no.
powers, bro. Yes, it's everything
You're
that they
just
vote
saying
on.
words to me.
Everything that the legislature votes
What I'm
on
saying is that for the
common
common good is referring to things like
welfare,
the Clean Air Act. It's not referring to state food stamps.
Yeah, you know where that came from? Progressive policies, progressive
So
legislation.
fucking what, bro?
So the thing about it is that people are saying that these things, progressivism, isn't a good thing in a nation where we promote general welfare.
My brain
This
got
is literally
smoother.
progressive policies from prior World War One. Teddy
Can I
Roosevelt.
please answer this question with some rationality?
Go ahead, please.
Please do.
General welfare clause has been interpreted to give the power to tax and spend to provide for the general welfare, which means promoting and providing the collective needs and interests of the country's citizens, encompassing things like public health, safety, economic stability, and national defense. It does
Why did you
grant
highlight
them the
that?
power, because that's what grants them the power to tax and spend money by giving you the money that they taxed on, i.e., direct welfare. So technically, yes, Brick is
don't
correct.
use it for that. Economic stability is a lot broader thing than just here, have some food, have another lighter.
Yeah.
That's not how that clause is ever enacted.
Then why do we have legislation supporting social programs?
The general welfare is not helped by me having a Bic lighter. My personal well-being is improved, but that's not
That's
the
a
general.
specific. Yeah, that's specific welfare, not general.
Right,
Direct
so food
welfare
stamps
comes from
Food
states.
stamps and welfare checks literally come from that interpretation.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Otherwise, you know what would happen? It would get ruled against.
You're a moron. You're actually a whole fucking
That's not
moron.
what it's based off of. You fucking.
And why do we
retard.
have it as
You
law?
can literally go look it
Why
up.
do
You
we
can
have
go
this
look it
as law
up.
if it's not the way it's interpreted?
That note, I think
your head is full of bricks. Like holy
Flow,
crap.
Flow State is, or Dusty, Powder Dusty is going to continue this conversation over on his stream. What I'd like to do here is go ahead and wind down and do some closing statements from everyone. And then I will raid over to Dusty. And if anybody here wants to join over there, that's up to you, Dusty. I'm just assuming you want to. But he'll hook you up if he's going to do that. Asveron, why don't you kick us off with your final statements, my darling, if you're still with us. No. All right.
He's gone. He's gone.
He's probably taking a shit. Samantha, would you like to start with your...
Is that why you're ending?
Yeah,
Damn.
Clay
I
would
gotta
be so, like,
poop.
I don't know if Clay was being performatively dense or not, or if it's just like genuinely not cognitively equipped to have adult discussions. But that could have been a good conversation. Anyway, I'm Samantha. I'm trans Christian conservative. And it's a
Weird combination.
It's crazy. You might think it's weird, but like, hey, it exists, and hey, don't yuck your yum, okay? Anyway, Gibbs, nice talking to you, Sarah. This is awesome. Nice
Yuck
to see
my
open
yum.
discourse. And
Let me
yeah, we
yuck
need
my
more
yum.
open discourse.
Would you let Samantha finish talking?
All right, I
please?
apologize. And I
Guy's
put a
a fucking
StreamYard link.
retard, too.
Because
Yeah,
people are
him and
leaving.
Clay.
I put a StreamYard link in the bag of.
Yeah, it was good seeing you, by the way, Sam. I haven't seen you in a while. Appreciate it.
Yeah. But
Thank
yeah,
you.
this is awesome.
I appreciate you joining. You're always welcome back. Chuck, to you, sir.
What I fail to understand as a grown-ass man is how can grown-ass people not have civil discourse thinking that everybody can understand them when they're over talking to each other. Not nobody, and everybody thinks they're getting their point across when all the audience hears is so please, gentlemen, learn to converse and things will move along much better. Thank you for having me, Sarah, and good night.
Thank you, Chuck. I appreciate you. Vapor, to you, sir.
Well, I have as you can tell, I got some throat issues going on, allergies or whatever the fuck's going on with me. But yeah, like this, I kind of jumped in at the very end of the stream. This whole kind of conversation was kind of goofy, retarded. I don't know what Clay was doing. I don't know what he's smoking. Like, I've never seen anyone fumble what the Constitution or any other legislation or legal document means by welfare. and then just with the years of when it was applied, like I don't know what that was. That was odd, but yeah, like I don't really have much to say aside from that. That was wild. But yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Vapor. I appreciate you. As Veron, did you want to give your final statement, sir?
Regarding, we were having a discussion on capitalism and communism, right? So I just prepared a small note regarding that, regarding what Michio Kaku says and arguments against him. So I'll just read it out. It's a small thing. The argument supporting Michio Kaku: abundance logic. A tech pushes marginal cost towards zero capitalist cycles might get distorted or shortened. Rapid innovation, AI and quantum computing may disrupt the long, slow innovation cycles that contractive waves describe. Access over ownership, subscription and sharing economies, Spotify, Netflix, cloud computing undermine traditional capital goods models. Arguments against Kaku: scarcity still exists. Resources like land, rare earth minerals, and human attentions remain limited. Capital still drives innovation. Major tech advances requires enormous investment and faces regulatory, geopolitical, and ethical bottlenecks. Inequality persists. Technology alone doesn't ensure redistribution or equity. Power dynamics often deepen. K waves are flexible. The theory can evolve with new drivers. Perhaps AI becomes the next wave core engine. So basically, we might move into a world where technological feudalism and capitalism and technological socialism and feudalism kind of exist simultaneously, hand in hand. It won't be like a libertarian utopia that people fantasize about. It'll be more dystopian, I feel. These are my final words. Thank you.
Thank you, Asron. I appreciate that. Gibbs or actually, I'm sorry, Brick to you. Gibbs, I said
Absolutely.
you first.
Yeah. You guys, Sarah's absolutely 100% hands down the absolute best moderator. She handles herself very well. She keeps us little grown men under control as best she can. And we're all in our little rooms, in our little basements or whatever. And so Chuck's absolutely right. We have to control ourselves. Don't go around smashing things just because you get upset because somebody made a really good, valid point. It's been a lot of fun. It's always a lot of fun here on Sarah's panel. So thank you, Sarah. As far as the topic and the interesting points that I feel I brought up were very much valid. I read from the scriptures. I read from the Constitution. There were people who did not accept that those things were valid, and it's up to them. If I read something straight from the book and they say that's not in the book, that's on them. I'm not worried about it. I have some really wild ideas, by the way, and we didn't really get into any of them. But as far as when I'm reading from the book, it's absolutely hilarious to me whenever I read and it's there and I'm looking at it and they say, nope, that's not there. But anyway, thanks as always, Sarah, and have a great one.
Thank you, Brick. Effigy to you.
Thanks for having me on as always, Sarah. I was going to end with attacking some of the stuff that Gibbs and stuff said, but these guys are going to make me defend Brick as my final statement. Yes, the General Welfare Clause allows them to allocate money. When the Social Security Act of 1935 was passed, it was court decisions in 1937 that used the authority of the General Welfare Clause to argue for Social Security. It's exactly what Brick said. I cannot believe I just sat here and watched this entire panel treat him like he was a fucking moron for sitting there telling them the truth about the Constitution. You guys have a great night. It was fun arguing with everybody.
Thank you, Effigy. And Gibbs to you.
Yeah, I gotta say these are always fun. Feed me more. I'm 2-0 now on these panels. I'm gonna declare victory again. They quit early. They didn't argue anything of substance. They did this little game where they thought me and Fabian somehow were arguing against each other, and then it was a bamboozle. I wish you could see our messages. I might have shown them Sarah later so she can verify that I wasn't lying. But basically, we said that they were going to do that, and it was a trap. Basically, they should have been hearing Admiral Akbar warning them, but they didn't hear him, and they fell right into it. The Lord wasn't on their side. The Lord was on our side, even though Fabian was an atheist. I'll tell you that. Finally, capitalism, socialism, progressivism are evil. They are evil and they are inherently violent. And I'm glad that Sarah allowed me to come on here and demonstrate that capitalism is based. And God bless Texas. Thank you for having me. And I got to say, best two looking members here of the whole panel. Stayed to the end. Big win. Woo!
Big W. Well,
Find me everywhere as Admiral Gibbs. Thank you. Yes, side.
Thank you so much, Gibbs, and to everyone who joined the panel this evening. We will also have Throwdown Thursday this coming Thursday night. I have not yet set it up, and I haven't figured out who I want to bring on or what topic I want to do, but I'm still cooking it. And if you haven't watched the new music video drop, I'm going to play it here at the end so that you have a fun little send off, but it's quite cute and it's adorable and it describes all of these panels perfectly. And shout out again to the Crucible for the raid. Thank you so kindly. You kept this evening going because my chat failed tonight. But continue taking on your W's and fuck off.
Step right up, watch the panel parade. Each one's got a super no acolyte, talking in circles till heads collide. They're the clowns of reason on a carnival ride. Oh, the circus is in town tonight, spinning nonsense under the spotlight. Big words, small minds, what a glorious sight. Round and round they go. Who's wrong? Who's right? They juggle opinions like flaming pies, tripping on logic with pie in their eyes. The questions asked, they dodge like pros, but their arguments wobble like dominoes. Cue the laughter, cue the cheer. The fools are loud, the truth unclear. Oh, the circus is in town tonight, spinning nonsense under the spotlight. Big words, small minds, what a glorious sight. Round and round they go. Who's wrong, who's right?
Smoky Man Bad.
The man with the bow